This is Audible.
Alpha's Desire, an MC werewolf romance. Bad Boy Alpha's Book 6. Written by Renee Rose and Lee Savino. Narrated by Benjamin Sands. Chapter 1. Jared. 3 months I've been hard for this human. I know, woe is me, right? Try telling that to my cock when she's up on that box in her minuscule shorts, doing her little go-go dance for all the patrons of my Alpha's nightclub. Angelina, the red-headed dynamo who single-handedly transformed Eclipse into the happening place in Tucson on Saturday nights. And right now, some asshole just put his hands on her thighs. I shove my way through the nightclub, ready to pound skulls. Lucky for me, unlucky for the handsy asshole, that's my job. Heat comes off the crowd in waves. The music thumps. The clubbers part to make room for my hulking frame. I carry 220 pounds of solid tattooed muscle. Not many try to mess with me or any of the other bouncers at Eclipse. We don't even have to pull out our shifter strength to show force. Garrett doesn't appreciate his bouncers getting overly aggressive, but dialing it back is an impossibility for me when I see Angelina's annoyance at Handsy's unrelenting come-on. I shove my body between him and Angelina's go-go box and fold my arms over my chest, mostly to keep me from closing my fist around his fragile human neck. Whoa, whoa! He throws his offending palms up with an affronted air, like I'm overreacting. Hands off the dancers. You do it again, you're 86th. Okay, jeez, I was just saying hello. You want to argue with me? I challenge. Of course, I'm pretty much dying for him to say yes, because wiping that attitude off his face would be almost as satisfying as receiving the grateful look Angelina's sending my way. Come on into the storeroom after closing, and I'll let you thank me properly. I wish. Not that she hasn't given me the signals. Not that I haven't fucked at least 100 human girls in that storeroom since Eclipse opened. But I'm a little too hot for her. And humans are off limits for relationships. At least they were before Garrett decided to mate one. Besides, she's totally out of my league. Fresh-faced and passionate, she's a dance major from the university. She couldn't be more clean-cut and innocent. Meanwhile, I'm motorcycles and tattoos. And a shifter. Definitely not the right guy for her. And if I fucked that hot little body, I'd ruin her for everyone else. Not to sound conceited about my abilities, but I pay attention to what a girl likes. I'm over-the-top rough and dominant, but I never force, never harm. I just coax their surrender and show them the way of the wolf. Trey calls it Jaredizing. Once a girl's had a taste, she keeps coming back for more. And then I have to end things, feelings get hurt. Something Angelina never deserves. Hansy backs away, smarter than he acted at first. No, man, I'm not arguing. Sheesh. He shakes his head as he turns and ducks away into the crowd. I look up at Angelina. You okay, baby? Fuck if she doesn't run her fingers over my closely cropped hair, her wide smile revealing one deep dimple. Thank you, she shouts over the music. You're my knight in shining armor. The music shifts to Lady Gaga's latest hit. Angelina jumps up and down, clearly thrilled with the DJ's choice. Woohoo! I stay, grinning up at her like an idiot, because this girl draws me like a magnet. I see the glint of excitement in her eyes right before she launches herself at me. Straddling one shoulder, she pumps her fist in the air. Holy Mother of God. My hand snaps up to her back to hold her in place as she fucking rocks her pelvis, dancing on my shoulder. At least I think she's dancing. My brain tells me that's what this activity is, but my cock is certain she's begging to be fucked. Especially considering her pussy is inches away from my face. I sink my teeth into her inner thigh. She screams and grips my head with both hands, which only makes my dick think she wants more. Yeah, this isn't going to work. If I don't put her back down on that box now, my mouth is going to go to town on the little scrap of fabric standing between me and that sweet pussy of hers. I duck down to lower my shoulder and reluctantly let her slide off, back to her perch. I can't resist slapping that irresistible ass of hers before I turn and walk away. I don't look back. I can't. But I'm satisfied knowing I left a good handprint on that bare flesh she's been shaking for everyone tonight. And seriously, I might have to tell her to come with her ass covered next week. No, I can't, because A, the short shorts that only cover half a girl's ass are in style. All the college girls are sporting them. B, the go-go dancers and their delectable asses are part of why the club goes over capacity every Saturday night. Garrett would not approve of me making changes to their costumes. Not that we have any artistic license over their act. It's Angelina's show. Her brainchild, her proposal, her execution. She brought her crew of dancers, and they make the place pop. If only she didn't leave me so blue-balled every time they performed. Angelina. Oh, Lordy. Jared, the beefy bouncer with the tattoos and dark, flirty manner, has me all aflutter. My butt stings where he smacked me, and I don't have to look to know he left a big red print for all to see. I have a feeling that was his intention. Damn my fair, red-headed complexion, because the flush creeping up my neck and spreading across my face is probably visible for all to see. I watch him disappear into the crowd, disappointed he doesn't look back. The man is beautiful. A perfect specimen of raw masculinity. He's rough-mannered and tattooed, but damn, he has enough charm to take all the edges off what might otherwise be an intimidating presence. And wow, that little show of force with the guy who was bugging me? Total turn-on. I've always had a thing for heroes. I turn my head to catch the eyes of the other two dancers on shift tonight, and the three of us go into a prearranged combination, changing from freestyle to synchronized movement. Talia and Remy are both a little bit drunk, but we all know this routine so well we could do it in our sleep. Plus, professional or semi-professional dancers like us, with the amount of training in our bodies, can make anything look purposeful and choreographed. The song ends and our set is over. We get the last hour to play, drinks on the house. That was the deal I worked out with the owner, another huge and quite intimidating man named Garrett Green. $50 each and free drinks in exchange for go-go dancing every Saturday night. Most of the girls on my makeshift dance team would do it just for the free cover and the attention they get up on those boxes. Me? I don't know why I do it. Not for the drinks. I don't do well with alcohol. Just for the sheer joy of creation, I guess. It's fun to insert real dance into everyday life. Yes, I'm the type who loves musicals where people suddenly break into song in public places. I'm the girl who rides her cart down the aisle in the grocery store, resisting an arabesque, choreographing a performance piece in my head for the shoppers I pass. Don't worry, I don't actually execute it. Not that I wouldn't if I could talk other dancers into joining me. I weave through the crowd, pretending I'm not looking for the sexy man-hunk Jared. There, by the door to the back patio. I head to the bar because I don't want to be too obvious. I don't think he's actually interested. I mean, I've given him the signal for weeks, and although he gives me smoldering looks, he never actually asks for my number or suggests I hang out after hours. Total disappointment. I saddle up at the bar and order a tonic water with lime. It's my stupid trick to make it appear I'm drinking a gin and tonic or vodka and soda, when really I'm just hydrating. My friends get their drinks and mingle, and I pretend to play it cool. A guy comes over to me, but I'm not interested, so I give a polite smile and head to the bathroom. When I get out, Jared stands there in the hallway. "Come here, little girl." He crooks a finger at me. I follow him through the staff-only door into the storeroom packed high with boxes of alcohol. Damn, if a fraternity ever wanted a place to rob, this would be the jackpot. My heart pounds, face heating even though I don't know what he wants. I mean, I know what I hope he wants. And I shouldn't hope for it. From all accounts, Jared is a player. He hooks up with girls and never calls. That's what everyone says, including his best buddy, the other bouncer, Trey. I've been warned off this guy, but I still can't stop the thrills of excitement fluttering through my body. Jared picks up one of my hands. Before I have any clue what he's doing, he spins me around to face a wall and slaps it there. Then he picks up my other wrist and stacks it with the first, pinning both with one powerful palm. My breath clogs my throat as his hand crashes down on my backside. Like before, he catches the underside of my butt, the bare part below my short shorts. I gasp, but don't protest, way too turned on to want it to stop. He smacks the other cheek just as hard. "That is for wearing shorts that make every guy in the building want to fuck this juicy ass." I'm pretty sure I stop breathing. I've never been spoken to in such a rough and dirty manner, but I'm definitely not complaining. My lady parts squeeze and swell, planning a party for whatever else Jared has to offer. He spins me back around to face him. My butt hits the wall and I lose my breath on an exhale. His hand goes right to the notch between my legs and he cups my mons. "And the next time you put this pussy so close to my mouth," he undulates his hand, pressing over my shorts in tandem from clit to anus. I gasp and rise up on my toes. "You're going to find out just exactly what I'd like to do with it." A shiver of epic proportions runs through me. More like a shudder, only that sounds bad. And what I'm feeling is really freaking far from bad. My insides turn liquid, heat pours down my thighs, straight to the arches of my feet. I now understand where the phrase, "he curls my toes," comes from. He slowly slides the firm contact of his fingers over the fabric just above my slit, which has completely dampened my panties. "Understand, beautiful?" I swallow. "Yeah." My pussy clenches. His fingers delve under the crotch of my shorts, into my panties, and I mule. "Baby, you wear these shorts to Eclipse again. I'm gonna take you back here and spank this juicy ass so red every guy watching you dance will know you've been claimed." He jerks his head back and shakes it, as if he's surprised by what he just said, but his fingers glide over my slit. I moan softly, my gaze staying at the level of his chest. "Eyes on me, baby," he commands, and I obey without thinking. Dancers are by nature obedient creatures. We've spent our lives molding our bodies and minds to do anything and everything a director or teacher asks of us. Any dancer who doesn't gets weeded out fast. There are always 10 more waiting to take your spot if you're not willing to give 500%. He holds my gaze as he screws one finger into me. I whimper, not out of pain, but out of need. I'm not a virgin, but I've literally never been so turned on in my life. My nipples poke against the tight fabric of my shirt and my pussy is sopping. I writhe against his hold on my wrists, grind down to take his finger deeper. He leans his head down by mine, so we're temple to temple. "You okay, Angel?" It's a little late to be double-checking for my permission, but I appreciate the ask. "Yeah," I breathe. "Good." He shifts and wedges a second finger inside me. I buck my hips, rising up on my toes. "You're dancing for me now, aren't you, baby?" "Oh, God," I moan. He's worked both fingers deep inside me, and now he stops moving. Just stops. "What are you doing?" His grin is all shades of sexy. Just making sure you really want it. I roll my hips. I said I did. He pumps slowly, too slowly. Say it nicely. Tell me who you're dancing for. You! I'm dancing for you! I cry, growing desperate for release. You want more of my fingers, Angel? Jared! I pant. His eyelids droop. One part of me gets pissed. Is he making a fool of me here? He must sense my resistance because he says, Nah, fuck it. I should be begging you. I can't wait to watch you go over the edge, beautiful. He pumps his fingers in and out until my shimmying legs are ready to give out. Come for me, Angelina. Show me what you've got. I have no idea what he means by that, but again, my body follows his command. I give in to his skilled torture. The moment my muscles start to squeeze his fingers, he shoves deep and waits, letting me tighten and ease in waves of pleasure and release. Oh, fuck, baby. He leans his forehead against mine as he eases his fingers out. That was even better than I imagined. I'm not sure what he means, since I'm the one who got off, but it still inspires a giddiness that revives me from the relaxation coursing through my muscles. The doorknob rattles and Jared jerks away, releasing me and tugging down the hem of my shorts just before the door swings open. One of the bartenders bustles in, then stops when he sees us, throwing us a curious look. Jared steps in front of me, as if to shield me from scrutiny, and I appreciate the gesture, late though it may be. I'd better go find my friends, I murmur. It's not that I want to leave Jared. Wait. Yes, I do. Embarrassment takes over, along with the realization that he's probably brought dozens of girls back here. That's why the bartender doesn't seem surprised. I push past Jared toward the door. Wait, Angel, just wait. He catches me around the waist. I go still, but I don't look at him. I'm sorry, he murmurs, keeping his voice low so only I will hear. I definitely didn't mean to make you feel used or cheap. I'm not sure if that's how I was feeling, but now that he's named it, a sick feeling spreads through my belly. Hey, I really have to go, I insist. Jared releases me. I sense his reluctance, even though I refuse to meet his eye. I just want to get out of there. I'm the only one of my friends who didn't drink tonight, and I'm the one making the bad decisions. Just wait. Can you give me a second? I slip out of his reach. That's okay, I mumble, without looking back. We can talk later. I bolt from the storeroom before he can say anything else. I sense him behind me, but I don't look back, just beeline it for the bar to find my friends and get the hell out of here. What was I thinking? Apparently all it takes is a couple slaps to my ass and I'll let a guy do anything to me. Damn. I need to tell my friends never to let me be alone with Jared, ever. Especially not when I'm ovulating. Danger zone. I find Talia and Remy just as the overhead fluorescents come on, signaling the club is closing. The crowd gives a collective groan and people scurry out like cockroaches caught in the sun. Come on, I urge my friends. Let's get out of here. I've had enough. Jared. I screwed up. Big time. I knew I was supposed to keep my hands off Angelina. She's my female kryptonite. My self-control goes to shit around her. Now I've gone and degraded her in the worst way. It was almost worth it. Almost. Fuck, I will be jacking off to the memory of her orgasm face every night for a week. It was even better than I pictured it would be. I scan the crowd remaining, people who need encouragement to leave. Men and women trying to find or solidify their hookups before they go. Time's up, I call out. Everybody out. I get fuck me looks from a couple girls who hang back. I'm not tempted. Not really. But part of me thinks maybe I should fuck one of them just to get that red-headed beauty out of my system, out of my fantasies. Damn, she's been the main feature of them ever since she showed up here at the beginning of the semester with her bold new idea for having go-go dancers. Somehow, I'd even volunteered to make the boxes the dancers perch on. A blonde, who'd been prettier in the low lighting than she is under the bright glare, toddles toward me on 6-inch heels. I frown and give my head a short shake, and she wheels about and teeters out the door instead. I shake my head again, more at myself than anyone else, and help get the rest of the crowd out. As I run the dust mop to pick up the litter of plastic cups, straws, and cocktail napkins, I try to think of something else, anything but the sweet curves of Angelina's ass when she was dancing up on that box, or the slight curl of her lip when I penetrated her. The way her mouth opened and eyes rolled back when she came. I'm still replaying it all after we lock up. "What's with you, dude?" Trey asks as we walk to our parked motorcycles in the lot. "Nothing." I sound surlier than I mean to. "Did something happen between you and that dancer?" "Shut up, asshole." Trey's my best friend, but sometimes he doesn't know how to leave well enough alone. "Uh-huh. I thought so. Damien said you were fucking her in the storeroom." I grabbed Trey's collar and fisted up tight, getting my face right into his grill. "I was not fucking her." "Okay," he says quickly, holding up his palms. "Whatever you say, bud." I know all I've done is dug my grave now, so I release him and jerk my chin toward his bike. "Go on. I'll see you at home later." "Where are you going?" he asks suspiciously. "For a ride." Trey shrugs and takes off. I wait until he's gone before I straddle my bike, turning it on with a louder rev of the engine than is necessary. I tear out of the parking lot. It's almost 3 in the morning and no cars are left on the road. At least that's what I tell myself. The truth is that I'm still back in that fucking storeroom replaying the part that went south with Angelina. That's why I pull out of the alley without looking. I don't see the car coming, not until I'm flying over it as glass shatters like a burst of confetti from a party balloon. Chapter 2. Angelina. I don't know if all the screams are mine. Someone whimpers in the back seat. That would be Remy. Talia's in the front seat beside me. Yeah, she's screaming too. I clamp my lips shut to stop the terrible sound and force my brain to work. I hit something. Someone. Oh, God. I just hit a motorcycle. I lurch out of the car and stumble around to the front. The impact crushed my front grille, crumpling the hood. One of my headlights is out, broken by the impact. The remaining one casts an eerie beam over the horrible scene. A huge motorcycle is on its side in front of the car, but the rider... Please don't let him be under the car. A pitiful whimper comes out of my throat. I drop to my knees to peer under the carriage, but I can't see anything. Talia and Remy tumble out of the vehicle too. They were drunk when we left Eclipse. We'd be home by now, except Talia made me wait to drive home until the car stopped spinning for her. "What's happening?" she croaks. Remy stares at the bike. "Where's the driver?" "I don't know," I wail, running around to the back of the car. There. A large crumpled form is lying on the alley pavement behind my car. I cover my mouth with my hand. Is he dead? Please don't let him be dead. No, he's moving, trying to sit up. I run to him and squat beside him. I don't think you're supposed to move. He groans and pulls off his helmet. One arm wraps protectively around his ribs. "Jared!" My heart rockets to my throat, choking me. "I've hurt Jared. I hit Jared. This is bad. Bad, 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 bad. Jared, don't move. I'm going to call 911. I fumble in my back pocket for the phone, cursing myself for not calling the second it happened. Or maybe this still is the second it happened. I can't tell. Time seems very slow at the moment. No. Jared snatches the phone out of my hand, cracking the case in his powerful grip. I gape at him. No ambulance. He staggers to his feet and shoves my phone in his pocket. Blood runs down his forehead, pouring into his eyes. I'm trembling from head to toe, my legs barely holding me up. "What? No, you need an ambulance." He limps toward my car. "Jared!" He walks around to the front and picks up, yes, picks up, his motorcycle. I don't mean from the ground, I mean into the air. He carries it around behind a dumpster and stows it there. "Jared, are you all right? I think you need medical attention right away." "Yeah, definitely." Shock reverberates in Remy's voice. I wonder if mine sounds the same. He-Man, the Hulk, Neanderthal Joe just keeps going, dragging himself to the driver's side of my car and getting in. "What? You can't drive. What are you doing?" I know I sound like the stupid one here, but he's acting crazy. He can't get in and drive a car. He probably has broken bones and a concussion. Not to mention the fact that he needs stitches on his forehead. "Get in." The order is deep and scratchy, and it carries so much command behind it, the three of us scramble to obey, even though he's in no position to be taking charge of this situation. I climb in the passenger seat, and Remy and Talia jump in back. Jared puts the car in drive and takes off down the alley. I reach around to the floor of the back seat where I keep my dance bag and fish out a pair of tights. Here." I hand it to him, pointing at his bleeding forehead. Confusion flits across his expression at first, but he accepts the fabric and swipes at his face, mopping the blood up. "Thanks." He hands it back like he doesn't need to use it for compression, like it was just a scratch. "Are you driving to the hospital?" He gives a quick shake of his head. "I'm driving you three home. You're too shook up to drive, and they're drunk." He's so matter-of-fact, sounds so completely capable, I almost forget for a moment he's in no condition to drive. "Tell me where to go." My brain won't work at all. He's right, I'm way too shaken up. I can't even function. "Who do you drop off first?" "Talia." The answer comes as a relief. "Campbell and Third." He gives a nod and puts on his blinker, driving my bashed-up car as if nothing happened. "Isn't this illegal? Leaving the scene of an accident?" A smile tugs at his lips. "The other party is in the car with you." "But don't we have to notify the cops? How will I file the insurance report? I wasn't drinking or anything. Were you afraid I'd get in trouble?" I know I'm babbling. I can't stop myself. None of this makes any sense. "Are you hurt?" he asks suddenly, glancing over at me. His forehead is creased, green eyes flash with alarm. I rub the back of my neck, checking for whiplash. "Any of you?" he barks, looking in the rearview mirror. "No, I'm okay," Talia slurs. "Me too," Remy says. "Angelina?" He looks back at me. "Talk to me, baby." "Jared, you're hurt," I manage to say. He gives a dismissive shake of his head. "I'll be fine by morning. Just a few bumps and scrapes. But tell me you're okay, or I'm gonna lose my shit here." "I'm fine." Jared's shoulders relax, but the crease remains between his brows. "You're sure?" "Yeah, I think so. Just shaken up." "Of course you are." He drops a hand on my knee like he's offering me comfort. This is more like the Jared I know. Neanderthal Jared is fading away. "I'm sorry I hit you," I blurt, the tears that have been threatening since the impact falling now. "Oh, no. It was my fault, baby. I didn't expect anyone to be coming down that alley this time of night. But I should have looked first." "Were you drinking?" I don't want to sound like a bitch, but I'm still trying to figure out why he wouldn't let me call for help. "No, baby, I'm fine. That's why I'm driving." He moves his hand to my nape and squeezes, gently kneading my muscles. We reach 3rd Avenue and I point out Talia's house. He pulls over and she climbs out. "Are you guys sure you're okay?" She leans back in the open door. Her breath reeks of alcohol. Yeah, we're fine," I say. "Good night." "Good night." She gives a sloppy wave and slams the door shut. Jared waits until she's safely in her house before he starts driving again. I direct him to Remy's house and then to my little casita. Jared stops the car there and gets out. Is he coming in? I should definitely ask him to stay in case he goes into a coma or something during the night. But when he walks around to meet me, he's no longer limping. On closer inspection, I see the cut on his head isn't bleeding anymore either. In fact, it no longer looks fresh. It has the appearance of skin that's already been stitched closed for a week. It must be a trick of the light. Come here. Jared wraps me in a bear hug. I didn't know how badly I needed it until I'm in his strong arms, my face pressed against his massive chest. A few more tears leak out as he burrows his fingers in my hair and massages my scalp. The shock and aftershock quickly morph into something different, something dangerous and needy. I pull away, remembering how awkward our parting had been at Eclipse. My hands flutter. Do you want to come in? I mean, you should stay the night, just to be sure you're all right, not because I want you to spend the night. Oh, I'm making a mess of things. Jared, as usual, takes the lead, taking my elbow and walking toward my door. I'll stay on your couch, if you have one, to make sure you're all right. To make sure I'm all right. This guy is seriously out of touch with his own body. Except he looks fine. He's not clutching his ribs anymore. His pupils are the same size. Where did the limp go? What in the hell just happened? We stop on the porch and he examines my key ring, correctly guessing which key opens my door. Inside, he looks around my tiny place and sets the ring on the stand in the entry. I'll just clean up. He peels his bloodied shirt off and heads to my bathroom. My jaw might have dropped a bit, seeing his bare shoulders and back. Tattoos curl around giant telephone pole-size arms. The muscles in his back would put the Hulk to shame. Yum. But no, I'm not going to fool around with Jared anymore because A, he's here to recuperate from the accident, and B, he's a player. Except C, I'm not sure I care. I trail him to the bathroom, telling myself it's because I need to make sure he's all right. Check out his injuries for myself. It's not because I want to gawk at his very fine, chiseled body. He splashes water over his face, washing off the blood, and when he straightens, I gasp. The cut is almost completely gone. My brain tries to make it work, to fit it into a scenario that makes sense, but I can't. I saw that cut gushing blood not more than 30 minutes ago. He catches me looking and slaps his hand over his forehead, hiding the cut, which only makes this weirder. Like Twilight Zone crazy. I stumble back, my breath caught in my throat. What are you? Jared. Fuck, and double fuck. I drop my hand and reach for her. I can't stand the way her face is paled, the way she shrinks from me like I'm some kind of freak. I grab her by the waist and pick her up, plopping her down on the bathroom counter. It's okay, baby. You don't have to be afraid. Not of me. She swallows. You didn't answer my question, she whispers. Damn it. How am I going to get out of this one? It's against shifter code to reveal ourselves to humans. I remember when Garrett, my boss and alpha, fell for the hot little lawyer who lived next door. Until he mated her and sealed her fate with ours, Trey and I were worried as fuck. The oldest code says humans who know have to be put down, eliminated. I haven't heard of that happening in my lifetime, but I'm sure it still happens in some backwards packs. A more common solution is to hire a memory wipe from a leech. But I would never do that to Angelina. She doesn't deserve having her brain tampered with by a fucking vampire. I need to figure out something to say that won't reveal me or the pack. I'm, special. I say. Yeah, that's brilliant, Jay. She stares up at me with those big blue eyes. I lean my hands on the counter, caging her between my arms. Not dangerous. Not dangerous, she repeats, her full lips looking so damn kissable it's all I can do not to claim that pouty mouth. Right. Special how? I remember that I picked up my motorcycle in front of her, something I wouldn't have done if I hadn't just flipped over a car and landed on my head. I'm just really strong, and I heal fast, kinda like a superhero. A superhero. Wow, that's a great line. I don't know why I don't use that more often with the women. She reaches her fingertips out and tentatively brushes my chest with them. A jolt of pleasure runs through me at the contact. So you're totally fine? Not hurt at all? Jesus, fuck, is that all she's worried about? Thank the fates. Totally fine, baby. Now, are you going to let me kiss you? Damn it, I didn't mean to come in and seduce her. It totally wasn't my plan. But I can't fucking resist my hot little dancer. When her full lips part and her eyes drop to mine, I don't stop myself. I catch the back of her head to hold her captive for my kiss. My lips drag across hers, suck, nip. When her tongue darts between my lips, I lose all control. I palm her scantily covered ass, yanking her core right up against my straining cock as I go to town on her sexy mouth. She opens to me, yields so willingly. Her legs wrap around my waist and tighten, and god damn, her inner thighs are strong. That's the dance training, of course. I pick her up and carry her to the bedroom. I want to fuck her brains out. To reward her for not freaking out about my unnatural healing abilities. Hell, to reward her for being her. Because she is something magical and unique. I drop her on the bed and go for the button on her shorts. The scent of her arousal fills the room. I rub the crotch seam over her slit with one knuckle as I work the button open. She moans and wriggles, which makes it easy to strip her bottoms off. I leave the go-go boots on because, yeah, they're hot. Hands hooked under her knees, I spread her wide. For a moment I just stare, which makes my girl squirm. A blush spreads up her neck and across her cheeks. What are you doing? Looking at the most perfect pussy on the face of the earth. And it is. Dewy and plump, her pink heart open, begging to be licked. And yeah, the carpet matches the drapes. Not that there was any question if she was a natural redhead. Jared! She tries to wriggle free of my grasp, but I hold her down and lower my head, laying a soft kiss right over her clit. The last moment of tenderness she's going to get before I bring it with everything I've got. She shivers, her flat belly fluttering. I part her lips with my tongue and trace along the insides, twirl my tongue around her clit. She makes cute girl sex sounds, adorable little uhs that make my already throbbing dick harder than stone. She's already had my fingers tonight, so I keep working her with my tongue. I'm going to work until she's screaming my name and tearing out my hair. She needs this release after the fright she had. I suck and nip and lick until the pitch of her voice takes on a desperate keen. Then I affix my lips to her clit and suck hard. I release it and flick it with my tongue. Then repeat. Because I'm a dirty guy and an ass man, I can't stop from pushing my thumb between her ass cheeks, seeking her little back pucker. The moment I hit it, she shrieks, squeezing her buns together and shoving her dripping pussy against my mouth. I keep torturing her with my tongue as I make slow circles with my thumb, massaging her anus. She thrashes beneath me, babbling incoherently. I apply a little more pressure with my thumb and she goes off, screaming, thrusting against my mouth, her hands pushing my face against her core as her muscles do their squeezy thing that signals her orgasm. "That's it, beautiful," I say when she finishes. "I love the way you come." She gives a shaky laugh that rings with disbelief. "I do." I reach up and pinch her nipple through her thin t-shirt and bra. "Dancers must do it better." She smiles and pushes her hair out of her face. "I'm sure we do." I roll her over. "Let me look at this firm little ass of yours." I give it a slap. Her ass is all toned muscle like her thighs. So spankable. I prod her legs apart and rub her pussy with my fingers. I let my thumb quest again for her anus. She squeezes her butt again. "I know, baby. You're an anal virgin, aren't you?" She doesn't answer, but I'm sure she is. "I'd love to take this ass. I'll bet it's so fucking tight. But I'm not going to do it now. We'll save that for when you've been naughty and need another spanking." Her bottom clenches again and I chuckle. But I shouldn't have mentioned what happened back at the club, because it must remind her of how she felt after. I think I made her feel cheap and used, something I never wanted to do. She rolls over and sits up, pulling the bedspread over her waist. I don't know if this is a good idea." Her eyes travel down to the bulge in my jeans and guilt flits across her face. I adjust my cock. "Down, boy." "No, you're right. I can't be in a relationship with this girl, and she deserves so much more than a one-night stand." I back up. "I'll just, I should probably go. I'm going to take your car to my friend Tank's shop. We'll get it all fixed for you at my expense, okay? The accident was my fault." She stares at me with those guileless blue eyes, so wide and alert it's all I can do not to go back to her and kiss her senseless. "Can you Uber until I get it back to you? I promise I'll make it happen fast." Yeah. Okay. Thanks. It's the least I can do. What's your phone number?" I enter her number into my phone and remember I still have her phone in my back pocket. I pull it out and take a look. It still works, even though I broke the case. I toss it to her. "Get some sleep. I'll text you with an update on the car." After I stow my phone, I shove my hands in my pockets to keep from reaching for her, settling instead for dropping a kiss on the top of her head. "Good night, Angel." "Night." Her voice is soft and sweet, and that single syllable makes me want to go right back and worship between her legs again, but I force myself to leave. Damn it. I fucked up again. I hope she doesn't hate me for this. Chapter 3. Angelina. I wake up at noon and pad to the bathroom on autopilot. Then I see the huge black, blood-crusted t-shirt on my floor and it all comes flooding back. Jared and his super strength, his super healing abilities. What the hell? Was I on drugs? I accepted his explanation so easily last night, but in the light of day, it sounds insane. Jared, the superhero. Except he does have all the qualities of a superhero, doesn't he? Hero, strong, protective, giving. Oh boy, did he give last night. And I gave absolutely nothing in return. Because I really don't want to be another notch on his bedpost, or whatever the dumb cliché is. Jared is a player through and through. But then again, I already went pretty far with him. What's the difference between having sex and what we did, really? Would it have been so horrible for him to get off too? Considering I did, twice. I could have at least blown him. I'll bet his cock is as impressive as that hard body of his. Oh God, what am I even thinking? I need to erase this man from my mind. He may be hot, charming and endowed with superhero powers, but... No, really, why am I trying to erase him? He's better than a movie hero. I carry his blood-stained shirt to my laundry closet and toss it in the washer. The least I can do is wash his clothes for him. That brings up all kinds of lurid images of domestic servitude. Me, in a 50s housewife outfit, nothing but an apron and panties and a pair of red heels, of course, waiting for him with dinner when he gets home. Me, naked except for a pair of pearls and a raincoat, surprising him at work. Except he works at a bar, and that just fizzled my fantasy completely. No, this guy isn't husband material, or even boyfriend material. He's a hot finger bang at a nightclub, a ride home after a car crash. The guy who fixes your car for free. Okay, that's beyond attractive to me. Because, seriously, my dad would have shit when he found out about the crash. He would have lectured me on and on about insurance rates going up and about how irresponsible I am driving home at 3 a.m. from a nightclub. Of course, I'll probably still have to tell him about the crash tonight. My parents live here in Tucson and insist on Sunday dinners. Sometimes I really wish the best dance program in the country wasn't at the university in my hometown. I smirk, imagining bringing someone like Jared over to meet my parents. His appearance alone would shock their foothills sensibilities to the core. They keep dropping hints about getting me to meet some local multimillionaire software mogul. Not interested. And it's only because my dad wants the guy to acquire his small niche software company. Sure, Dad, pimp your daughter out for your own gain. These are definitely still medieval times. Grr. I start the washing machine and check my phone. Jared's already texted. Your car is in good hands. I'll have it back to you tomorrow, and you'll never know the difference. And my resistance melts a little more. I text back, thank you. What about your motorcycle? Do you need me to pay for the repairs? Not that I have any money, but I should offer. I will figure it out if I need to. Maybe I can pick up another teaching gig at a local dance studio. He responds immediately, I have it covered. Don't sweat it. I smile at my phone. It's really hard not to feel warm and fuzzy about Jared, and also itchy and needy to see him again. But I put the kibosh on that. I don't want to be his booty call or hook up or whatever it is he does. It was definitely the right decision. So I should stop getting fluttery thinking about him bringing my car to me tomorrow, or asking me out, or pinning me against a wall and spanking me again. Yeah. Jared. If I didn't think he'd bust my ass, I wouldn't even tell my alpha what happened. But a car accident in the alley outside his club constitutes a phone call. Especially when it involves a girl seeing my body spontaneously regenerate. Damn it. I'd rather keep Angelina completely out of this conversation, but I can't do that either. Not only can shifters pick up on dishonesty, lying to Garrett would be a banishable offense, even if he wasn't one of my closest friends. But I put the call off as long as I can. It's Sunday, and he has a new mate. He doesn't want me calling with a shit story first thing in the day. I wait until late afternoon to dial him, telling myself it's better to get the car and motorcycle repairs going first. I told Trey this morning. He told me I was a fucking idiot, and if I thought Garrett was going to let it slide that Angelina saw my injuries heal, I'm even dumber than I look. But that's standard shit talk between the two of us. I stand outside Tank's auto shop and lean my ass against our packmate's truck. Garrett answers on the second ring. What's up? Right away, I start walking, like staying in motion is going to make this go down easier. Hey, I had a little incident last night. What kind of incident? At the club? Yeah, I pulled into the alley without looking, and Angelina, the little go-go dancer, hit me. Garrett curses. Was she hurt? Of course he wouldn't ask if I'm hurt because, yeah, we're shifters. No, neither were the other two dancers. I drove them home and took her car to Tank's. There's a pause, and Garrett, who knows me too well, says, "What aren't you telling me?" I crack the knuckles of my free hand. She saw a cut regenerate. Garrett curses again. I hear his mate, Amber, murmur something in the background. "It's all right, just pack shit. Don't worry, baby," I hear him reply. To me, he says, "Wipe her." I grind my teeth. I don't want to fucking wipe her. She doesn't know, I insist, but my insistence sounds flimsy, even to my own ears. She knows you're a paranormal. You know the rules. She gets wiped. You didn't wipe Amber. I'm an asshole to point it out, and also operating from an artificial sense of security, because if we were in the same room, my alpha probably would have flattened me. Garrett's warning growl crackles through the phone. Amber's different. She's a paranormal too. Garrett's mate has psychic abilities that he used to find his sister when she was kidnapped by the harvesters last spring. Yeah, well, Angelina's a beautiful dancer with a bright future. Right. Not a strong argument. Good thing I left that one unspoken. Jared? There's alpha command in his voice. Yes, sir. Don't make me fucking tell you twice. Consider it done, I mutter, and end the call before I dig myself in any deeper. Damn it. I rub my forehead. I can't come up with any way around Garrett's order. I look up at the sky. Sun's still out. I'll have to wait until sundown to get help from a leech, which gives Angelina a few more hours to keep her memories intact. And I have to meet with some shifters from San Diego about setting up a fight in Tucson. Maybe I can do it tomorrow night, when I bring her car back to her. Yeah, that should work. And when Garrett asks, I'll tell him it's going to happen as soon as possible. And tomorrow is as soon as it's possible. Angelina. Driving downtown after the bars have closed is paramount to suicide, my dad lectures as he neatly cuts his steak. I love the man, but he drives me nuts. As predicted, he's freaking over the car accident. We're at their long formal dining room table for Sunday dinner, and I've chosen to tune out the lecture while I eat the baby broccoli my mom steamed just for me. At least tonight she and Dad are eating the same thing I am, though their vegetables are dressed with lemon butter and mine are not. While he goes on, my mind runs over the scenes with Jared. The last one, mostly, where he showed me exactly how experienced and clever he is with his tongue and then let me off the hook the moment I got uncomfortable. He really is a gentleman. Funny how my gratitude to him for treating me with such honor and respect makes me want to run and jump his bones. My unwillingness to have sex with him has completely vanished. But no, I'm the kind of girl who gets attached. How's school going, honey? My mom pipes in to change the subject. Fine. Good. My stomach knots up. How did auditions go for the spring concert? Pretty good. It's not a lie. I did my best, and I'll probably get into several pieces. But the truth is, I feel like a misfit in the dance program. Not because I'm not a good dancer. I'm decent. Lord knows my parents spent enough on my training since the day I turned 3. It's just that I don't want to be an automaton anymore. I don't want to work hard to please my teachers and hope they give me a good part in their dances. I want to choreograph my own dances. No, not just dances. Shows. I want to direct my own company, stage big, daring productions. a modern version of the Firebird, a ballet choreographed to Lady Gaga. The trouble is, the undergrad program isn't really geared toward that. I could stay and hope to get into the MFA program, but I am honestly tired of working hard to please everyone else. My whole life has been spent making my parents proud, being the picture-perfect princess they both wanted me to be. It was my mom who put me in dance. I have no idea why. Honestly, I think it was because some wealthy friend had her daughter at the studio, so it seemed like the thing to do. Keeping up with the Joneses and all that. You're keeping your weight down? I set my fork down. Yes, Mom. I infuse my voice with total teen impatience. Because she reduces me to a surly teenager in the blink of an eye. I'm an independent, almost college grad, but 5 minutes in their house and I'm chafing against my childhood constraints again. Well, I know how you worry about those things. No, I'm not worried. I never should have told you about the fat letter. I'm sure it's a myth anyway. The rumor is the faculty will send you a fat letter if they think you're getting too porky. Personally, I dare them to. It seems like a civil liberties case to me. But what do I know? I'm not a lawyer. I'm definitely not as rail-thin as some of the bunheads in the program, but I'm not doughy either. And I definitely don't want to obsess over my weight like almost every dancer does. I've worked hard since my high school days of eating disorder tendencies to love my body and appreciate all the hard work it does for me. I'm their only child, and my mom was a stay-at-home mom, so I became the object of a mountain of attention. Angelina Ballerina, with straight A's, straight teeth, and sweet manners. A good girl. God, I'm sick of it. I don't know why you keep that job at the nightclub anyway, my dad says, back on his soapbox. You're not making fine art, and the pay isn't that great. The pay is perfect. My jaw gets tight. I'm even more defensive about my time at Eclipse than I am about my weight. It may be sad, but I feel the biggest thing I've accomplished since I started school was setting up the go-go dancing gig for me and my friends at Eclipse. I guess it's because it was like one tiny baby step toward directing my own company. But my parents don't support that angle at all. My dad made me double major in business because he thinks I should run a dance studio when I get out. Which is fine. I like to teach. It's just, it would be nice to follow my own dreams for a change, instead of the neatly laid-out plan my parents have set for me. I still don't understand why this Jared character took your car to be fixed. There's something fishy about it. How well do you know this guy? Oh, God, please don't let me blush. Sometimes I hate being a redhead. I know him pretty well, Dad. He's a bouncer at the club. Really nice guy. I told you, he said it was his fault he pulled out in front of me, and he has a friend with a repair shop, so he was going to take care of it. How do we know the repair shop is reputable? What if he does a shoddy job on it? How do you know he didn't just steal your car? You should have called the cops. Were you drinking? I roll my eyes. No, Dad, I wasn't drinking. I'm sure the job will be professional, and you should be grateful I didn't call the cops and get the insurance involved, because my rates would have gone through the roof. Well, that's true. You can always reason with my dad through his wallet. How's business, Dad? I ask pointedly. My father takes a sip of wine. Good. I'm still working on the acquisition proposal for Secure. Did you get a meeting with their CEO yet? Frustration flits across my father's face, and for a minute, I pity him. For all his drive and dominant tendencies, he can't bend the entire world to his bidding. He has a vision for his retirement, going out with a bang, of course, but he hasn't been able to execute it yet. We're hosting a fundraiser for his favorite charity, Save the Catalina Mountains, and our event planner asked him to make an appearance to entice participation from other big donors. His secretary made it sound like he was considering it. That's great. I'm honestly happy for him. Except I know what's coming next. "We'd like you to be here, dear," my mom chirps. "It's a really important event for your dad." "Of course," I say automatically. After a lifetime of being trotted out to society as the perfect daughter to complete the perfect family, I'm well trained. I check my parents' plates and, seeing the neatly stacked silverware, stand up. Well, I'd better get going. I have a lot of homework to do. I pick up all 3 of our plates and carry them to the kitchen, where I quickly rinse them and stack them in the dishwasher. "What about coffee?" My mom trails me into the kitchen. "Your father and I are going to have dessert." Of course, she's not going to offer me cake. And if I asked for it, I'll get a lecture about my weight. Sigh. Just another typical dinner with my parents. "No thanks, Mom. Love you." I kiss her cheek and breeze out of the kitchen. "Bye. See you. Love you," I call out as I beeline for the door. The Uber pulls in right when I walk out, so I get in and check my phone for texts. Yeah, I'm hoping to hear from Jared again, even though that doesn't make sense, even though I shouldn't want that. I shouldn't be excited about seeing him when he drops my car off. I shouldn't want to know more about his mysterious healing abilities. But he's like an addiction. Now that I've had my first taste, I can't stop thinking about him. Jared. "So when you gonna do it?" Trey asks. I lower the hood of Angelina's Toyota and use the rag to give it a polish. Tank is handling the large repairs, but I couldn't help coming to check out his work. Or maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment, wanting another whiff of Angelina's sweet scent. "Do what?" Trey rolls his eyes. "Mind wipe the dancer." He leans on the driver's side and I throw the rag at him. "Quit smudging the window." "Well, excuse me." He catches the rag in a blur of movement. "Didn't mean to mess up your girlfriend's car." "She's not my girlfriend." My gut tightens even as I say the words. Not my girl. Won't ever be my girl. I might have more muscle than brains, but I'm smart enough to know this. Too bad my wolf thinks differently. I grab my tools and start cleaning up, tossing and banging a bit more than necessary. "Damn, you've caught it bad," Trey observes. "Maybe I should take her to the leech. Over my dead body." I straighten and point a finger at the tall shifter. He's my closest friend, but right now my wolf sees only an opponent. The enemy. Competition. Trey spreads his hands. "Easy. I'm not going to go near her, but you're only delaying the inevitable." He's right. If I don't do this, Garrett will kick my ass, and then he'll order Tank or Trey to do it anyway. It sucks. She's in college. Trey lowers his voice. A mind wipe could seriously fuck her up if it's not done right. I slam down my tools, wanting to kick the cabinet for good measure. I know. "Have you—" Trey starts when a white Camaro rolls into the lot. My friend swears. "Don't tell me we've got customers." Trey heads to the door and stops in his tracks when 3 guys unfold from the car. One black-haired, one gray, and the third wears an old-fashioned hat, a fedora type that a gangster would wear, only he's so tall and skinny he looks like a scarecrow. "You called them?" "I reached out. They wanted to meet." I head to the sink to clean up. We're going to check out a space to hold the fights. Does Garrett know? He knows. My alpha isn't happy, but as more of our pack gets mated off, he sees the benefit of having an outlet for his bachelors to release their aggression. More than just breaking up brawls at Eclipse. My wolf especially needs to fight, to bleed on a regular basis. The way this situation with Angelina has me riled up, I could go 20 rounds with a Bruin right now. Trey prowls alongside me to the parking lot where the 3 visitors wait. Two of them smoke while the third, the tall one in a fedora, hangs back. "Parker," I greet the gray-haired one. Despite his hair color, he doesn't look much older than I am. He gives me a nod, expertly averts his gaze, not submissive, but not challenging. The dark-haired one tosses his butt to the ground and regards us without speaking. Declan, the Irishman. I don't remember the third guy's name, but the way he stares over our heads, twitching nervously, he's not going to say much. My wolf is uneasy as he catches their scent. It's a bit off. No wonder they're not part of any pack. Healthy shifters don't tolerate messed up ones for long. The way these guys smell, not to mention the tall ones twitching, all but the most controlled, compassionate alpha would put them down. I don't know exactly what Data X did to these guys, but from the rumors I've heard, death might be a mercy. "Glad you could make it. I didn't expect you to have time to meet. Chance to expand? We'll make time." Parker's voice is a little raspy. His eyes glow a little. His animal is close. I have no idea what his animal actually is. This doesn't make my wolf happy. But these guys helped out Sam, our pack member and a bartender at Eclipse, and Sam trusts them. "It's getting too hot for shifter fights in Cali," Declan announces in his subtle brogue. Trey frowns. "It gets pretty hot here." I nudge him in the ribs. "They're not talking about the weather." "The pit isn't as secure as we'd like," Parker says. "Men have been sniffing around." Men? I look from Declan's grim face to Parker's blank one. "Human cops." Parker wrinkles his nose. "Coming around asking about illegal fights and gambling. We think someone put them onto us, trying to flush out shifters." I thought that trouble was gone. I avoid naming Data X directly. Parker grimaces. "Not entirely." The third guy twitches so hard his fedora flies off his head. Declan lets out a dog-like whine that cuts off at a sharp shake of Parker's head. "You'd be welcome to set up fights here," I say, trying to stay nonchalant. These three might be misfits, but when it comes to booking fights and handling bets, they're the best. "Good," Parker says, and excitement surges through me. "I got a lot of animals who want to fight, and nowhere to put them." "Not to mention the bets," Declan adds. I nod. "Let's go check out the space." My wolf howls in triumph as we head to our respective rides. "Damn," Trey says, settling onto his bike next to me. "This is really happening. Shifter Fight Club. Just like we always wanted." We exchange grins, but as we roll out, mine fades. Tonight, we make a decision on the space to host the fights. Tomorrow, I have to take Angelina to a leech. He'll wipe her mind, her memory of the accident, along with who knows what else of her brain. It doesn't seem right that on the eve of realizing my dream, I'm going to ruin her life. Agent Dune. He unlocks the padlock on the fence and ducks under the plastic police tape he put up around the burned-out lab months ago. There's nothing to be found here. He's a damn good agent. He wouldn't have missed anything. But sometimes being on a site gets the wheels turning in a new direction. At least it gives him something physical to do. And a guy like him fucking needs to be physical. If only high-level agent work was all Jason Bourne-style chases and fights. It's not. It's a hell of a lot of detective work. And it's a million times harder when your superiors won't give you all the information to work with. Find the arsonists. Cover up with the locals. Information about the purpose of the lab and the government's interest in it? Redacted. Fine. They didn't want to tell him? He'd figure it the fuck out. just like he did when they left him with no resources but his own wits and a bullseye on his forehead in Afghanistan, and North Korea, and Iraq. He has a few seconds of footage from the night of the explosions. The rest was obviously redacted. But there's a partially obscured image of a white van, a shot of a couple men, and one face he recognizes from Special Forces. Nash. The guy he's been trying to find for years. He figured Nash would pop up at some point on the job. Anyone who disappears that deep is still buried in government secrets. Like him. So solving this puzzle became more interesting. More personal. Because Nash is something different. Not human. And Charlie needs to know what he is. Chapter 4. Jared. The next morning, I pull up at Angelina's in her freshly repaired Toyota. Tank was a real bro to me and got it turned around fast. I owe him one for sure. I climb out and knock on her door. I texted her, so she's expecting me, but when she comes to the door, she has a breathless, fluttery quality that makes me want to snatch her up into my arms and press her against the door for a kiss. But I'm not here for kissing. I'm here for something far more distasteful. Something she wouldn't forgive me for, if she remembered it. But, of course, she won't remember. Hi. Her lip-glossed smile beams so bright it would melt the fresh coat of paint on her car. I'm almost wounded by it, like it gets somewhere between the cracks in my chest and fills me too full of her all-good light. I lean against the doorframe to keep myself from stepping into her personal space. Hi, yourself? She steps into mine, placing her hands on my chest and tipping her face up. Oh, fates, I'm not strong enough for this. I lower my head, but don't presume, and she gives me a peck on the cheek. I'm both relieved and horrified she didn't go for my lips, because now the need to properly claim her mouth is so strong I have to take a deep breath and count to 5. It's like I'm a pup again, trying to keep myself from getting into a brawl. And my tendency to brawl is exactly one of the reasons I have to keep my mitts off this pretty little human. She's like a flower just bloomed, and I'm the weed whacker that would mow her over. I know, I should leave the metaphors to the poets. I settle for bringing my hand to her face, just briefly. I cup it and stroke my thumb along her cheekbone, my hand large and rough against her soft skin. Her eyelids flutter, registering surprise and something else I can't read. Hell, I'm surprised too. Tender caresses aren't usually my thing. I'm more of a hard fuck up against the wall type. Not that I'm not dying to go there with her too. I force myself to remove my hand and jerk my thumb toward the car. She's all fixed up, Angel. Ready to go. She beams the 1,000-watt smile at me again. Thank you. She ducks back through the door and returns with my shirt in her hand. Here. She thrusts it at me. All the blood came out. I take it from her, resisting the urge to bring it to my nose to inhale her scent on it. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. I hesitate. I'm usually way more smooth with women, but I don't want to do what I'm about to do, so I'm stalling. Oh, do you, want to come in? She steps back as if to let me through. I shake my head. No, baby, but can you drive me back to the club? And I just need to make a short stop on the way, okay? Oh. Her eyes and mouth round. She's so damn expressive, it's a wonder she didn't end up an actress, not a dancer. Of course, I'm sorry, No apologies. I jerk my head toward the car. Let's go. I smack her ass when she jogs past me with her purse slung on her shoulder. Then I instantly regret it. We're not in the nightclub, and she didn't just straddle my shoulder. This is a normal day, in front of her house, and we're not even dating. Which doesn't mean I don't watch her sexy ass sashay toward the car in front of me. Sorry, I say. That was out of line. I won't do it again. Oh, good. I thought I was going to have to call some other bouncer from Eclipse to tell you hands off. She's teasing, but the words other bouncer make my fingers curl into fists. But when she tosses a smile over her shoulder, I see she's blushing, and it does something twisty to my gut. I want to rush up behind her and catch her around the waist, press her to her car and spank her until her ass turns the same shade of pink, bite her neck and wrap my arms around her, and about a half-dozen more lurid things. Damn, this girl never fails to work her magic on me. She walks around to the driver's side, but I say, I'll drive, Angel. She turns and purses her lips into a smirk. You're the kind of guy who always has to be in control, aren't you? I shrug. Yeah. I figure honesty's the best option here. And I like to take care of you. But if you really want to drive, I'll back down. She shakes her head and walks around to the passenger side. I don't, really. When her smile wobbles, my heart clutches. Oh, baby. I walk swiftly to her side of the car and fold her into my arms, trying not to crush her against my chest. It feels so right, so necessary to hold her. Different from what I felt with other females. Have I ever needed to comfort another female? Have you driven since the accident? Are you nervous? She accepts my embrace. A little. Not nervous, really. Just, I don't know, she murmurs into my chest. It scared the crap out of me, hitting you. I feel like an ass for not thinking she'd be traumatized and then bullying her into letting me drive. She needed to get right back on the horse, and I stole that opportunity from her. I pull away and hold her arms, stroking her bare upper arms with my thumbs. You drive, Angel. I want you to feel comfortable. I lead her around to the driver's side and hold the door open. Go on. It will be fine. I'll be right beside you. I doubt having me right beside her will alleviate any anxiety, but I have to say it. The need to soothe her is so strong. My wolf, tense since the talk with Garrett, relaxes somewhat. She climbs in and turns the key. A determined expression is on her face, and I recognize that inner steel I've always known was inside her. The powerful drive in a human who appears so soft and flexible on the outside. This is the Angelina who conceived and executed the crazy idea of go-go dancers at Eclipse and wouldn't take no for an answer until Garrett agreed. Garrett, the toughest no-nonsense alpha around. The only sign of nerves I detect is the long inhale she takes before she pulls away from the curb, and then she seems to settle into driving. It's fine, right? Just like getting back on the horse? Her smile holds relief, and the way she slides her eyes over to me gets me hard. Yes. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't mean to— No apologies. I'm sorry I didn't think of it. You're really quite a gentleman, Jared. The laugh that issues from my throat has a dry scrape to it. Does that surprise you? As soon as I ask, I wish I hadn't, because I know the answer. It's the same reason my gut twisted when she said it. Of course she didn't see a gentleman in me. All she sees is the tattooed meathead that my parents always said would amount to nothing. The kid who never got his temper under control, who's not good at anything but using his fists and obeying his alpha. I'm the alpha's enforcer, the muscle that backs up Garrett's law. Above that, I'm absolutely nothing. She gives one of those adorable blushes that gets me hard. No, it's just, really coming into focus. Never mind, I didn't mean to say that. She flaps her hand and blushes harder. Damn, The fact I have her flustered thrills the dominant part of me and soothes the part that's banging against the container because I don't get to have her. I'm under her skin, at least for the moment, and I'll take it. Where am I taking you? She pulls the plump flesh of her lower lip between her teeth, and I have to adjust my cock in my pants. Downtown, to the club. But we need to make a quick stop on the way, also on Congress Street. It's hard to ignore the sticky sensation of dread in my own veins as I contemplate the errand. She nods and drives downtown, and I direct her to No Return, another nightclub up the street from Eclipse. I called ahead to arrange a meet-up with a leech there. He's a nice enough guy. I wouldn't say I trust him, but I don't distrust him either. Wolves don't trust anyone who's not pack, though. She parks and looks at me expectantly. Come in with me for just a second. I want you to meet my friend Fox. She blinks for a moment. Fuck. Either she's picking up my vibe or I'm a shitty liar. It'll be quick. But she grabs her purse. Okay. I'm sure she's wondering why I couldn't just walk from here. It's just a couple blocks to Eclipse. A guy like me shouldn't need a chauffeur. I walk around the side and catch her hand. She looks up in surprise and I shrug. I know it's inappropriate, but I'm feeling protective at the moment. Humor me, okay? Her laugh is full of surprise, and it does something crazy to my body. A flush of warmth floods my limbs. The club is closed, but I knock at the back door and it opens after a few moments. Fox, ever youthful, never changing, stands there. He's got spiky blonde hair and a faint British accent, even though he's lived in the U.S. for over 100 years. He extends a cool palm and I shake it, even though my skin crawls. Jared. Fox. I clear my throat. This is my friend Angelina. Damn it, if I don't want to say she's my girl, not my friend. Friend sounds all wrong in a way that makes me want to punch a wall or throw a table. Hi. Angelina's still picking up the weird vibe, I'm sure, because her look is attentive. Not quite wary, that would kill me, but watchful. She's trying to figure out what's off here. Fox extends his hand to take Angelina's, and when she meets his gaze, her focus goes soft, her expression blank. Son of a bitch. Seeing her under his power makes me want to hurl. What am I erasing? He murmurs, not looking away from her. White-hot anger burns through me. Toward Fox, toward Garrett for making me do this. I can scarcely make myself speak, but I manage to snap, she saw me regenerate. But then my hand snaps out of its own accord and I cover her eyes. The moment I do, she starts to struggle, probably frightened. Hey, what's going on? Nothing. Go wait outside. I release her and put my body between her and Fox. What the fuck? He grits. I can't find words because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I blink and Fox is gone. Fucking vampires. I whirl around just as Angelina screams. Actually, she starts to, but it dies on her lips as Fox takes her under his power again. No! My fist swings and connects with the side of Fox's neck, sending him flying against the wall. If he were mortal, it would have snapped his neck. But he's not. Angelina screams for real this time, and it echoes off the walls of the club. Fox traces so fast I can't see him before he punches me right in the mouth. With vampire strength, I end up on my ass on the floor, Fox standing over me. I don't make eye contact. Vampire tricks shouldn't work on shifters, but you never know. I'm not taking any chances. I surge up and lunge for his waist, but he's already traced to the door, the one Angelina opened. He slams it shut on her and she shrieks again. The terror in her voice makes me see red. I pick up one of the round tables that line the wall and swing it at Fox. He traces away. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" His voice comes from behind me. He's leaning up against the wall with his arms folded over his chest like he's been there for a long time. Fucking tricksy leech. If she didn't need to be wiped before, she sure as hell does now. He traces again when I hurl the table. It smacks the wall and makes a hole in the plaster. "You fucking look at her again, and I'll run a stake right through your heart, vampire," I growl. "Vampire," Angelina whispers on a gasp and shoves the back door open. "Vampires don't exist." She's running before her feet hit the pavement. Smart girl. I whirl around, certain Fox will be gone, tracing after her, but he's in the same spot. She saw me. She knows. "I know," I choke. I don't want to start a vampire shifter war here. Fox was doing me the favor, and I just fucked with him big time, not to mention the damage to the club. I must look as poleaxed as I feel, because Fox's ancient blue eyes hold compassion. "You have 24 hours to figure your shit out. You know the laws. No loose ends." I don't stay to argue. Angelina's out there, terrified. I take off after her. "Angelina!" She doesn't stop. I catch up right before she makes it to her car, and I catch her around the waist. "Wait, baby!" She slams her heel back into my shin, then stomps down on the top of my foot, cracking the bones. At some point, my little dancer had self-defense training. For some reason, it makes me grin like a maniac to have her attack me. But I remove my hands from her and hold them up. "Easy, easy. Take it easy, Angelina. I'm sorry." She goes still, but remains facing the car. "I know you're scared. I know you're confused. I fucked up, big time. But I'm not going to hurt you. I promise. And I won't let anyone else hurt you either." When she finally turns, tears shimmer in her eyes. It tears my chest wide open. Then, without warning, she dives for the door of her car. I'm the biggest asshole in the world because I slam my hand down on it to hold it closed. "Don't run. Please don't run from me. The only way I can make this work is if we trust each other." I don't even know what I'm saying, but I guess on some level it's true. If Angelina bolts out of here, I will have no choice but to send Fox after her immediately. And if she doesn't? That part I don't know. I still should bring her in to Fox. My alpha gave me an order. Fox gave me a deadline. But I'll be damned if I can do it. Angelina. "Vampires don't exist. Vampires don't exist. Vampires don't exist. Oh my God, do vampires exist?" I'm shaking all over. If she didn't need to be wiped before, she sure as hell does now. I'm not sure what just happened in there, but I think Jared brought me here to have my memory wiped, or my brain wiped, and then he changed his mind. Either way, I'm not sticking around to find out. There's a vampire in there who would probably be perfectly happy to suck me dry, and now I don't trust Jared. That's the part that hurts. And I don't want to stand here and let him see how badly either. When he slams his big paw across my car door, I duck under his arm and try to run for it. Stupid move. He catches me before I've taken 2 steps. He hooks an arm around my waist and lifts my feet from the ground. I thrash and kick, trying to get my heels high enough to nail him where it will count. "Angelina! Angelina! Oof!" Yep, I need him in the nuts. He reacts, but isn't as disabled as I'd hoped. I go for his eyes like they taught us in self-defense. My fingernail scrapes the skin of his cheek, but he catches both my wrists and pulls them behind my back. "Okay, okay." And then it's like he's trying not to laugh, which sends my temper through the roof. "Baby, please stop fighting." I definitely hear laughter in his voice. "It's not funny. I snarl, kicking with my heels against his shins again. He jumps back, still holding me by my pinned wrists. I know it's not. I know. We continue to wrestle, me kicking, him dodging. You're just so damn adorable, and it turns me on when you fight. I'm sorry. Please, Angelina. He picks me up and sits me on the hood of my car, crowding up between my legs. He still has my wrists pinned, but instead of wrestling, he's going for an embrace. At least I think he is. He drops his face down into my hair and breathes deeply. And stays there. I'm frozen. I don't know what the hell to do. He nuzzles my cheek, the scruff of his 5 o'clock shadow brushing my cheek. Our breaths mingle in short pants. I swear I can hear both our hearts hammering as one. He eases his hold on my wrists and slowly pulls away, like he's testing to see if I'll run again. I draw my hand back and slap his face, as hard as I can. He doesn't look surprised. It's as if he saw it coming and decided to let it fall. My eyes water and I slap him a second time. Again he lets me. And he has the grace to look sorry now, instead of laughing. The tears track down my face. Tell me what happened in there, I demand, swiping at them with the back of one hand. You brought me to a vampire? Why? Fox has superpowers too. He can wipe someone's memory. But why? Things are so surreal, my mind is whirring. I can practically hear things clicking into place. The accident. Your superpowers. You don't want me to remember. You brought me to a vampire to erase my memory. He closes his eyes and leans his forehead against mine. Yeah. What are you, Jared? My voice cracks. Not a vampire. If I'm perfectly honest with myself, I'd realize I'm terrified to hear his answer. His large hand cups the back of my neck, not threatening, soothing. His thumb rubs tiny circles on my skin. Shifter. Werewolf. Werewolf? That's impossible. He blinks and his eyes light with an inner fire. Like, seriously, they're glowing. No, I half gasp, half moan. I'm losing my mind. No, you're not. You're perfect. I'm the freak. My mind feels sluggish. So your superpowers? Speed, strength, super healing, and sometimes I get hairy. Hairy? I turn into a wolf. Oh my God. We're standing here discussing the impossible, vampires and werewolves, but it all makes sense. I should want to run screaming, but his honesty calms me down. But you can't know any of this, Angelina. I hear frustration in his voice. The memory of him hurling a table at the vampire flashes back. The level of violence in there sickened me. But despite the fact that he was the one who brought me there, he'd also been my protector. I'm still trembling, and it only gets worse with his admission. Please, just let me go. I mean it when I say it, but the thought of him releasing me, of me getting in my car and driving away, actually frightens me more. I don't want to be alone right now. Even though he's the one who scared me, there's a solidity to having him here, a certain comfort. And I definitely deserve more explanation. I can't do that, Angelina. His voice is heavy. Then what are you going to do with me? It's barely more than a whisper. I don't know. He scoops his forearm under my ass and lifts me so I straddle his waist. My arms automatically loop around his neck for balance. Even though I want to reject him, reject this, it feels sort of nice. Take me home. I do my best to keep the wobble out of my voice, to sound demanding rather than needy. because despite the trembling, my body has come alive against his, heat building everywhere we're in contact. Yeah, baby. I'll take you home. He walks around to the driver's side, but instead of opening the door, he traps my body against the car, his hard cock nesting right between my legs, his lips melding to mine. I should push him away, punish him for what he's done to me, but my lips have their own idea. I kiss him back, then assert myself by nipping one of his lips. He laughs against my mouth and goes right back to kissing me. Damn. Despite my resistance, every twist of his lips, every nudge of his hips fuels me. Power ebbs back into my limbs, builds with the heat in my core. His hands turn rough, fingers kneading my thighs, squeezing the parts of my ass that are accessible. His tongue sweeps inside my mouth and he consumes me, licking, sucking, nipping, kissing. When he breaks the kiss, I'm panting. I slap him a third time. There's no downside to it, really. It satisfies me and only amuses him. He smiles and captures my hand, bringing it to his lips. I'll take you home, baby, on one condition. What's that? I shove my hair out of my eyes, trying to stop the world from spinning. You invite me in. I don't know why that makes my nose burn again. His recent betrayal still cuts me, I guess. Hey. I don't know how he sees my emotions so clearly, but he does. I'm not making any presumptions here. I'm not asking to come to your bed. I lost your trust, and I'm going to have to earn it back. I know that. I just think we need to talk. I owe you an explanation, at least. I blink rapidly and bob my head, not trusting my voice for speech. Regret washes over Jared's face, and he kisses my forehead, then eases me to my feet and settles me in the passenger seat of the car. When he gets in, he scrubs my face with his hand before starting up my car. I fold my arms across my chest and stare straight ahead. Neither of us speaks for the short ride home. At my place, he opens the door with my keys and lets us both in. Why did he want to come in? For a moment, 100 frightening scenarios run through my head, and I take a few steps back. He holds up his hands, palms out. I'm not going to hurt you. Why are you here, then? Something about his request doesn't add up. I'm here to monitor you, I guess. I can't have you calling anyone telling them what happened. I need you to understand what's at stake. I give a single nod. Okay, that makes sense. I wrap my arms around my waist and perch on the arm of the couch. So talk. He sits on the ottoman and waves a hand toward the couch. Please, sit down. Fine. I sit down and he immediately scoots the ottoman forward until he's sitting right across from me. Angelina, I just want to say I'm sorry. I give a single nod. Thank you. And you should know you were never in any danger, okay? I took you to get the memory of seeing me heal wiped. That was it. I purse my lips. Then why did you stop him? Guilt flickers over Jared's face and he rubs his forehead. It didn't feel right. I didn't like seeing you under his spell. He sounds reluctant to admit it. Something shifts and rearranges inside my chest. I'm protective of you, Angelina. The thing that moved warms. I was obeying orders from my alpha, but I couldn't follow through with it, and then I overreacted. But I promise you, no matter how it looked in there, no harm would have come to you. Fox wasn't going to hurt you. I'll never hurt you. I pinch my lips together because it feels like I'm going to cry again. Okay, I say on an exhale. I believe you. Jared's face transforms, the lines of tension easing, surprise lifting his brows. You do? I nod. Yeah. Come here, baby. I don't move, but he plucks me from the couch and pulls me onto his lap. He buries his face in my hair and kisses my shoulder. Okay. He sounds relieved. Good. So now what? His arms around me tighten and the thread of tension is back. Now, he sighs. I don't know. Is there any chance you'd willingly go back to get your memories wiped? All of this? I try to lurch off his lap, but he catches me and pulls me back down. Easy. I'm not going to make you. I'm just exploring possibilities. No chance, I say firmly. No chance in hell. He chuckles. Smart woman. And I love your fire, baby. Couldn't I just promise never to tell anyone? Take your secret to the grave? He's silent for a moment, then he says, Yeah, I'll need that promise from you, baby. I swivel on his hard thighs to look him in the eye. I swear to God I'll never tell. I cross my heart and hold up 3 fingers, Girl Scout style. His lips twitch and he grabs my fingers and pulls them to his lips. His kiss is soft, so much more tender than I imagined him capable of. Now you swear to me you won't do it. I hold his gaze. He hesitates and disappointment runs through me thick and cold. But then he nods. I promise I won't wipe you or let anyone else wipe you unless you consent. His phone rings and I take the opportunity to jump off his lap. Not because I haven't warmed back up to him, more because I have. This man is dangerously attractive to me. He curses and stands up. Hey, he speaks into the phone. No, not exactly. I hear a loud male voice on the other end and Jared sends a quick glance my way. Is it about me? I ask. He holds up his hand, like he's telling me to wait, and walks out my front door. I hear him out on the porch, but I can't hear what he's saying. Jared. What in the fuck do you mean, not exactly? Were my orders not clear? Not surprisingly, Garrett's pissed. I walk a few paces away from Angelina's place. I didn't feel right about having that leech in her brain. I don't give a shit what felt right to you, an order's an order. This is pack law, and you know it. I don't care. I'm so far out of line I could be banished, but I don't give a fuck now. I've already made my choice. I can't, won't, obey my alpha. I'm going to have to face the music now, whatever it is. Anyone touches her, anyone tries to wipe her, and I'll fucking kill them. That goes for Fox. That even goes for you. There. I've definitely dug my grave. He can banish me if he wants. I'll take Angelina with me and protect her until the day I die. Part of me fucking loves that idea, as awful as it is. An excuse to bind Angelina to me. Garrett goes deadly silent. My heart thunders in my chest and I have to work to keep from crushing the phone in my fist. If I didn't hear Garrett's sharp inhale on the other side, I'd think he'd already crushed his. He goes through phones faster than I can eat a box of Girl Scout cookies. Are you telling me she's your mate? Garrett's voice is low and laced with danger. I close my eyes, drawing in a breath, thankful the moon won't be full for another 2 weeks. I'm barely keeping my wolf in check with the threat to Angelina. No, I say at last, even though saying yes would solve this problem. I can't fucking mate Angelina. She's a sweet little human. The mating bite would probably kill her, and definitely scar her delicate neck. Ballerinas don't have hideous scars on their necks, nor do they take beefy tattooed meatheads for mates, boyfriends, whatever. Angelina has big aspirations and a bright future. There's no way I could take all that from her. It's not right. But I also made her a promise. I said I wouldn't let them wipe her. So where does that leave me? What are you fucking telling me, Jared? I go for total honesty, because Garrett would see through anything else. Listen, I don't know. This girl means something to me. I wish it weren't the case, but it is. Garrett goes silent again. When he speaks, his voice is tense. I'm gonna give you 2 weeks. Figure it out. Either mark her and claim her as your own, or wipe her. In the meantime, you stick to her like glue. Make sure she doesn't talk. Understand? I shouldn't feel relieved. 2 weeks isn't going to solve this fucking mountain of a problem, but I am. It's 2 weeks I get to spend with Angelina. 2 weeks before... Fuck. Loud and clear. Good. And don't think I'm not going to fuck you up when I see you next. I smile because, well, I love Garrett. And I don't care if he pounds me into the ground, because I deserve it. Yeah, I know. Thanks. I still have Fox to deal with. He gave me 24 hours. She knows about him too? My limbs go heavy. Yeah. I'll talk to him. Tell him we have it handled. Thanks, bud. Jared. Yeah? Good luck, my friend. I give a harsh bark of laughter. Thanks. I'll need it. Yeah, you will. I'm not even sure what he means, but I remember how crazy he went before he marked his human mate. Trey and I had to hold him back to keep him from attacking her during the full moon. Does he think I want to mark Angelina? I haven't had the urge, but then I haven't had sex with her yet. And the fates know she brings up all kinds of terrible desires in me. Fuck. My wolf probably does want to claim her. But it's not going to happen, because 1, I'm a shifter, 2, I'm a fuck-up, 3, she's way out of my league. Even if we could get past the mating mark thing, girls like her don't belong with guys like me. I walk back inside and find Angelina walking out of the bathroom brushing her teeth. It's such a normal act of domesticity, but it goes straight to my dick, like everything she does. The idea of seeing her like this, as if we're living together, rocks me. You want the good news or the bad news? I ask. She bites the toothbrush to speak. Good news. I grin like an idiot because she looks so damn cute. Good news is you've been given a stay of execution. I hold up my hand when her eyes go wide. It's a figure of speech, that's all. I have time to figure this out. What is the bad news? She asks, toothbrush still clenched between her teeth. You've got a new shadow. I have to stick with you for a little while, just until we're sure you won't talk. I expect her to tell me no fucking way, maybe slap me again, which shouldn't turn me on so much, but it does. Instead, she blushes right up to the roots of her beautiful red hair. Stick with me how? Stay here? I nod. Don't worry, I'll take the couch. I'm not here to force myself on you, just to... I stop. Just to what? Decide if she's my mate? Reconcile myself to wiping her? Find out how fucking hard it is to spend the night under the same roof as her without pounding between her legs for every minute of it? She raises her eyebrows. Just to make sure, like I said. She backs up toward the bathroom, pinning me with a thoughtful look. What's going on in that beautiful head of hers? Fine, she says before rounding the corner and spitting into the sink. I hear the water running, but I can't stop myself from following her. I lean against the doorframe. You know, every time you tell me fine with that pouty voice, I want to spank your cute little ass until you squeal. Her lips part and she stops drying her hands on the towel, as if I shocked her into stillness. I try to keep myself from looking, but the stiff points of her nipples poke through her thin t-shirt, and I smell the scent of her arousal. I'd give anything to fuck her now. It wouldn't be hard to win her over either. She's already halfway there, just from my crude threat. But I'm not going to do it. Garrett didn't assign me to stay here to get in her shorts, no matter how much they fucking turn me on. And she deserves better than me. So much better. I'll let you off the hook this time, I drawl, giving her what I consider my most charming smirk. But consider yourself warned. I saunter away, because if I stay a minute longer, she's going to find out firsthand just how badly I want to get those shorts off her. But I hear her breathless reply as I walk down the hall. I will. Chapter 5. Angelina. I don't know how I managed to sleep at all. I dreamed all night about a beefy werewolf coming in my room and pinning me down, forcing my legs wide and pleasuring me with his mouth and fingers until I scream myself hoarse. Living with Jared in the house is going to be next to impossible. I hear him rummaging in the kitchen, so I pull a pair of shorts on under my sleep shirt and pad out to the kitchen. I find him looking through my cabinets, appearing disgruntled. He's even bigger and more impressive in the morning. His muscles stretch his fitted t-shirt and jeans like a work of art. The dancer in me wants to climb all over him like a living jungle gym. What are you looking for? I ask. He closes a cabinet door and frowns. Coffee. I was going to make you coffee to start your day. Or don't you drink it? I shake my head, trying to tamp down the pleasure at hearing he wants the coffee for me, not himself. Not unless I buy it from Starbucks. I usually make a smoothie in the morning. You want one? He appears surprised. Yeah, that'd be nice. I walk past him to the refrigerator and start taking out ingredients. What do you usually have for breakfast? I'm picturing him as a steak and eggs kind of guy, considering he's a wolf. Speaking of wolf, I thought of a million questions to ask him, but I don't know if he's receptive to answering, considering I'm not supposed to know anything. Oh, I'm a can of Red Bull and anything else in sight kind of guy. There's a self-deprecation in his tone that I hate, although I can't put my finger on why it bothers me so much. It's kind of like he's assuming I'm going to judge. I bustle past him and start throwing stuff into the blender. Frozen wild blueberries, organic raspberries, a dash of pure cherry juice, a banana, a couple handfuls of spinach, gelatin for my protein, spirulina, water, and a squeeze of lemon. I blend it up and pour it into 2 tumblers with lids and straws. When I hand Jared his, he wears this heavy-lidded gaze, like smoothie making is some kind of erotic art form. Thanks. His deep voice sends butterflies fluttering in my belly. He chugs it down in 3 gulps and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. Delicious. Thank you, beautiful. I'm going to jump in the shower. Don't let me slow you down. He lays that charming grin on me, the one that causes girls at the club to flash their boobs and make utter fools of themselves. I spin around and head for the bathroom, quick, before I join that club. Of course, the entire time I'm in the shower, I'm thinking of him, imagining what would happen if he decided to barge in. Did I purposely leave the door unlocked? I fear I did. But he doesn't come in, which is a good thing, considering I have classes all day. Still, I'm unbelievably self-conscious as I run from the bathroom to my bedroom in nothing but a towel. Why didn't I bring my clothes into the bathroom with me? I'm pretty sure I hear Jared chuckle as I shut my door, which makes it all the worse. I shouldn't let him get me flustered in my own home. I throw on my dance clothes and pull a pair of shorts and t-shirt over my tights and leotard. My hair goes up into 2 buns on the top of my head, antennae style, not the Princess Leia style. When I come out, Jared's holding up a wall in the front room, looking at his phone. He drags in a long, slow breath when he sees me, eyes devouring me like I'm sex on a stick, not a dorky bunhead who has to dress out for ballet first thing in the morning. Well, I guess he is the big bad wolf. And that thought shouldn't get me so wet. Okay, so I have classes all day. I won't be home until 6 or so. I raise my eyebrows at him. He takes my keys from my hand and locks the door after us. Great, I'll drive. I stop walking. Wait, what? Did you think I'd just meet you back here at 6? No, baby, I'm your shadow. I go where you go. He walks toward my car. You can't go to classes with me, I splutter. He stops at the driver's side and leans on the roof of the car. His grin is wicked. I can, yes. I arch a brow. Oh, really? You're going to take ballet? I'll wait outside. So how do you know I won't tell someone during class? This is stupid, Jared. You can't be with me every minute of the day. You don't need to come to school with me. I have my orders. I'm to stick to you like glue. He gives my body an up and down sweep. And that suits me just fine. The flutters in my belly make it hard to maintain a hard line. I have to admit there's something appealing about having Jared as an attachment. But it's also utterly ridiculous. I cock a hip. You can't. You won't fit in. What will I tell people? His smile falters, and I have the brief impression I've hurt him, although I can't fathom why. Tell them I'm your bodyguard. Come on, get in. You're going to be late for class. You don't even know when my class is, I protest, but he's right. I do, actually. I checked your phone and shared your calendar. I fish out my phone and stare at it. And what, did you bug it too? When he doesn't answer, my jaw drops. Are you serious? I'm suddenly scared again. I'm in way over my head with an organization, a species, I don't even understand. I thought I could trust Jared, but now I'm not sure. Hey. As usual, he picks up my vibe. Calm down. What did I promise you? I clutch my bag so tight my knuckles turn white. I don't know, I mutter snap. You're safe with me. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. As long as I don't tell. I say it as a statement, not a question. He nods. As long as you don't tell. And if I do? Jared's face clouds, the line of his jaw becomes more defined. You can't. His tone brooks no opposition. There's no wheedling or calming. He's telling me like it is. I blow out a shaky breath. Are you thinking about telling someone? There's an edge of danger in his tone, something I haven't heard before. The guy is huge, and I've already seen what he's capable of in his short tussle with the vampire. But in this moment, it becomes infinitely clear that he's deadly. My heart pounds against my ribs. Are you? His tone is sharper than a knife. No! I'm both offended and angry, and still scared shitless. Jared relaxes against the seat back, the one he pushed all the way into the back seat to get in, but a furrow still clouds his brow. I don't like to smell fear on you, baby. His hands tighten on the wheel, like he's holding on to keep from reaching for me. I'm sorry I scared you. My mind swirls with a million unfinished thoughts. The only coherent one that floats to the surface is he can smell my fear? Sure, he says. I guess I asked it out loud. And your arousal. I flush and shoot a glance at him. His lips twitch and I want to punch him. What this man does to me. I don't slap or punch people, ever. I usually park all the way up on 5th Street and walk. You can't park on campus, I inform him, to change the subject. But he turns, pulling right onto campus and stopping in front of the dance building. You're late. Go on in. I'll park and meet you after your class. I get out and lean my head in the door. I have classes here all day. Seriously, just come back at 4. He shakes his head. I'll be there after ballet. I roll my eyes. Fine, I say, before I remember his words last night. His grin is borrowed straight from the devil himself. Now you're in for it. I slam the door and stomp up the stairs, my face burning red, but already tingling thinking about his promised spanking. Jared. There's a special kind of torture for males who dare imagine they're worthy of a ballerina. It's the body-hugging garments they wear that pass for clothing. I'm standing outside the door of Angelina's ballet class, peeking through the window and dying. Literally, I'm dying. My cock is rock hard, especially because now I'm thinking about spanking her, and I don't know if I'll make it through the day without letting off some steam. A group of girls in leotards and tights gather outside the studio, plopping on the floor and spreading their legs wide to stretch in preparation for the next class. Some of them appear appropriately scandalized to see me here, what I'd expect from the virginal masses of uptight dancers. But some eye me with the bold looks I'm used to getting at the club, gazes traveling over my muscles and tattoos. It's that fascination with the bad boy that makes even good girls make poor decisions. Are you waiting for someone? One of them pipes up. Yep. Who? Angelina, the redhead. I nod to the window where the dancers are in poses similar to the one of the Romeo and Juliet ballet poster on the wall I'm leaning against. Oh yeah, she's great. I love Angelina, one of them gushes, getting even flirtier, even though I just named my female. She is, I murmur, watching my girl spin in 4 consecutive circles on shoes that let her stand right on her toes. Her legs are a mile long and pure muscle. Her body, a work of art. This is a different Angelina than the one I've seen at the club. She's serious and precise, perfect in every move, and rather unhappy looking. I sure as hell hope it's not because I'm here. A door at the front of the studio opens and dancers spill out along with strains of fancy music. Classical or some shit. Angelina! One of the girls near me squeals. Over here! Angelina takes one look at me and her lips tighten. Damn it. I am definitely bringing her down. She marches over and I half expect her to march right past, but instead she lands right up against my body, face upturned, as if for a kiss. An angry kiss. No. Possessive. She's marking me in front of her friends. Hot alpha female. Let it never be said I wasted an opportunity. My lips are on hers before she can blink. It's not a peck either. I devour her mouth like a starving man, ignoring the twitters of laughter from the gaggle of dancers around us. When I release Angelina, her lips are swollen, eyes glazed. I wrap my hand around her nape and lean down to murmur in her ear. You've staken your claim, baby. She lifts her chin in that adorably stubborn pose I've come to adore. Maybe. And with that, she sachets off, leaving me to follow after her. I don't hurry, sauntering behind her, getting my fill of the swing of her ass, the flex of her muscular thighs. She stops and bends over a drinking fountain, even though she's carrying a half-full water bottle. Giving me a show. I arrive behind her and make an approving noise in my throat. because I'm fairly certain that's what she wants. I happen to know her next class isn't for 40 minutes, which gives me time to get my hands on her, if I can just get her someplace alone. Unfortunately, I'm still attracting stares from every human in the building. I bump up behind Angelina and wrap one arm around her waist, pulling her back against my body so she can feel my solid erection. Baby, take me somewhere private and I'll reward you properly for offering up that kiss. I half expect her to shut me down, but her eyes dart around and then she grabs my hand, pulling me down an empty hallway. She tries a door and finds it locked, then tries another one. It opens. I follow her in and shove her against the wall beside the door. That way, no one can see us through the window, and I can stop the door from opening if anyone tries. I have the front of her leotard down in seconds, bra cups peeled off and my mouth over one of her rosy nipples. One hand squeezes her breast while the other rubs between her legs. I go right up her shorts, investigating the outline of her pussy through her leotard and tights. Baby, I want to shred these tights with my teeth, I confess. No, she pants. Please don't. She pushes at my chest, and I force myself to draw back. I may be aggressive, but I sure as hell don't force myself on women. But my little ballerina drops to her knees, head tipped up, gaze on my face. My nostrils flare and I automatically reach for the outline of my cock in my jeans. She undoes my button and makes a sexy show of dragging down the zipper. All the while I'm biting my knuckles to keep from groaning. She doesn't say a word. Neither of us do. She takes my cock out and wraps her slender fingers around the base. The minute her lips part, pre-cum leaks out. I'm about 2 seconds from spending, which isn't like me. I pride myself on stamina. But apparently I have none where this girl is concerned. Especially considering I've been blue-balled for her for days now. Fuck, Angel, I grit when she licks around the head. You're going to get off easy, because I'm about 2 pumps away from coming. I love the satisfied smile she flashes right before she takes me deep. Oh, fates. My balls tighten up, thighs go rigid. I grasp the back of her head and pump into her mouth like a total jackass. I can't help myself. I need relief so bad I'm going blind. Angelina, I choke, trying not to shove all the way down her throat. She tightens her hold on my cock and jacks her fist. Her tongue swirls on the underside of my member, lips suction tight. Baby. I give her control again, and she pumps her mouth in concert with her fist, making it feel like she's taken my full length. Fuck. Fuck yes. I'm going to come, I warn her so she can pop off, but she stays on, sucking hard enough to pull the chrome off a bumper. I come in her devastating hot mouth, my eyes rolling back in my head. She sucks me clean and stands up while I shove my cock back in my jeans. God damn. I snag her nape and pull her face up to mine. Remind me to threaten the welfare of your tights again. She gives a surprised laugh that lights up her face and I drink it in, still riding the euphoria of my release. Well, your boner was looking pretty painful. I grin. I can't help it. You're more dressed at the nightclub, and you already know how I feel about what you wear there. She laughs, a husky sound that revives my cock far too soon. It seems I'm going to be perma-hard for this girl. You sure it wasn't seeing all the dancers out there? There's a pointedness to the question, and I don't forget her little show of jealousy in the hallway. It's important I set her straight. No, baby, just you. Her tits are still hanging out, and I pinch both nipples gently. But you're welcome to stake a public claim on me any time. I sure as hell enjoyed it. She blushes, but she's still smiling, and I steal a brief kiss. Don't think this will get you out of your spankin' later, though. She flushes a deeper red, but leans right up against me. I cup her ass and pull her hips up on mine. Do werewolves have girlfriends? The question is so innocent, but it's loaded. For both of us. I ease off my grip on her ass and sag against the wall. No. It fucking kills me to say it, especially when I see her expression shudder. Not with humans. Oh. She busies herself with putting her tits away, and I want to smash my own face in. Listen, no, you don't have to say anything. Her voice sounds forced. I knew you weren't the boyfriend type from the beginning. That's why I was putting on the brakes. I curl my fingers into my palms to keep from reaching for her. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to respect your boundaries. It's just really fucking hard. Humans don't usually tweak me as much as you do. This earns me eye contact again, which comes as a visceral relief. I tweak you? I drag my lower lip through my teeth. So fucking much. I adjust my cock, which is already growing again. But I'll give it a rest. Thanks for taking the edge off. She pinches my nipple through my t-shirt. It's a sassy move, considering I'm the guy who likes to be the aggressor, but I let her do it. Well, I should get to class. Yeah. I open the door for her and let her go through it, but I don't follow. She needs her space, as much as I can give it. I wait until she's almost around the corner before I leave the room. Damn it. It feels like I just swallowed a round of lead. Agent Dune. Facial recognition software pulls absolutely nothing on the faces he has from the lab bombing, including Nash's. It's almost as if they've been buried on purpose. But by whom? His superiors? Or someone on their side? It would take some extremely sophisticated security hacks to be able to fuck with their system, but he's learned never to underestimate anyone. Never underestimate, never make assumptions. You have to stay open to crazy fucking possibilities if you want the real answers. If he wouldn't have written things off as impossible back when he first saw something unreal about Nash, he might have learned something about his past. What his father was. What happened to him. So he wasn't going to let the chance slip this time. He'd find the bombers, yeah. But he also was going to uncover whatever fucking secret was being kept at those blown-up labs. Whatever Data X had been up to. Genetic engineering was his guess. And more than one party wanted it covered up. More than one party has a stake in it. An incoming alert makes him return his focus to the facial screens. A match. He read the file. One Parker Jones, picked up for questioning related to illegal betting in San Diego. Subject did not cooperate. Suspected of organizing cage fights and serving as bookie for said fights. Well, looks like he has a suspect to stake out. He gathers his equipment and already packed bag, checks his weapons, and leaves the small government-provided safe house. Parker Jones, prepare to give me some fucking answers. Chapter 6. Angelina. Turn left here, I direct Jared. He's insisted on driving again, but I'm fine with it because A, I get curbside pickup, B, he stayed out of my way, plus picked up lunch for me, Remy, and Talia. C, all the catty dancers are jealous. Of course, now everyone thinks he and I are a couple. Too bad werewolves don't date. So what? You can have sex with humans, but we're not good enough for a relationship. Damn it. I was trying to hold that question in. Now I sound like a love-scorned shrew. The look Jared shoots me is pure misery, which makes it even worse. No, baby, that's not it. I wait as he seems to struggle for words. Wolves are violent. You might call us primitive. Me, especially. When a wolf mates, it's usually for life. He bites his female to mark her and permanently embed his scent into her skin, to warn other males away. Once wolves are mated, the possessiveness doesn't fade. That's why I say it's usually for life. Even if a couple doesn't get along, a wolf would never let his mate go. He'd follow her to the ends of the earth. The attraction never fades. I stare at Jared in shock, trying to decide if he's purposely trying to warn me off. He shrugs. So yeah, I can't drag you into something like that. You might not even survive the mating bite. I try to ignore the pleasure tingling through me at the way he's talking, as if he's even considered mating me. I mean, in human terms, we're talking marriage, not dating. But I appreciate the fact that he's not willing to lead me along when there's no chance of a long-term future. I'm also trying to ignore the fact that his description of a wolf's possessiveness turns me on. It shouldn't. It should definitely scare me. I mean, what if the guy was abusive? That would be a legitimate nightmare. But what if he was charming and considerate, protective to a fault? What if he looked at you like you were the most fascinating creature he'd ever seen? Couldn't keep his hands off you? I'm not sure I'd be sad about being tied to that situation for the rest of my life. I mean, hell, if it weren't for the biting part, I might be ready to sign up right now. Of course, there's the not-so-small issue of my parents never accepting a guy like Jared. I direct Jared to turn into the parking lot of my grandma's nursing home. I visit her every Monday and Thursday. She's my dad's mom, and Lord knows he doesn't make time to see her. Just like he never made time for me growing up. All that man does is work. But I don't just come out of guilt or obligation. When she's lucid, she's awesome to be around. But sometimes I show up and she's confused, even belligerent. Often she's as cranky as a toddler. I definitely don't want Jared to witness this. Where are we? He asks. I ignore the question. You can just drop me off here. I point to the front circular drive. He frowns. Come back in an hour. He ignores my directive and parks in the lot. When he starts to open his door, I snap, You're not coming in. He arches a brow, that hint of a grin around his lips telling me he would love a challenge from me. I go for pure honesty. I don't want you to come in. You can wait here if you want, but... I abandon all pride and turn on my begging eyes. Okay? He sinks back into the seat and nods. I won't take long, I promise, then kick myself, because why should I rush? I didn't ask for an escort. Take your time, baby. I'll be here. Okay, thanks. I swing my purse over my shoulder and head in, not sure what I'll get today. Jared. I dial Parker's number. He and his friends headed back to San Diego to line up both fighters and attendees for the first Tucson matches. The warehouse is ours. Yeah? Yeah, I rented the whole block of them so we won't have any trouble from neighbors either. We'll get the cage installed this week. Good. We can come down this weekend to take a look. What else do you need? Betters. Lots of them. Start getting the word out. Shifters only. Any animal. Call all your connections, my friend. The more attendees, the more money to be had. For us and the fighters. I understand. I'll get on it. I know the money will be good, and that part is exciting, but for me, this isn't just about getting rich. My animal craves violence. When can we schedule the first fight? Let's do it a week from Sunday. That gives me time to line up all the fighters. Are you willing to go in the cage? Does a bear shit in the woods? I ask. If it were Trey, I'd ask if the Pope shit in the woods or if the bear wore a pointy hat, because we like to mix our stupid sayings to crack each other up. Good. How about your packmates? I'm sure they'd all be in, but I'll ask around. How many do you need? At least 4. We can bill it as California versus Arizona for the first one. My fighters against yours. Perfect. I'll round it up. Thanks, Parker. We'll be there this Saturday to touch base, Parker says. Sounds good. We'll be ready. I hang up. I have to admit, I feel more than a little dirty organizing cage fights in Angelina's car. It's like I'm sullying her just by thinking about violent business, which is exactly why I'm bad for her. I climb out and head into the building. I know Angelina doesn't want me to go in, and I want to give her space, but I also need to keep an eye on her. Not that I think she's going to tell. Oh hell, who am I kidding? I crave contact with her. I want to know everything about this girl, including who she visits in this nursing home. A grandparent, presumably. But why doesn't she want me along? Oh, right. Because I'm not the kind of guy you bring home to Mama. I knew that all along, and yet remembering it in this moment hits me like a right hook to the jaw. A sweet-looking older receptionist stops me at the front desk, so I turn on the charm. I'm just here with Angelina Baker. Do you know which way she went? Oh, sure. She's visiting her grandmother in room 115. She smiles and points down the hall. I smile back and give her a little wave as I head that way. I'm not going to bother Angelina. I'll just wait outside. When I get to the room labeled Pearl Baker, the door is open and an elderly woman, presumably her grandma, is yelling at her. I'm not taking those pills. They're trying to kill me here. Those pills make me lose my brain power. Haven't you noticed how it's diminished since I moved in? Angelina says something soft and placating and thrusts a spoonful of what looks like applesauce at her grandmother. I said no! The old woman bats the spoon to the floor and splatters Angelina with applesauce. Even though she's not in danger, I start forward involuntarily. Must protect. My wolf gets so fucking antsy around her. Grandma! Angelina jumps up, grabbing a napkin. She sees me in the doorway before I can pull back, so I walk in. I might as well try to help if I can. I dial my charm level up to 10 and beam it straight at the old woman. Who's this beautiful lady? I saunter in the room, hands in my pockets so I don't look threatening. The old woman glares at me for a moment, but her face clears as she takes me in. Then, I swear to the fates, she beams at me. Well, hello there, young man. It doesn't matter what age. I recognize the flirt. Hi, Mrs. Baker. Jared. Angelina says my name in a grumble. Do you know this young man, Angelina? Yes, Grandma. He's a friend of mine. Are you ready to take your pills? I pick up the tiny plastic cup filled with various colored pills. I'll get another spoon. Well, the old woman looks from me to Angelina. I don't like to take them. I have a spoon, Angelina chirps. She picks up the pill from the floor and cleans it with a napkin. I take the spoon and the pill from her and scoop another bite of applesauce. Here you go, Mrs. Baker. I hold it up to her mouth and give a wink, like I'm offering something secret and fun. Oh, she giggles. Yes, giggles. It's adorable. Call me Pearl. She takes the bite without another protest and swallows it down. Sit down with me, young man. How do you know my Angelina? You don't look like one of those boy dancers. Grandma! I sit down beside the old woman and scoot her chair closer to me. No, I'm not a dancer. I'm a bouncer. Do you know what that is? She actually reaches out and squeezes my biceps. Oh, yes. I'll bet that's how you met my granddaughter, isn't it? Were you protecting her from the nasty boys? Angelina stifles a laugh. Yes, ma'am. That's my job, but I'd do it even if it wasn't. Your granddaughter is special to me. Angelina goes still, and her grandmother's face blooms into a wrinkled smile. She pats my arm. That's right. She is. I'm glad you've seen it. You're the first boy she's brought around in a long time, and the only one who's worth his salt. Grandma, Angelina admonishes. I throw her a wink. Now, tell me something, Pearl. Do you have any more pills to take? No, Yes, you do. You have one more, Grandma. Angelina fixes another spoonful of applesauce and tries to feed it to her grandma. When the old woman turns her head away, I take the spoon. Come on, Pearl. I infuse a gentle command into my voice. She obediently opens her mouth. Angelina gives me an eye roll from behind her shoulder. Well, Grandma, we should probably go. Not yet. You just got here. Don't we have time for a walk? The elderly woman sends me a hopeful look. I unfold my large frame from the chair. Sure we do. Only if I get to push, though. Pearl beams. Big, strong man like you, you'd better be the one pushing. She shoves the table in front of her wheelchair aside. I lift it out of the way and take charge of the chair. Lead the way, beautiful, I murmur to Angelina. The old woman catches my words and beams up at me. Such a charming young man, she says quietly, folding her hands in her lap. Finally, Angelina's on the right track. Angelina. I'm sorry. I know you didn't want me in there. Jared steals a glance at me as we walk out. Jesus, is he actually looking unsure? The cocky, tough guy who answers everything with a smirk and confidence. I hate seeing him unsure, except that it's over me, and that makes the gravel under my feet seem to skid and slide. Are you kidding? She freaking loved you. I'll bet if you asked her to stand on her head and count to 30, she would have, just for you. I had no idea Grandma had a thing for muscles. I squeeze his biceps the way my grandma had. Touching him was a mistake. The moment my fingers contact his skin, the energy between us sizzles. He loops his arm around me, settling his hand on my hip and tapping my ass. You thought she'd hate me. He says it without rancor, but it's not a question either. I stop walking. What? No. Why in the hell would he think that? That's not why I didn't want you in there. I break off, struggling to put tangled thoughts into words. I guess I think of Grandma as kind of personal. No, I catch his arm when it drops away from my hip. I mean in an embarrassing way. She's not always lucid, and you heard her. She's homophobic and racist and often crotchety and rude. It would be like showing you my dirty underwear. I jab him with my elbow when I see a wicked smile forming on his lips. Okay, bad analogy. You probably like girls' panties. I sure as hell wouldn't turn down seeing your panties, baby. Not today, not ever. I roll my eyes and head to the car. You're incorrigible. And you love me that way. He opens the passenger door for me, then walks around. Admit it, you have a thing for the bad boy. You think you're the bad boy? His brows twitch. Yeah, you don't? I don't. Not at all. Sure, he has tattoos, but this isn't the 1980s. Tattoos are the norm these days. No, I don't have one yet, partly because my parents would flip, but I've been planning to get one. As soon as I think of something perfect and decide on a place no one will see it, like the top of my ass. You just held the car door for me. You protect me from creepy guys. You fed my grandma applesauce. No, I'd say you're the hero. Jared stares at me. His hazel eyes catch the light and glow, and I lose my breath for a moment because I swear I can see the wolf in him. I don't mean he shifted, I just mean I saw something. Wolfy. Come on, I'm not the guy you'd bring home to meet your mother. Okay, that's true. For some reason, my stomach knots imagining it. But that's because my parents are judgmental, ladder-climbing, high-society people who need me to be a certain way to reflect better on them. It has nothing to do with Jared. I choose not to respond to that line. To me, you're more military hero than bad boy. Vulnerability flickers over Jared's face before he turns his attention to starting the car and driving. I don't say anything more because I can tell I've hit a nerve, but I don't know why. That's funny. He doesn't look at me. I was always the good-for-nothing, never-amounts-to-much guy who got into fights. A chill threads through me, chased by hot anger. Says who? I demand. I'm ready to go toe-to-toe with anyone who believes such stupidity. He shrugs. My parents, my alpha. Garrett? No. He shakes his head. Garrett's dad. Garrett was a bit of a rebel, too. Our leader. We broke off from his dad's pack as worthless teenage wastes and moved here to raise havoc in Tucson. His words leave a sour taste in my mouth. You're operating from a pretty outdated viewpoint of yourself, Jared. Uncertainty flickers on his face again, and I lean toward him. You're the farthest thing from a waste I've ever seen. A wall falls in place behind his eyes at the word waste. Come on, Garrett may have made something of himself, but I'm nothing but his muscle, a bouncer at a nightclub. That's hardly carving a place for myself in the world. Violence is all I've ever been good at. For some reason, my eyes burn at his declaration. I don't want to believe him. I don't believe him. But the violence part scares me. He's already made it plain his kind are far more violent than average humans. I realize he's warning me about himself again. I'd be stupid not to heed the warning. But even if he is violent, even if he's something I don't understand, I still know the truth. This man is worthy of so much more than he believes. Well, I clear my throat, trying to reason my way through his beliefs. There's a place for warriors. If we were in medieval times, you'd be the most revered of all men, the deliverer of justice, protector of honor. Jared pulls up at my place and turns off the car. He stares at the steering wheel, his expression a turmoil of emotion. So you just have to figure out how the warrior fits into modern-day times. If it's being the enforcer for your pack and the bouncer at a club, that's not less important than any other role in society. You're still the knight. I mean, you are to me. Jared throws his door open and gets out without speaking. Did I offend him? My mind replays what I said. My door flings wide and Jared reaches in and unbuckles my seatbelt. There's dark determination in his face that I can't decipher. He picks me up like a kid out of a car seat and hooks his forearm under my ass, lifting me to straddle his waist. The moment his lips meld to mine, I understand. It's not dark determination. It's passion. He carries me to the front door without breaking the kiss. Like the princess with the knight, I surrender, arms twined around his neck, lips twisting over his. Any intellectual objections I might have to Jared are lost not only to my physical desires, which have been off the charts since our interlude this morning, but now to emotional currents as well. The intensity coming off Jared in waves is something I'd rather die than interrupt, because it's all directed at me. And I'll be damned if I'm going to block it this time. Jared has something to give me, and I want to accept. He carries me toward the bedroom, but I get self-conscious and break the kiss. "Jared, I should shower. I danced all day." He veers to the bathroom, taking my mouth again. I'm lowered gently to my feet, and he pulls my t-shirt off over my head. My belly shudders on an inhale as he stares at my bra-clad breasts like a starved man. And then his mouth is on mine again, his hand tangled up in my hair. He backs me up until my butt hits the bathroom counter, and he presses the hard bulge of his cock in the notch between my legs. I moan against his lips. Jared breaks away and closes both hands into fists, strain showing in the tightness of his jaw. He cages me between his two fists on the counter, but doesn't touch me. "Take off your bra, Angelina." His voice is deep and gravelly. I reach behind me and unhook it, letting the cups fall down as the straps slide off my shoulders. Jared still doesn't touch me, but his gaze is a laser beam on my breasts, and there's wonder in his expression. "I'm trying to go slow here, baby." A note of agony creeps into his voice. "Fates know I want to shove those knees wider and pound you until tomorrow." My pussy clenches at the declaration. "But you deserve so much better than that." "Let me get in the shower," I murmur, still intent on cleaning up for him. I changed out of the Leo and tights at school, but I still feel grubby from my classes. His only reply is to slant his lips over mine again, licking into my mouth with his tongue. He eases back, though, pulling my ass off the counter and twists away to turn on the water. He's back a moment later, hands coasting down my sides, cupping my ass. I yank the button on my shorts open and shimmy out of my panties as he claims my mouth again. It takes all my willpower to pull away, but I do. "I'll be right back," I murmur, and back into the shower. The water is the perfect temperature, but all I can think about is soaping up quickly to get back to Jared. As it turns out, he wasn't waiting. The shower curtain opens, and there he is in all his male glory. And let me tell you, Jared without clothes is breathtaking. He's pure muscle, and a lot of it. Tattoos wind around his shoulders and down his forearms. Golden chest hair curls over enormous pecs. His abs are defined enough to trace, quads thick and powerful. If we'd been coloring a model like him in our anatomy coloring books, I'd remember the curve of every muscle, no matter how small, because it's clear he uses them all. And then there's his cock. I saw it this morning, but it's flying full mast now, pointed right at me. In one large paw, he holds a foil packet. He's on me before I've looked my fill, taking the soap from my hands and rubbing it down my back as he melds his mouth over mine again. I moan into the kiss, rub my stiff, wet nipples against his chest. "Angelina." His voice rasps against my neck. The soap drops, but he doesn't retrieve it. He reaches the hand cupping my ass between my legs and strokes my swollen pussy. I've never felt so beautiful, so desirable. My body is on fire for Jared, and I want to give back as much as I'm getting. I hike one of my knees up to wrap around his waist and grind my clit down on the root of his shaft. His fingers slip between the crack of my ass, and I gasp when he zeroes in on my anus with the pad of one finger. Like the first time he touched me there, I squeeze my cheeks closed reflexively. It doesn't stop him. His wet digit slides over my most taboo of holes as if he's confident it will give me pleasure. And, oh hell, it does. I don't want it to. It's so freaking embarrassing. But yes, I'm rubbing harder over his cock. I've never been this turned on in my life. I'm already halfway over the crest into orgasm just from his finger between my crack. But no, it's so much more than that. It's not even the mechanics. It's the energy behind everything Jared brings to this. I sense the gift in it. He's not taking for himself. He's honoring me, my body, with all of him. I snatch the condom from his fingers and tear it open with my teeth. Jared grips the base of his cock and holds it for me to roll on the rubber. His breath hisses in over his teeth when I make contact, and I realize his thighs are shaking as much as mine. As soon as the condom is on, he pushes me back against the shower wall, pulling my knee up to his hip again. The head of his cock prods my entrance, and I mule with excitement, the need to have him inside me so intense. "Yes, Jared," I gasp when he rocks his hips and applies a little pressure. "Does that feel good, baby?" He pushes the wet hair out of my eyes, gazes down with an intensity that rocks me. My mouth falls open as he parts me, eases inside. "Yes," I manage to answer. "Good," he murmurs, taking my hips with both hands and tipping me to just the right angle. He drives in deep, so deep I catch my breath as he fills me, and then he's kissing me again, his tongue fucking my mouth with the same rhythm as his long cock. I can't get enough. I nip his lips, kiss back with all I've got. I need this like I need air to breathe, water to drink, dance in my life. My eyes roll back in my head with every thrust. I'm half gone with delirium. I wouldn't know my own name if you asked me. Jared's lids droop, his fingers tighten to bruising strength around my hips. The water runs down our bodies, only adding to the intensity of sensations. Before I come, he turns off the water and throws back the curtain. He pulls my other leg around his waist and carries me out, then grabs a towel and wraps it around my back as he heads to the bedroom. He lays me on my back on the towel, our bodies still connected intimately. As soon as I'm down, he pistons into me, holding my hips and sinking so deep. It's on the tip of my tongue to thank him, to beg him, to say a million stupid things, but instead I moan, rolling my head from side to side as he plunges deep and retracts over and over again. He brings the pad of his thumb to my clit with one hand, pinches my nipple and pulls with the other. I arch up, thrusting my breasts toward the ceiling, a hoarse cry issuing from my lips. "Jared!" I gasp. "Take it, baby. Take it all." I let go, flipping backward into a spiral of pleasure, of release. My pussy clamps down on his cock, squeezing and pulsing around his thick length. I see galaxies, shooting stars, the incredible void of everything and nothing at once. My body knows nothing but pleasure, and I succumb to it fully. When my sight returns, or maybe when I open my eyes, I can't be sure, Jared's watching me with that heavy-lidded gaze, rocking slowly in and out. I realize he hasn't come yet, and I scramble up on my elbows. He pulls out and lifts me to my hands and knees, crawling up on the bed behind me. "Grab the headboard, baby," he directs me softly. There's command, but also so much tenderness in his tone. I've never had a man like him, but it's exactly what I need, what I've always craved. This is the man of the fantasies I didn't even know I had. I scoot forward to hang on to the headboard. "That's it. Tell me if it's too much." He thrusts into me again, and I instantly understand his concern. In this position, he drives even deeper. His hips snap, throwing me forward with force. I have to brace my arms against the headboard to keep from flying into the wall, even though he holds my waist. It's delicious. Too much and not enough at once. I feel both like a treasured princess and a dirty slut at the same time. I'm flying so flippin' high, drunk on Jared, on all the need and desire he's woken in me. Fuck yes. Arch that back for me, baby. He drags a palm down my spine and lays a light slap on the side of my ass. I arch for him. I'd do anything he asked right now. Especially when he uses that reverential tone like I'm the goddess of sex herself. His breath grows heavy, movements get jerky. It gets too rough, not for my pussy, but for my back and shoulders. Before I have to say something, he shifts, laying his torso over mine and bracing one hand on the headboard next to mine. He brings his other hand to my breast and pinches my nipple, rolling it between his fingers and tugging. I moan. He strokes his hand down the plane of my belly and finds my clit again. I shudder, but he bites my ear. "Not until I tell you, baby." I quiet, listening. "Do you understand? You don't come until Daddy tells you. I have no idea why he called himself Daddy, but it flips some switch in me. It's dirty and hot. My pussy contracts, toes curl, arches lift. He chuckles, his lips right at my ear. I savor the deep rumble, internalize the notes like it's the music I'm dancing to. He sits back on his heels, pulling my hips with him so we're both sitting up. I squirm over his cock, missing the thrusting, and he uses his hands at my waist to lift and lower me over it, faster than the Energizer Bunny. Oh my God, oh my God! I won't last long. Why did he tell me to wait? I seriously don't know if I can, and yet disobeying him is an impossibility. I'm lightheaded, every nerve in my body buzzing. He's jackhammering into me as I bounce, my small breasts jiggling, my wet hair swinging. Fuck, I just can't decide how I want to come in you, baby. Every view is better than the last. I look over my shoulder at him and he growls. Yes, God damn it. I want to see that pretty face. Turn around. I spin around and straddle his waist, but he lays me onto my back and sits back up, so my ass lays on his hard thighs, legs wrap around his waist. He curls his hands around the tops of my thighs, wrapping them around to grip my ass and pulls me back and forth over his cock. That's it. Look at me, baby. Just like that. Even if I wasn't too far gone to be self-conscious about being watched while I come undone, his gaze is 100% appreciative. I bask in the hot spotlight of his green stare. He thumbs my clit and fucks me, all the while rumbling. No, growling. But it's more like a purr than a snarl. He switches his hands, sliding them under my ass and parting my cheeks. When he taps my anus with a finger, I'm lost. Now, baby, come for me. His guttural tone is as urgent as my desire. For the second time I shatter, my hips snapping up and down, as the release uncoils faster than a whip. The orgasm is even bigger than my last one. I scream, cupping my own breasts, squeezing my nipples like Jared did, pushing and rubbing hard against him. Jared lets out a roar and rises to his knees. My ankles end up over his shoulders and he fucks me hard, his loins slapping against my ass while he holds the fronts of my thighs. His face contorts, eyes glow more yellow than green. Fates, yes, Angelina, he shouts. His mighty thighs flex, the muscles of his chest and neck bulge and his handsome face contorts. I swear I feel the heat of his cum, even though he's wearing a condom. A shudder of pleasure runs through me, the aftershock from my orgasm, and my pussy squeezes his cock. Jared groans, You milking it all out of me, baby? Mm-hmm. He doesn't move, just watches me with his hooded gaze, his cock still buried deep inside me. After a long moment, he circles an arm around my waist and bends down to kiss my belly. Beautiful girl. I don't want it to end. But it does end. He eases out and walks to the bathroom to dispose of the condom. I watch his muscular ass flex as he leaves and sigh. I don't want this to end either. But it has to, doesn't it? Jared. I return to Angelina with another towel. She hasn't moved, her lovely, lithe dancer form sprawled on the mattress like a work of art. I guess in her case, her body is her art, makes her art. What a spectacular medium. I should be finished. I just fucked her ever-loving brains out. No, that's not true. I made love to Angelina. It's something I've never done before. I'm a rough lover, demanding, dominant. I still feel all those things with her, still want to spank her ass pink and tie her up. But what I just did with her, it was totally fucking different. And even knowing she didn't want us to be intimate, I couldn't pull back. I needed to make love to her work of art body. I needed to show her without words how much her words meant to me. What she does to me. And now I can't stop myself from crawling up on the bed and pulling her knees apart. I lower my head and drag my tongue through her folds. She moans and tries to push my head away. "No more. I can't take any more." I lick again. "Are you sore, Angel?" "No. Yes. But it's not that. I can't take any more. It's too much." "Oh, baby. You don't get to tell me what's too much. I decide how much pleasure you get, when you get off, how hard. Don't think I didn't notice how much you liked it when I made you wait for your orgasm." Her pale, slender fingers tangle in my hair. Despite her words, she's pulling my mouth closer. "I know what you need, beautiful." I suck her labia, nip it. I make my tongue flat and stroke over her clit. Her legs start to thrash on the bed. "Why?" she whines. "Why what? Why am I going to make you come again?" "Yeah," she pants. "Because I need to." It's the goddamn truth. It's like I was born to worship this incredible body of hers. "Jared," she whimpers, fingers tearing at my hair. It won't take long to make her come. If I were feeling more dommy, I'd make her suffer longer, but it seems I'm in a generous mood. I spread her wide and rim her asshole, making her shriek and shudder. I lick a long line back and forth between her anus and clit until she's sobbing with need, her inner thighs trembling where they clamp around my ears. I affix my mouth over her clit and suck. She screams. I slide 2 fingers inside her and find her G-spot on her inner wall. "You may come," I say softly, and return my mouth to her clit. I never said she couldn't, but it's like she was waiting for my command. The second the words leave my mouth, she's clamping down on my fingers. I suck her clit and stroke her G-spot until she finishes. Her body's shaking, so I wrap her up in the bedspread and spoon her as she comes down from wherever she went orbiting. After a long moment, she says, "I'm starving." I laugh. "Me too, baby. Should I go get us something? Or can I take you out? Anything you want, you name it." "Street tacos? On Congress?" I get up, fully prepared to run the errand, but she gets up too, pulling on her clothes. I can't deny the small satisfaction of keeping her near me, of taking her out and buying her food, providing. You're still the night. I mean, you are to me. No matter what happens between me and Angelina, I'll never forget those words, not for as long as I live. Hearing that she sees me as a hero, not a waste, it rearranged something inside me. I can't do it now, because I'm still too full of Angelina, but I'm looking forward to reviewing that conversation. Dissecting it. There's something important there, some clue about what's been missing in my life. Angelina may have just brought it into focus. Chapter 7. Angelina. The casting list for the faculty show is posted outside the auditorium. All the dance students are gathered there when I arrive, my 6'5" shadow ambling behind me. He took me out to dinner and slept in my bed last night. He's acting like my boyfriend, and it feels too good to tell him to quit. Even though I know it's going to end. He knows it too. He's been quiet, not exactly brooding, but thoughtful. The line between his brows hasn't gone away since dinner last night. I'm a coward because I haven't had the will to broach the subject of us. Somehow I know that tonight he'll be back to sleeping on the couch, and that thought causes an ache right behind my breastbone. Even worse is the thought that at the end of 2 weeks he'll leave. Even now he hangs back, giving me space. Gone are the teasing smirks of yesterday. I try to push the dilemma from my mind and check the cast list. 1 ballet dance, 1 modern. Rehearsals start tomorrow. I should be grateful. Some dancers nearby are trying not to cry. I note Talia got in the modern dance piece with me. Remy didn't get into anything. She comes up behind me to check, and I squeeze her hand. Did I get dissed again? I'm sorry. Remy shrugs, but I know it bothers her. It's one of the reasons I asked her to do the eclipse thing. No, that's not true. I asked her because I like her and I knew she'd be great, but I also feel like she could shine so much brighter than she does in school. If they would see past the 15 pounds they told her to lose. Yep, she got the dreaded fat letter, the one I'm always on pins and needles about getting. It comes with a recommended visit to a campus nutritionist and certain number they want to see by a deadline, or you're out of the program. I'm not kidding. So yeah, I haven't received one yet, but it's always on my mind. This threat looming over me. It's part of why I don't think I fit here. Not that I haven't achieved everything I'm supposed to want to achieve, but it's like this is a life I don't want to live anymore. It's the one my mom wanted. The one my dad thought was practical. It was never my dream. I turn around and find Jared still hanging back, but watching me intently, like I'm a puzzle he's trying to decode. I sling my dance bag over my shoulder and walk up to him. Strains of Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet drift out of a nearby classroom, and I have the sudden giddy urge to dance up to him. But no. As much as I'm already loving having him beside me 24 hours a day, I should cut this short. Because seriously, if I get used to this, it will kill me when it's over. I'll probably be begging to have my memories wiped. I lay a hand on his chest, loving the way his belly dips at the contact. I have classes again all day, big guy. You really don't have to stay. His throat works as he swallows, his eyes on my lips. I do. His voice is rough. Jared. His gaze lifts to my eyes. You can trust me with your secret. He draws in a sharp breath. I know. The words fly from his mouth, as if he hadn't thought before speaking. I know, he repeats. His face closes. I have orders. I'll still be here at 3 when you pick me up. Nothing's going to happen in the meantime. I lift my pinky. Promise. When the corners of his mouth lift in that familiar grin, my heart picks up speed. He hooks his pinky in mine, then pulls it to his lips and kisses my fingers. I'll be waiting out front. I nod, satisfied. Not because I mind him here, but because I know I need to cut him loose. This is too intense for both of us. Jared. I heave a long section of chain link into place and wait as Trey secures it to the poles we already bolted to the cement floor. After I left Angelina at school, I wasted no time getting ready for the first fight. The fates know I've had enough downtime hanging around with Angelina to make my plan. Does Garrett know you're not with her right now? Trey asks, even though he knows the fucking answer. Fuck off. Thought he told you to stick to her like glue. Yeah, he did, and I have. But I trust her. She's not gonna tell. Besides, I have shit to do, or else we won't be ready for this fight. Which is supposed to happen during the 2 weeks I've been shackled to her. You think Garrett wants me to bring her here for it? My voice is laced with scorn, and Trey tosses me a lopsided grin. That would be a mistake. We both know it's not about me babysitting her. Right, Trey agrees. It's about you figuring out if she's your mate or not. Hearing it out loud does all kinds of scratchy things to my esophagus. Trey stops moving and looks over at me, trying to read my expression. And? He prompts when I don't spill. I don't fucking know, I shout. Trey shakes the chain link to make sure it's secure, then hooks both hands through the links and hangs on it. I'm thinking you do. I hurl the pair of wire cutters in my hand at his face, knowing he'll dodge in time. The two of us have been best friends since childhood. We know each other inside and out. I glare at him, my heart slamming against my ribs. I'm not gonna fucking wipe her. Trey's brows shoot up, which gives me pause. Does that mean he thinks Angelina's my mate? Or he thinks I think so? I give my skull a hard shake, as if it will dislodge the looping thoughts in my head. Trey walks over and hangs on the fence beside me. I adopt the same pose, staring at a spot on the concrete floor. I don't have the urge to mark her, I admit after a long moment of silence. This is the fact I've been trying to push to the back of my mind since last night. The torment. It should make everything easier, but it doesn't. It only makes it worse. I claimed her last night. No serum on my teeth, no desire to bite. Huh. Trey sounds surprised. I flip around to hang the other way on the fence, facing out. Maybe it's different with humans. Trey sounds doubtful. It's not. Remember Garrett with Amber? Yeah. Trey flips around too. Well, the moon was full then. Maybe that's why he gave you 2 weeks. Moon'll be full by then. Maybe. I'm slightly relieved by Trey's suggestion. But that means I must want Angelina to be my mate. Which is stupid, because I still can't have her. I mean, I won't. I don't want to ruin her. But still, knowing she's my mate would explain why I'm having such a hard time walking away, cutting her loose and just wiping her. You thought I was going to say she's my mate? I have to ask. I need to know what signs he saw, other than me being protective of her. Trey shrugs his shoulders, which makes him do a pull-up of sorts. Yeah. Why? You know why. You're acting crazy. Wrecking your bike. Defying our alpha. He's silent for a moment, and I keep quiet too. He's the problem solver between us. I'm the brute force. He directs it. Was anything different when you claimed her? I appreciate his word choice because I would have to beat him senseless for speaking disrespectfully about Angelina. I hesitate. Trey's the only male in this world I would admit this to. Yeah, it was different. The opposite of what I thought it would be, actually. I didn't go aggro on her at all. In fact, I give an embarrassed laugh and kick the chain link with my heel. Fucking tender. It was the first time in my life I made love instead of fucked. Never thought I'd say that either. Trey's silent, but this time it kills me not interrupting his thoughts. I just hung myself out there and it feels fucking exposed. Maybe, Trey says slowly, your wolf calms down around her. You're more violent than most. If you got more amped up around her, a fragile human, you could kill her. I know. I start doing backward pull-ups on the fence to work out the violence growing in me, fueled by frustration. That's why I don't want her to be my mate. I could never claim her. You're not listening. What if your wolf knows better? He calms your aggression when you're around her. He's keeping you in check, including the desire to rip her shoulder open to leave your scent. Then why did I try to break Fox's neck for wiping her? I knew I was wrong doing it, but I couldn't stop myself. Duh, dumb shit. The wolf always protects his mate. I'm relieved at Trey's goading me by calling me dumb shit. I'm on him in a second, getting a solid punch in before he dodges and kicks my ass. I tackle and take him to the ground, wrestling until I have his head in a chokehold. Trey slaps the floor and I release him. Both of us stand up, grinning. Asshole, he mutters without any rancor. So how do I figure out for sure? Trey clomps around to set up the last section of fence to make the cage. Wait until the full moon. And if I still don't want a marker? Trey slaps the fencing in place. Dude, don't be an idiot. What? You already want a marker. And you've already made some decision about why you can't. Why don't you just let that decision go? Just until the deadline, things might become clear. I hate you. It's a mark of our friendship that Trey's face lights up with a surprised grin and not hurt. Why? Smart fucking asshole. He looks far too pleased with himself as he hooks the fencing to the pole. You gonna help me here, or do I have to put you in this ring and show you a thing or two about fighting? I laugh, because we both know I'll win every fight I enter in that cage. I'm helping. For the first time since I claimed Angelina last night, the heaviness lifts from my chest. I have 2 weeks. No need to come to any conclusions until then. Angelina. Jared's waiting for me outside the dance building, and I can't deny the pleasure that blooms in my chest at seeing him waiting for me. I remember in high school the popular, more socially well-rounded girls who didn't have ballet 5 nights a week, got picked up by older boyfriends from school. It seemed so exciting and romantic, something I'd never have. In college, I've had boyfriends and I've even had a couple hookups, but never the formal dating. I haven't had the guy who wants to drive and take me out to dinner and pay. I didn't even know I wanted that. Turns out I find it pretty hot. Or maybe it's just because it's Jared. I've changed into my shorts and he gives me that look when I get in the car, the one that says he'd like to eat me alive. Instantly, my whole body lights up, as if my very cells are vibrating and heating just being close to him. The memory of sex last night, the best sex of my life, almost makes me blush. How'd it go, baby? I shrug. I definitely don't want to talk about school right now, or anything real life. I'd rather know everything there is to know about werewolves. Too bad he won't tell me. He rocks his large hand over the steering wheel. I always love watching you dance, Angel. From the first time you got up on those boxes at the club, I was hooked on you. Now I do blush, because it's Jared, admitting he's had a thing for me. And I loved watching you yesterday in that ballet class. I sense a but coming, and I stiffen, as if he's my mother getting ready to offer constructive criticism. Like usual, he's too damn in tune with me. He glances over, a startled wrinkle between his brow. Is there a but? I ask. Might as well make it easy for him. The way he turns his focus back to the road and rolls his grip on the steering wheel tells me I'm right. What could it be? I'm not as skinny as the rest of the bunheads? Too uptight? There was no joy. When I see you dance at the club, you're alive, shining. What I saw yesterday made me want to throat punch your professor for sucking the life out of you. The sound that comes out of my mouth is a half laugh, half sob. How is it possible that in 5 minutes Jared saw what my mom couldn't see in 18 years? What I couldn't bring myself to admit out loud for the past 4. What my dad would never even understand. He pulls up in front of my house and reaches for my hand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... No. I pull my buns out of my hair. I'm upset because you're right. And it's the center hub my life spins around, this thing that doesn't work for me. I stare at him, hopelessness rising up and drowning me. He narrows his eye. So I do get to go and throat punch your professors? I let out a watery laugh. If only that would fix this. I push open the car door, suddenly way too constricted inside. He follows me out and opens my front door. Fix what? His voice is sharp, like he's determined to fix my life any way he can. I shake my hair down, walking away. Hey! He catches me around the waist and pulls my body back against his. You don't get to turn your back on me when you're upset. Not for a goddamn second. His voice is a growl in my ear, the rough stubble of his face scraping my cheek. Everything I've been bottling in that's been straining to get out as my graduation approaches jostles up into my throat. I hate it, I admit. I don't fit the mold and I can't make myself want to fit it anymore. Jared drops me and spins me around. His green eyes bore into me. So don't. The laugh-sob comes up again. Who are you doing this for? Your teachers? Your old self? It's okay to change your mind. It's okay to veer from the path you set for yourself. A tear leaks out of my eye. See, that's the thing. I don't even think I set this path. I think my mom did. Jared's lip curls, but he doesn't say anything. I think she wanted to be a ballerina, but her parents couldn't afford lessons, so she's living vicariously through me. I don't even know if I ever liked dance, or if she just told me I did. Jared shakes his head slowly. You love it on Saturday nights. That's not really dance, I mutter. The hell it's not. He gets right up in my face, but it doesn't scare me. Instead, I square off against him. What do you know about dance? He blinks and swallows, backs off, shoves his hands in his pocket. Have I hurt his feelings? Crap. You're right. I don't know dance, but I know you. Whatever it is you do on Saturday nights, you love. I step into him, my need to soothe him apparently as strong as his for me. My hands hit his chest and the sizzle of contact runs through me. That's about the joy of creation. It's my baby. I dreamed it up. I staged it. I got Garrett to agree to it. He covers my hands with his. Yeah? It's a prompt. He wants me to go on. I draw in a breath, following the thread. It's the only place in my life I got to be in charge, to execute my vision. Do you know what I mean? He nods and pulls one hand from my chest. Come on, let's go for a walk. Why? I ask, but follow his lead out the door. When I need to work through stuff, running always helps me. He leads me at a brisk pace. It's beautiful out. I love spring in Tucson when the air is warm and everything starts to bloom. The sweet smell of citrus blossoms perfume the air. Pink penstemon are making their bellflower appearance just in time for Easter. I have to admit, walking feels good, like I can leave the shit pile of my situation behind. So what other visions do you have? I'm unbelievably grateful for the question. It would be so easy to start complaining about my controlling parents right now, or how every day that draws closer to graduation I feel more and more stuck. Well, honestly, I'd love to have my own dance company. There. I said it out loud. The angels of dance didn't even strike me down. What would your dance company be like? I have to take long strides to keep up with Jared, which is freeing. It wouldn't be a ballet company. I guess more contemporary, but I see it as more of a hybrid. Like 1 part performance art, 3 parts dance, but any kind of dance. Ballet, modern, hip-hop. Uh-huh. Is that what you do at the club? Yes, but what we do there is just the tip of the iceberg. I have this idea for a totally interactive show. Something that entertains an audience and doesn't just cater to the old fogies who want to be highbrow and say they went to see the Nutcracker. Something anyone and everyone would like. All ages, all backgrounds. Wow. I steal a glance at Jared to gauge his reaction. I can't believe I've actually expressed the ideas out loud, but now that I have, my excitement rolls behind them like a giant bulldozer. There's no keeping it back. I've been stewing on these ideas since high school, for God's sake. Jared smiles. That sounds incredible, baby. What would it take to make it happen? And then everything goes flat. That familiar choking heaviness returns. Whatever you just thought about, you'd better kick it the fuck out of your head, Jared growls, surprising a laugh out of me. I thought about what I'm supposed to be doing when I graduate. Which is? My dad's willing to invest in my career, but only to help me open a dance studio. For kids, which is cool and all. I like teaching okay, but that isn't your dream. I have a little more room to breathe just with him saying the words. Right. So the plan is open a ballet studio, teach what you learned from your uptight professors, and be a good little ballerina? That laugh sob is becoming my new go-to reaction. Pretty much. The thing is, I don't even consider myself a ballerina. If I were a serious ballerina, I'd be at least 15 pounds lighter, and I would have been apprenticed to a professional company by the time I was 14. My mom wanted this for me, but not badly enough to ship me off to New York or San Francisco. It's probably not too late for a performing career in modern, but it still would involve me going to New York City. The Ents don't like that. Do you want that? For some reason, I have the sense Jared's holding his breath. I consider it. The idea excites me, but it might only be because I want anything different than what I have now. Would I create my company there? It's doubtful. I'd probably get swallowed whole by all the desperate dancers clawing to succeed. Get caught up in waiting tables and going to auditions, struggling to please a new master, stuffing this inner voice of mine back down again. No, not really. I still wouldn't be doing what I want to do, choreographing, creating. Okay, so back to my question. What do you need to execute your vision? There's a determination in Jared's eyes, like he's going to make this happen for me. I shouldn't get excited, but I can't help it. It's the first encouragement I've had, and I'm going to take it and run with it. I picture it in a warehouse, someplace we could transform for different shows. I'm picturing silks and trapezes or hoops rigged from the ceiling, dances in water tanks, crazy stuff. The audience would be led through the space, almost like a haunted house. There would be a new performance around every corner. They'd stop and watch, and then their host would bring them to the next spot. Maybe 6 minutes for each piece, everything perfectly timed and coordinated. I can get you a warehouse. I stop and stare at him. What? He rolls his tongue under his lower lip, pushing it out. I have a warehouse space you can use. Are you serious? Yeah. What else do you need? I swallow. I'm not sure. I'd have to trick it out. I don't really have money for that, and my dad would never invest in something that's not a solid business venture, like a ballet studio. Why isn't this a solid business? Never mind. Forget your dad. He isn't your only resource. Tell me what you need, and we'll figure it out. We've circled around a few blocks by now and are back in front of my place. Want to do another loop? He asks. I grimace at my flip-flops, which weren't the best choice for walking. No, not now, but thanks. You were right, walking helped. We head up the steps to my place. So, you're a runner? He unlocks the door and lets me in. No. I mean, yes, but four-legged, he says with the sexy grin that makes my knees go weak. I stop and face him, tipping my face up with my best puppy eyes. I want to see. Show me your wolf, please. His arms loop around my waist and he palms my ass, yanking my core up against his jeans, where his very impressive erection bulges. I see indecision dance over his expression. I can't, baby, he says on an exhale. I try to hide my disappointment. Try to remember why we can't do this. We aren't a couple. We never can be. We're forbidden to each other. Romeo and fucking Juliet. I think I'll make a dance about it when I have my show. Throw myself off a balcony in a dive that makes the audience gasp before the bungee around my ankle picks up the slack. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm actually thinking like I'm really going to have the performance. So I want a list of what you need in the warehouse, the setup, everything. Jared. I take a step back, out of the circle of his arms. We're not even dating, not a couple. I can hardly ask him to let me use his warehouse for my show, not when his existence may be wiped from my mind in less than 2 weeks. I appreciate your offer, but I can't accept. I need to do this on my own. Chapter 8. Jared. I open my mouth to argue, but she lifts her chin at that stubborn angle I find so adorable. Fuck. My fingers curl up with frustration, but punching a wall isn't going to help. Angelina's pulled back, cutting me off. As she should. I'm not part of her future. It's wrong of me to try to insinuate myself into it. But I'll be damned if I'm going to let her give up on her dream, to wither away and die under the expectations of prescribed perfection. She kicks off her flip-flops and heads into the kitchen. I follow, unable to stay out of her business. She takes out lettuce and tomatoes, puts them in a bowl. It may be exactly what she wants to eat right now, but the sight of it makes my wolf growl. She thinks she weighs too much to be a ballerina. She's been starving herself to fit into some mold that I want to fucking destroy right now. Is that what you want to eat? I ask, sounding grouchier than I mean to. She whirls and puts her hands on her hips, one leg jutting out. I can't eat street tacos and beer with you every night, Wolfie. She slaps the sides of her hips. Wouldn't want to get a fat letter from the faculty. A real snarl comes out of my throat. I prowl closer. Do you think you need to lose weight? There's danger in my tone, but she doesn't recognize it. Or if she does, she's ignoring it because she's shutting me down. 5 or 10 pounds lighter would be ideal. I cage her against the counter. No, baby, you're perfect. Too perfect for me, way out of my league. I grit my teeth. Fuck those dance professors. I better not ever meet them, because there's no telling what my wolf would do to the people who made my girl cry. I wish she could be my girl forever, so I could protect her from the world. Maybe after we split, I'll keep an eye on her. Have my wolf check on her. 'Cause that's not fucking pathetic. But no, this girl doesn't need protection. She just needs to get out from under the weight of other people's expectation. To start living for herself. Fuck ideal. Do you think you need to lose weight? She's holding her breath. Neither of us moves. My body is up against hers, but barely touching. No. She sounds relieved when she says it. If I did, I would have already lost it. I don't want to look like a toothpick. That's my girl. I lower my lips to her forehead and press them to her smooth skin. I'll make the salad, or I'll go buy us some fucking steak if you want it. She laughs, the puff of air hitting my throat. I want you to make the list of what you need for the show. Not for me, for you. It will help you get clear on exactly what you need. Oh, well, I step out of her way. I mean right now, Angelina. Sketch it out. It's important to take action on your dreams. Take this one small step right now. Fine, she says in that sassy way that gets me harder than stone. Does she remember what I promised to do the next time she said it? But hell, I shouldn't, not when... She sneaks a guilty look, like she's checking to see if I noticed. Hunger hits me. My cock punches out, straining against my jeans. Angelina laughs and darts past me. Foolish, foolish girl. Does she have any idea what happens when you go to wolf into the chase? I catch her and swoop her up over my shoulder in about 2 seconds flat. Her giggle tells me she wants this, and fuck if that doesn't release the dam on my self-control. I smack her upturned ass and jog into the bedroom. I drop her onto her feet and turn her to face the bed. I'm not ready to start spanking yet, though. I wrap one arm around her waist and cup her mons, rubbing the seam of her shorts into her slit. She writhes, pushing back against me, her breath ragged. I slow my movements. You know what's going to happen now? You're going to spank me? She sounds breathless. That's right, baby. I unbutton her minuscule shorts and let them drop to the floor. Her tank top is easy to peel off. Take off your bra and panties. I like taking her clothes off, but I also enjoy making her bare herself for me. That way I know I'm not bulldozing her. She looks over her shoulder at me, a red-headed coquette, and it's all I can do to keep from shoving her over the bed, spreading her wide and pounding into that sweet pussy until she's hoarse. But no, I get to spank her first, a pleasure I will relish until the day I die. Panties off. I make my voice firm, or maybe that's my need bleeding into my tone. Either way, she jumps to obey, hooking her thumbs in the waistband and slipping them down her legs. I work to control my breath. The scent of her arousal fills the room, and my hands have already found her bare skin, gripping her hips with authority. Bend over, baby. She rests her hands on the bed. All the way over. And baby, when I'm disciplining you, answer me with respect. I know she has no clue what I'm talking about. I'm not even into BDSM, except that wolves are over-the-top dominant. But I'm dying to hear the words from her lips. Say, yes, Daddy. She lays her torso on the bed. Yes, Daddy. Her voice wobbles, but I'm 99% sure it's with need, judging by her scent. I give her the lightest of slaps. I don't want to scare her. Not now, not ever. She moans and waggles her ass. I spank her again. That's for keeping me hard every minute of the day, every goddamn time I'm in your presence. Another slap, a little harder. She catches her breath. I change things up, let my fingers go where they've been dying to be, between those shapely thighs of hers. They glide along her slit, which is dripping wet. The evidence of her excitement nearly makes me come. I spank her several more times, sharp and crisp. My hand leaves pink stains on her porcelain skin. And then I'm lost. I place a hand on her lower back to hold her steady and spank away, craving the punitive contact, the stinging blows, the way she jerks and gasps with each smack. Spread your legs, beautiful. My voice sounds like I have rocks in my throat. She obeys, widening her stance to one only a dancer could pull off. Fucking perfection. I bring my hand up smartly between her legs and slap her pussy. She shrieks, but doesn't move. I drop my face to her level and wrap a fist in her hair, turning her to me. I need to see in her eyes that she's okay with this level of intensity. She's bitten her lip, but her eyes are glazed with pure lust. I kiss her, sucking the blood from her plump flesh. She kisses back, her tongue sweeping into my mouth. I bite back a curse. I'm not done spanking you yet, Angel. I return to my position behind her and spank her some more, giving her ass a rosy glow. If you were mine, I'd be spanking this ass every night, baby. Every fucking position, over my lap, on your hands and knees, bent over the couch, tied to the bed. I slap between her legs, aiming for her clit. Yeah, tied to the bed, legs spread wide. I'd save that position for when you're really naughty. Maybe use my belt a little to make you scream. I slap her juicy pussy again, several times. Why? She pants. My chuckle is dark. Because this ass just begs for it, baby. And to pay you back for keeping my goddamn balls tied up and in your back pocket. She laughs, a husky sound that makes my erection punch out painfully. I unbutton the denim and slide the zipper down to free my length. I give my cock a hard squeeze. Don't worry, baby. I'd make sure you liked it. Or I'd make it up to you afterward if I was too rough. I aim a few hard slaps to the place where ass meets thigh. I have a feeling that would be often. She wiggles her ass and tries to sneak a hand down between her legs. I catch her wrist. No relief for you, baby. Not yet. Not until you've been thoroughly punished. I snag a condom from my back pocket and tear open the foil, roll the rubber over my throbbing dick. I have to give it a couple quick yanks because I'm dying here. I know my girl is too, though, and I'm going to give it to her good. I drag the head of my cock through her juices. A hot shiver runs through my body, straight to the base of my spine. My belly shudders in. Angelina moans encouragingly. I push into her, my eyes flipping back into my head at the contact of her sweet sheath around my swollen member. You want my cock, Angel? Yes, please. Yes, Daddy. Fuck. The word daddy makes me shove hard into her, all the way. She gasps, her pussy clenching around my length. You like that, don't you? I arc in and out slowly, closing my eyes to shove down my mounting desire. Yes. I pull out. Sorry, baby. That's not where you're taking my cock tonight. Her breath stutters, but she doesn't offer up any complaint. My girl's nervous, I get that, but she's game. I run my palm over her blushing ass, loving the sight of my handprints there. I'll make it good for you, Angel. I reach down and hook my pinky through hers where it lies on the mattress. Promise. I rub her ass some more. Now, don't move from this position. I'm going to go get some oil. If you move, I'm going to spank you again when I get back before I take your tight little virgin ass. Understand? Yes, Daddy. I groan. To reward her, no, who am I kidding? It's for me, too. I take a deep plunge into her pussy, rolling my hips once I'm inside. A couple more deep thrusts and I pull out, holding the condom in place while I kick off my pants and stalk to the kitchen. I find a jar of coconut oil in one of the cabinets and scoop some into a bowl. When I come back, I find Angelina in the exact position I left her. She hasn't moved a muscle. Good girl, I purr as I scoop some of the coconut oil and rub it liberally around her anus. She shivers and shifts on her feet, but doesn't tighten or move from her position. I'll bet you have the tightest ass in the history of all asses, I murmur, working one well-lubed finger into her back hole. All those twirly turns and deep bends. Her husky laugh surrounds me. Pirouettes and pliés? Yeah, my pelvic floor is probably made of steel. Does that mean it will hurt more? No way. It's not going to hurt, Angel. I would never hurt you. At least not in a way you don't love. I slap her ass again. Fates, I love the sound of my hand smacking her fucktastic ass. She moans into the covers. I work a second finger into her ass and massage around the tight ring of muscles, working her open, preparing the way for my cock. I lube up my member and press the head right up against her entrance, holding her cheeks wide. Take a deep breath, baby. She holds it instead. I laugh. Deeper. She laughs too. Deeper, right. Okay. She draws in a breath. Now blow it out slowly and relax. I apply gentle pressure as she exhales, but I'm not going anywhere. Push back at me, Angel. Like you're trying to push me out, not let me in. That's it. Her sphincter muscles open, and I gradually work the head of my cock through. I reach around under her hips and rub her clit as I inch in, giving her the pleasure she needs to let go. And then I'm in. I don't move, except to stroke her pussy as she gets used to the intrusion. Good girl. You took my whole cock, baby. Right in that tight little dancer's ass. How does it feel? She's panting. Go slow. I lean over and trail my lips between her shoulder blades. I will, baby. Does it feel good? Sort of. Yes. Yes, Daddy. Oh, fates. It's all I can do not to rock back and slam in deep, but I hold back, sweat gathering at my forehead, my thighs shaking with the effort. Need her, need her, need her. I ease back a little, then seat my cock again, paying attention to her reaction. A wanton moan. I repeat the action. Jared! The slight alarm that tinges her voice tells me she's getting close to orgasm. I pump into her ass, slow and steady, smooth, predictable strokes. Her breath grows shorter, a little moan coloring each exhale. Need, Jared, I need... I know what you need, baby. I grip her hips and fuck harder, making my strokes shorter. She lets out the cutest uhs, and my world starts to spin. My vision changes, mouth grows wet with saliva. Without thinking, I let my fingers dig into her hips to hold her still for my onslaught. Is this what you needed? Yes, she gasps. Yes, please. Take it, Angelina. Take my big cock and your tight little ass. Take everything I have to give you. I finger fuck her pussy, 3 fingers sliding in and out, the heel of my hand grinding over her clit. She screams and clenches hard around my cock, wrenching my orgasm from me. I lose all control, pounding into her as the most intense relief of my life plows through me like a fucking hurricane. When I open my eyes, I'm draped over Angelina, fingers still buried in her pussy, cock still in her ass, our breath moving in perfect synchronicity. I rock into her, undulate my fingers to finish us off, laying 1,000 kisses along her neck, her ear, her cheek, her back. I'm humbled, grateful, in love. Fuck, I'm totally, hopelessly in love with this girl. The one I can't have. Chapter 9. Jared. The crew from San Diego is even twitchier than usual. Parker bounces on the balls of his feet, his focus pinging around the warehouse. Laurie's stutter is worse. Declan has a wild aggression pouring off him. So, full disclosure. Parker sucks his lower lip into his mouth. We're totally shut down for the moment in San Diego. I got picked up on gambling charges, but they couldn't make it stick. It was a catch and release, Declan declares with a reckless grin, shaking us down to see who's involved. Trey and I shoot a glance at each other. So they busted up a fight? Trey asks. Not exactly, Parker explains. 2 humans show up like they're going to slide right in. They didn't make it through the doors, of course. The bears took it upon themselves to teach the fellas a lesson, so they flashed their badges. The place cleared out in minutes, and I was left to talk to them. They brought me in, but I knew they had nothing on me. Yeah, but now they have your identity in their system. Trey frowns. Parker shakes his head. We have false identities Sam tells us are airtight. It probably was just local cops. If the feds involved with Data X traced it back, I'd already be dead. Maybe, Laurie says, flapping his long, slender fingers. Maybe not. We don't know. Better to lie low in Tucson for a spell. I nod slowly. Sure, we can put you up here. No problem. You helped Sam. I'm sure our Alpha will provide pack protection. Thank you. Parker bobs his head. I wonder if Kylie can scrub that police record, Trey muses to me. I nod. Will you ask her? He pulls out his phone and starts texting. You'll have to meet our Alpha, Garrett, I say. I'll text him to arrange it. A thread of unease runs through me. Am I bringing danger to the pack by starting this shifter fight club? I sure as hell hope not. But it fits right in. My violence always makes me a danger to the people in my life. You just have to figure out how the warrior fits into modern-day times, you're still the knight. Angelina believes I'm the fucking knight. But is this the way I serve in modern times? Somehow a fight club and illegal gambling doesn't quite seem like something Angelina could tell her parents about. And goddamn if I don't still harbor some tiny hope I can make this work with her. But I'll never be able to if I can't figure out a way to be her knight. Agent Dune. He pulls his ball cap lower over his brow and shuffles past the warehouse. His dingy old t-shirt reeks of cheap alcohol. A large styrofoam cup of watered-down liquor in his hand completes the derelict image. He's been casing the place for a few hours. The warehouse is like any other in an industrial area near the railroad tracks south of downtown Tucson. This is where he followed Parker and the other two from his screen captures. He couldn't get close enough to hear their conversation inside, but it was easy enough to guess what was going on. They're setting up cage fights in a new city. So all he has to do is keep an eye on them and slip into the next fight. Because he has a feeling whatever he sees going on in that cage is going to make things a hell of a lot clearer. Chapter 10. Angelina. I fit a pair of hoops through my earlobes and rub my lip-glossed lips together, looking in the mirror. Jared's already at the club working. He's eased off sticking with me every second of the day, but it's Saturday night and I'll be down there to dance in an hour. My limbs are loose, my butt still tingles, and I'm sore in several key places from the spanking and sex Jared gave me before he left. He said if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to stand watching me dance up on the box tonight, that he'd tear the heads off all the guys who looked at me and the spanking I'd get after would be way worse. It's so wrong that I want to tempt that fate, because every minute I'm with Jared brings the sharp pain of knowing we can't be together, even though we're perfect for each other. With him, everything is easy. He gets me, makes me laugh with his teasing, knows when to be serious, understands what makes me tick, more than I do, I sometimes think. And sex with him? Better than dancing. The first time I had sex was the summer after I graduated from high school. I told my boyfriend at the time it was almost as good as dancing. Needless to say, he was totally offended. But the sex with Jared goes way beyond anything I've done with or to my body. It's more artistic than a quadruple pirouette, more satisfying than the best choreographed piece. He lays me bare. Not just my body, but my very being, who I am at the core, and then he honors me, pleasures me, gives me so much while he takes it all. I sketched out my ideas for the warehouse, as he demanded, and I even made a list of dancers I'd like to ask to participate. I couldn't quite bring myself to ask them, though, because where would we rehearse? When? We're all busy with the faculty's stupid dances. We've also carefully avoided the topic of our relationship, like we both have this unspoken agreement to just enjoy this time while we have it. But I know when he walks away, when the 2 weeks are up and he cuts me loose, I'm going to be begging to have my memories erased. Because I won't be able to live with the pain of what I've lost, what I can't keep. I grab my purse and hook it over my shoulder before I step out the door. My body's already tingling with the excitement of seeing its master again. When I leave to pick up Talia and Remy, I can scarcely believe it's only been 1 week since the crash. My whole world has changed. I've changed. I pull up in front of Remy's first, and she comes out, all aglow with excitement. And she hasn't even hooked up with a hot, dominant werewolf who insinuates himself into the very fabric of her being. But she's like me, I guess. More excited by this dancing than what we have at school. "How's it going, girl?" she sings as she slides into the front passenger seat. "Ready to rock it?" "You know it." I take off before she's buckled her belt. Remy, do you have more fun with this dancing than school? Hell yes. She doesn't even hesitate. Why, do you think? Oh my God, so many reasons. She starts ticking off on her fingers. I get to insert my own creativity in the process. We have a live and appreciative audience who aren't all over 80. I get to dance with my best friends. There's no one breathing down my neck telling me I'm doing it wrong. There's no one standing in the wings dying to stab me in the back to take my place. Shall I go on? She casts a look at me. Why? What are you thinking? I shrug, deciding whether to hold back the words that have already tumbled to the tip of my tongue. What would you think about doing a full-length show? Like something super out there but totally entertaining. One part Cirque du Soleil, one part Blue Man Group, one part, I don't know, what we do at Eclipse? Hell yeah. Again, there's no hesitation. I pull up in front of Talia's house, and when she gets in, Remy says, Angelina's going to choreograph a full-length show for us. Total performance art, badass shit. Well, wait, I'm just thinking about it, I splutter. Talia leans forward from the back seat. Do it! I'm totally in, 100%. The twitters of excitement that I've flirted with ever since I first voiced my dream out loud to Jared flare up, flapping their wings so fast I lose my breath. You are? Both of you? Are you kidding? Remy laughs. I'd drop out of school and follow you anywhere to do this work, in a heartbeat. If you said we're going to take this show on a tour of the country in a VW bus, I'd organize the bake sale to fund it. She grins. I've been dying for you to do more work like this. Me too. Talia smacks my shoulder. I can't wait. When do we start? Well, I have to find us a space to rehearse in, and to perform. I want it to be an ongoing show, not just a weekend or two, but every weekend. Something that goes on the list of things to do in Tucson. Something we could make real money from, paid performances. Okay, then I will have to worry about someone standing in the wings to take my place, Remy says, but there's a laugh in her voice. That would be freaking amazing. My parents would die. They've always said I'll never make any money as a dancer. Same, Talia says. Same, I agree. Let's prove them wrong. Jared. I scent the moment Angelina enters the club. You might say that's impossible in a club filled with over 100 moving, sweating bodies, but it's true. My wolf instincts kick into high gear and I whirl around, turn predator the moment I catch sight of her. Oh, Faiths, she's wearing those short shorts, and a fucking halter top, the kind that ties right between her breasts and leaves nothing to the imagination. Which can only mean one thing. She wants me to spank her again. Heat coils in my belly, streaks down my spine. I stalk through the club. She's not a wolf, but her instincts are still good. She turns in my direction and we lock eyes. Her hair is in goddamn pigtails tonight, beautiful auburn fountains where she usually wears the Cinnabons. The second I get to her, I reach my hands under her armpits. She somehow intuits exactly what I'm going to do, because she springs up, her lithe little dancer's body attaching itself to mine, muscular legs wrapping around my waist. Hi, ladies. I wink at her friends. I'm going to borrow your girl for just a few minutes. One of them waggles her brows while the other gives us the wiggly finger wave. Have fun! I carry her right back to the storeroom, the place where this all started. I'm praying it doesn't remind her of how we left things after I got her off, because I only want to make my girl hot right now. The door doesn't lock, but I carry her back behind the stacks of boxes where no one will see us, even if they come in. Baby, what are you wearing? I growl. She grins up at me, pure impish pleasure on her beautiful face. My hands coast all over her ass, around the curves, between her legs, under the shorts. You're going to have my handprints all over this ass for all to see. Is that what you wanted, baby? I nip her shoulder, flick her earlobe with my tongue. She gives one of those sweet blushes. I didn't think about that part. Oh, you didn't? I rub firmly between her thighs, make her dampness soak through her satin panties. But you knew you'd get spanked, right? She lifts her face to mine, her breath warm on my face. Oh, I knew. Damn, that husky tone makes me want to throw her over a couple boxes and pound into her until she screams. A little more finesse, buddy. You're making it hard for me, baby. I really want to mark you so every fucker out there knows you belong to me. I'm palming her ass with both hands, kneading the firm flesh with a hard, possessive grip. A moment of insecurity flashes in her eyes, and I curse our fucking situation. If she were a wolf, she'd already be marked. Permanently. But I don't want to embarrass you either. I yank her up over the bulge in my pants and let her slide back down to her feet slowly. So maybe I'll settle for a good, hard fuck, and a few spanks where they can't see them. Jesus, Angelina, do you have any idea what you do to me? Do ya? I growl, spinning her around. I open her shorts and shove them, with her panties, down her legs. Yes? You do? I pull her hands behind her back and pin them with one hand. Putting my foot up on a box of wine, I fold her torso over my knee and smack her ass. Let's see. I lay 3 hard smacks right in the middle of her cheeks. They won't see here. 3 more. She lets out a cute little gasp and moans. I stroke between her legs. Juicy wet. Pure heaven. Need slams through me even harder, but I push it back. They won't see here. I slap her pussy. Oh, God, Jared, please. Oh, God, Angelina. And shifters don't even worship the God with a capital G. But hearing her beg me in that needy tone does something crazy to my insides. I have a finger wedged inside her before I even decide to do it. She struggles against my hold on her wrists, grinding her hips back into me to take my digit deeper. I pull my finger out and slap her pussy again. No, I said a hard fuck. That's what this naughty pussy deserves. Tempting me all over again when I just fucked her raw a few hours ago. I slap her ass a few more times, then pick her up and sit her on top of a stack of boxes, waist height. Eyes glazed, she spreads her knees wide for me. That's right, I growl, freeing my erection from my jeans. Spread those milky white thighs wider. Show me where I'm going to pound. She reaches down and spreads her pussy wide with her fingers, and I nearly come all over my hand. Fuck, Angelina. How in the hell do you think I'm going to keep my sanity tonight? Knowing this sweet little pussy's hiding right there, under those shorts? I fumble to get a condom on. She rubs herself and whimpers. I grab her wrist. Mine. I line up with her entrance and ease in. Mine, 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 mine. I slap my loins into the cradle of her legs, getting deep inside her. She's tippy on the boxes, and she grabs my forearms to keep from falling back. I growl and shove another stack of boxes behind the one she's on, lay her back. How's that, baby? Perfect. Her teeth chatter with my thrusts, because I can't stop giving it to her hard, marking her in the only safe way I can. Squeeze those nipples. Pinch them hard. This is punishment, baby. Daddy's going to make it hurt before I make it better. She laughs, throaty and sweet. Too late. It's already good. So good. I can't help but smile back, because she's so damn adorable. Sweat gathers at my brow and my muscles strain, but I don't ever want it to stop. Guess I'll have to fuck your ass again when we get home, I threaten. She orgasms, her pussy tightening and releasing around my cock. I thrust deeper, harder, faster. Yeah, you're definitely taking it in the ass later. I never said you could come. Her eyes roll back in her head, mouth opens in a silent scream. I clench my teeth, balls tightening up. I close my lips around my own roar and bury myself deep inside her. I lean forward and attack one of her breasts, pulling it out of her halter top and bra, sucking, squeezing, kissing, biting. She arches up into my mouth with a mule. Fuck, I want to take your ass right now. I reach under her ass and find her back pucker with the pad of my middle finger. Her pussy squeezes again, milking the last drops of cum from my Johnson. The storeroom door opens and I pull her down quickly, hiding our bodies behind the boxes. She laughs silently as we yank our clothing back in place. I fall on her mouth, kissing away her lip gloss and squeezing her ass. I can't get enough of this girl, even fresh off an orgasm. Fates, I think I will have to give you the belt tonight. I'm going to be harder than marble all night watching you. She looks up and blinks. Do your eyes change color? She sucks in a quick breath. I thought I saw that once before. Is that your wolf? I go perfectly still, staring down at her. Are they yellow? She nods. My hands on her tighten. Does this mean... Could she be my mate? Is my wolf coming to the surface to mark her? She rises to her tiptoes, balancing easily as she bats those long lashes. I want to see your wolf. It's an excited whisper, not a request, but not an assumption either. She watches me with hopeful expectation. How in the fuck can I say no? I crush my lips against hers. Is that a yes? She asks breathlessly when we break apart. Tomorrow, I promise. I'll take you up to Mount Lemon. Yes! She bounces on her feet and pulls me down for another kiss. Thank you. I can't wait. Things have shifted. There's a weight to my commitment, not a heaviness, just a significance. I've agreed to show her my wolf. Because she's my mate? Is it wrong that I'm starting to hope so? Yes, definitely. Because I still can't keep her. But fuck if I don't want to. Angelina. Jared isn't in the bed when I wake up. He had to stay late at Eclipse for pack business, and I was asleep when he came to my place. But I am sure he came in last night. I remember him climbing into bed beside me and curving his large body around mine. Pure heaven. All these little moments are ones I haven't had with past boyfriends. Not that I've ever really taken a serious boyfriend. I mean, I've dated a little, but I've never stuck with a guy for more than a few months, and while they may have spent a night at my place on weekends, it was never like this. I've never felt more wrapped up in a relationship than I do with Jared. The one guy I can't have a relationship with. I hear the sound of a motorcycle outside, and I scramble out of the bed and look out my window. There he is, unbelievably hot in a tight black t-shirt, tattoos snaking down his forearms, a new motorcycle between his powerful thighs. At least it looks like a new motorcycle. He parks it in my driveway and picks up a helmet that's hanging from the back seat. I go running for the door and fling it open. Hey, baby, you're up. He looks so genuinely happy to see me. I don't know why that surprises me. Maybe because I grew up feeling like a nuisance to my dad, and before Jared, I picked indifferent men who couldn't really give me their full attention. Now I've picked one who gives me more attention than I've dreamed of, but I can't have him. Same story, different twist. Unavailable. He sets the helmet on the table by the front door and comes at me, his hands reaching for my waist, tugging up the little pink cami I slept in. I giggle and catch his hands. Did you get a new bike? His eyes gleam with hunger. I did. He ignores my attempts to stop him and tugs the cami off over my head. I turn to run, only because I love when he catches me, and he does. Baby, you come to the door and nothing but a few scraps of fabric, you'd better know I'm going to be putting my hands all over you. I giggle. I know. That certainty is part of the massive appeal to Jared. I'm desired every minute of the day. He kisses my neck, backing me down the hall. Is the helmet for me? Mm-hmm. He nips my ear. For the trip to Mount Lemon? Yes, unless you're scared. I'm not scared, I say quickly. The fantasy of riding on the back of Jared's bike has been with me since I first started dancing at Eclipse, and knowing he will show me his wolf at the end of the ride completes it. Good. He pushes me into the bathroom. Were you going to shower before we go? I'm only confused because his hands are all over me, his tongue in my ear. I'll help you. He shoves my panties down my thighs until they drop to the floor. I loop my arms around his neck. That sounds like a plan. Angelina. The hour-long ride up Mount Lemon is spectacular. I'm a little wind-worn by the time we get there, but I loved every second of it. Jared drives the bike like it's an extension of his body, control and power humming beneath us. He pulls up at a cabin nestled in the woods and turns off the bike. What is this place? I step off the bike and try to find my footing on my wobbly legs. It's a cabin owned by one of our kind. Not exactly a pack member, but a friend of the pack. Real wealthy guy. I asked for permission to use it today, and he agreed. Jared pulls a saddlebag from the motorcycle and carries it up to the door, where he punches a code into a keypad. Cool. I follow him in, taking in the rustic, yet very well-appointed cabin. He unloads the saddlebag, which is filled with food from a deli, fresh cut-up fruit, fried chicken, potato salad, and a sack of brownies. Hungry? I eye the food. I probably shouldn't. He lifts a brow. What the fuck does that mean? His tone stings, and I turn my head to hide a flush. In a flash, I'm in his arms, my cheek pressed against his chest. Baby, that came out wrong. Are you telling me you're hungry but don't think you should eat? Because that's not gonna slide with me. I nuzzle into him, loving this protective streak he has for me. I'll eat, I concede quickly. I definitely don't want to go up against an angry wolf. He chuckles and strokes the back of my head. I didn't mean to scare you, Angel. Did I? You hurt my feelings a little. I don't like to get yelled at, but it's all good. I appreciate what you're doing for me. He drops a kiss on the top of my head. I won't yell again. He sits in a chair at the table and pulls me into his lap, then proceeds to hand-feed me until he's satisfied I've eaten enough. Only then does he eat what's left. Okay, Angel. You ready to meet my wolf? I jump up from his lap. Yes! He stands and peels off his t-shirt. It's bigger than a normal wolf. Don't be afraid, okay? I won't hurt you. I'm not afraid. Excitement wings through my chest. It's like I have some secret belief that seeing his wolf will close the gaps between us, the differences keeping us apart. He kicks off his boots, then unbuttons his jeans and shucks them. His boxers and socks come off last, and then he's naked. With the world's biggest boner. Again. It seems this man never gets tired of me. I'll probably need to run. If I leave through the doggy door, just make yourself at home here, okay? I'll come back when I get my animal under control. I don't understand what he's talking about, but I nod anyway. Jared gives a curt nod, and then his eyes turn gold. He drops to all fours, a giant white and silver wolf. So beautiful I want to weep. Maybe I do weep. I definitely drop to my knees and throw my arms around his furry neck. He whines and licks my face while I stroke him all over. Beautiful, soft fur. Massive animal. I'm in total awe of him. Jared, I breathe. He shudders and bolts, running straight for the doggy door in the kitchen. And then he's gone. I fling open the door, not to follow, just to watch. He covers ground swiftly, his massive paws leaping across the soft forest floor. "Have fun," I murmur, leaning my hip against the doorway. Incredible, gorgeous wolf. Seeing him sets off a longing I can't describe. It's a tug in my belly, a deep need or desire that I don't even understand. Do I want to be a wolf too? No, that's not it. I want him. I want to keep him. Forever. Tears spear my eyes. Why can't this work? Jared. Angelina seems subdued after she sees my wolf. Maybe she finally understands how inhuman I am. How we can't be together. That thought shouldn't make me feel so fucking desperate, but it does. She presses her body right up against my back on the ride down the mountain, like she can't get close enough, and yet there's a flavor of melancholy to her. Is this goodbye? Fuck. I fear it is. I take her back to her place and we walk in, slowly. So, what do you have going for the evening? I saw her time blocked off on her phone, but it didn't say what for. It was a recurring Sunday night date, whatever it is. Oh, not much, she says. Are you hanging around? I slow to a stop at the weird strain in her voice. Did she just lie to me? When she looks at me, guilt washes over her expression. I'm stunned at how badly it hurts. Unbelievably. Like a monster truck just rolled across my chest. I usually have dinner with my parents on Sundays. There's the truth. But the pain doesn't ease. It amplifies. Because Angelina's voicing what I've always known but somehow tricked myself into believing wasn't true. I'm not good enough. Not for Angelina's parents, who want what's best for her. Hooking up with me may be fine for a 2-week fling, but I'm not the guy she brings home. Ever. I shove my hands in my pockets. Yeah, I got it. That's cool. My voice sounds strangled. The urge to hit something is huge. Or to shift and run. Yeah, I have pack business to take care of. I'll catch you later. I head for the door. I literally can't stand another minute in her place because I'm suffocated by loss. Which is stupid, because she was never mine to lose. But this is a good thing, because I'd just started wondering if she's really my mate and whether I can figure out how to make this work. The answer is no, which I knew from the start. So walk away. And even though it kills me, I'll have to break my word and get her wiped. Maybe I can get her to agree to it. That needs to be my one and only strategy. Stop fucking her. Convince her to let go of these memories. Our memories. Jared. I stop at the door and look back, arranging my face into what I hope is a pleasant expression. Yeah. It would just be awkward with my parents. I wave my hand. Oh, I know. That's why I'll stay out of your hair. Catch you later. I walk out, leaving my bludgeoned heart flopping around on her living room floor. But there's nothing that can be done. I did this to myself, and to her. I have no one to blame but myself. Chapter 11. Angelina. Jared isn't at my place when I get home, nor does he show up before I go to bed. My stomach is in knots. I'm pretty sure I offended him. I was trying to keep him from my parents for his own sake, because they can be rude, arrogant, judgmental assholes. I don't want them to judge him, and I know they would. They'd take one look at the beefy arms covered with tattoos and write him off as a Hell's Angel or something stupid like that. They would never look beneath the surface to see the amazing man he is. The caring, considerate, thoughtful, charming guy who only seems to want to support me and fuck my brains out. And I would hate, absolutely die, if they were rude to him. So it was for his protection that I didn't want to invite him over to meet them. But I keep remembering what he said after we visited my grandma. You thought she'd hate me. He already believes this about my family, and in my parents' case, it would be true. But God, I don't want him to feel like I think he's less than. Just because my parents are stuck-up foothills assholes doesn't mean they're better. I stand at my window looking out, as if he's going to pull up on that sexy motorcycle any minute, even though I know he's not. How do I explain this to him without making it worse? Yes, I thought my parents would hate you, but I'm not hiding you from them. I'm hiding them from you. Not sure he'd believe that. And damn it, I shouldn't have lied when he asked where I was going. It only made it seem so much worse. I should have tried to be super upfront right from the beginning. Hey, my parents are jerks, and I'd be embarrassed for you to meet them, so do you mind if I don't introduce you? Damn, I don't know. Should I try to text him? Try to explain? Or will I just make this rift deeper? Wow, we really are Romeo and Juliet. My parents and his pack are keeping us apart. I rub my eyes, nauseated. Of course, to make matters even darker, dinner was the absolute worst ever. Or maybe I'm just noticing more now that I've had Jared fluffing me up for a week. It seemed like all I heard from my parents was what and who they wanted me to be. My mom went on about my weight and how I'm looking a little doughy. My dad wouldn't stop about the cocktail party next Sunday and how he needs me to be there to meet the bigwig Jackson King. It's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. Who needs their daughter to stand around and look pretty to close a business deal? In what reality did he cook up this role for me? And yet I feel the chains of bondage from them as if I am the maiden locked up in the castle, ready to be sold by her father to increase his land shares. Maybe in other lifetimes I was. Maybe we'll keep repeating this interaction until I finally stand up to them and tell them I'm not their puppet. But the thought literally throws me into quicksand. They're my parents. I'm their only child. They've supported me, financially, maybe not emotionally, for my entire life. They still pay my tuition and room and board. I teach classes for my spending money. Is it fair or right for me to dig my feet in? What's the big deal about one stupid charity cocktail party anyway? Except the thought of putting on a dress and attending their party next week feels akin to cheating on Jared. Seeing my parents again without mentioning Jared feels like a betrayal. Even though he and I aren't even supposed to be a couple, I'm locked in tight with him. And I don't want him believing he's anything less than a freaking hero to me. I square my shoulders and turn away from the window. I'm going to introduce him to my parents. I don't give a shit what they think. I'll warn him that they're assholes and that I'm embarrassed of how they might treat him, but I'll stick by his side. Jared is too amazing to be bothered by them. It's my behavior that bothered him, and I can fix that. I pick up my phone and text him. I miss you. I wish I'd brought you to my parents. Are you coming over? He texts back immediately. It's all for the best, baby. Get some rest. I'll see you soon. Well, shit. There's a note of distance in his text that sets alarm bells clanging in my head. But maybe I'm reading too much into it. Texts can be weird that way. I sure as hell hope that's all it is. Jared. Is it totally backwards that even as I contemplate letting Angelina go, I'm trying to make myself worthy of her? I sit across the desk from our pack attorney, who is also Garrett's mate, with my knee bouncing up and down. It's been over 24 hours since I've seen Angelina, and the hole in my heart is getting larger. I have to take some action, do something to try to make my life respectable. Listen, I was thinking about those kids, all the foster kids you help. Maybe the older ones? Yes? Amber wears polite, pleasant expectation on her face. She's classy, this one, even though she's a product of the foster system herself. Well, do you think they'd like a boxing gym? A place to work out their aggression, if they have any? I was thinking maybe I could, coach them or something. Teach them how to box. I'm unprepared for the way Amber's face lights up. Jared, that's an amazing idea. You'd be perfect for coaching troubled teens. Would you really do that? I've cast the die. There's no backing out now. Not when Amber has that full force ahead look on her. I clear my throat. Well, maybe we could try it out, see how it works. I rented this warehouse for, I stop, not wanting to involve Amber in anything illegal. I know about your fight club, she breezes, like it doesn't bother her a bit. And yes, this would be the perfect way to make a legit business organization around fighting. I think it's the most brilliant idea I've ever heard. I grin. I don't know if I'd go that far. Yes, truly. Have you talked to Garrett? I shake my head. I wanted to ask you first. I know Garrett's going to be in on anything you green light. I wink. She laughs. Clever wolf. Okay, I will make some calls. Maybe you could start with a one-time workshop to gauge interest, both on your part and theirs. You know, just see how it goes. And if everyone likes it, we can set up something more permanent. But you'll have to get everything legal and above board. Liability insurance, fingerprinting, CPR training. I'll work on that this week. Anything else? Are you going to buy mats and make it look like a real gym? Yeah, definitely. A gym dance studio performance space, with cage fighting in the back. There's something about having a full row of warehouses to work with that makes it seem like anything and everything is possible. Even winning Angelina. I head over to Home Depot to pick up the plywood and foam core necessary to spring the floor in the dance studio, warehouse, and the gym. I'm going to trick out the space in every way possible, because my future is tied up in this. I don't know what it will look like, but I have to take steps to get there. Angelina. 3 days. That's how long I go without seeing Jared. He sends texts, friendly ones, asked how my day was, wanted to know if I'd moved forward on planning my big show, told me to give my professors hell and kept promising to see me soon. But it's been 3 days and anxiety builds in me like I'm going to blow. I hate this unsettled feeling, not knowing what's happening with us. Not that I ever knew, but at least he was at my place, in my space, crowding all my doubts with his large presence. I change out of my leggings and tank top and pull on a sundress before I step outside of the dance building. And then my heart skips a beat. There he is, on his motorcycle at the curb. My heart double pounds and a smile stretches across my face. It's all I can do not to run straight over. He dismounts and pulls me into him, his mouth on mine like nothing happened. I should shove him away and demand we talk, hash through our relationship and what's going to happen. But that sounds terrible, and his lips over mine are so much better than terrible. They're divine, like coming home. So yeah, talking can wait. I just want to be with Jared for now. I missed you, I say honestly when we break apart. Baby, I fucked my hand so hard I got blisters missing you. A shocked laugh spills from my lips and Jared shrugs. You ought to know. Then why'd you stay away? Damn. I really don't want to have this conversation because I'm terrified of his answer. His face clouds and he presses his lips together. I'm trying to figure my shit out. His voice is gruff. I wrap my arms around him and squeeze hard, as if I can somehow make him stay in my life forever. He tips up my chin. You okay? Yeah. I sound breathless. Now that you're here. I look at the bike. Are you going to take me for a ride? He smiles and picks up the helmet. A short one, because you're not dressed appropriately. His eyes trail to my bare legs, lips kicking up like he loves what he sees. I'll take you to your car. I'm dying to ask, and then? To beg him to come back to my house, but I don't want to come off as crazy needy here. I climb on the back of the bike and wrap my arms around his solid waist. He eases us into motion, and I lean my face against his back, breathe in his scent. The trip to the car is short, far too short. I climb off and fiddle with my dance bag. Now what? Jared shoves a hand through his short hair. Now, you should probably come to my place so I can take care of that, problem of yours, I say, eyeing his bulging cock. He lets out a strained laugh. Fuck, baby. He looks around like the answer is written on one of the trees. I moisten my lips with my tongue, making sure he sees the motion. He groans and gives his cock a squeeze through his jeans. I never could resist you. I swear to the fates. Even if I'd had you wiped, I'd be right back here again, making new memories. Something flutters in my chest. New memories. Yes, please. He captures the back of my head and melds his mouth over mine again. The kiss is possessive, dominating. You go home and take your shower, little girl. I'll pick up some food and meet you there. What sounds good? You? His eyes change to yellow right there in the street, and he lets out an inhuman growl. He shoves me up against the car, his movements rough. He pushes his knee between my thighs, spreading my legs. You keep talking like that, you're going to get yourself fucked up against this car in broad daylight. I'm helpless with need. I love dominant but gentlemanly Jared, but this side of him, this out-of-control growly thing, I'm lost. I grind down on his leg, rub my breasts against his chest. Seriously, he splutters, one hand wrapping in my hair and pulling it taut. His other hand strokes down my hip. If I touch your skin, it's all over. Somehow, some sense of appropriateness takes over, and I catch his hand before it reaches my bare thigh. I'll be ready for you, I promise, my voice not sounding remotely familiar, it's so husky. He pulls my hair harder and drags his open mouth down the column of my neck. You'd better be. Fireworks go off in my lower belly and in my head. I crave this aggressive side of Jared more than ever. He bites my neck, hard enough to leave a mark, but I don't whimper. Dancers don't register pain the same as most people because it's always mixed with pleasure. Dancing in toe shoes until your feet are bloody comes with the satisfaction of accomplishment. Maybe that's why I love it so much when Jared spanks me. Maybe the aggression he warned me about won't be an issue. Somehow I extricate myself from his grip, slither down into the driver's seat of my car. He leans against the vehicle, peering in the window like he's not sure he's going to let me drive away. And considering the way he picked up his huge motorcycle like it weighed nothing after the car accident, he probably could stop it with one hand. Instead, he thumps the ceiling, still peering in at me as I slowly pull away. I wriggle in my seat, my pussy hot and damp, already more than desperate for him. The little voice of reason in my head screams, "What are you doing?" Every time I have sex with Jared, it makes our impending separation worse. But I can't make myself care. I went 3 days without seeing him, and my body is now desperate for the satisfaction only he can deliver. I'm desperate to give him satisfaction. And I guess, if I'm totally honest, I'd admit there's some chirpy optimist in me who still hopes maybe we can make this work. I'm out of the car as soon as I pull up, dashing for the door. I take the world's fastest shower, but then I can't figure out what to do with myself. Put my clothes back on? Stay in the towel? Turns out I don't have to wait to find out, because Jared barges in my house a moment later, his boots sounding in long, heavy strides down the tiled hallway. I peek out of the bedroom, wet hair dripping, towel cinched up under my armpits. Jared growls. Yes, a real growl, like wolf-sounding growl. His eyes glow yellow. My pussy clenches, belly flutters. Maybe because I'm a little nervous about his dominance, I take charge. I square off to face him when he comes in my bedroom. "Show me your cock." His surprised grin changes his eyes back to green for a moment, but the moment he takes his cock out and fists it, they glow yellow. I lift my arms and let my towel drop. He reaches for me, but I dance out of the way. "Nuh-uh, I'm going to take care of you first." I drop to my knees on the towel and slide his jeans and boxers down his legs. He kicks off his boots and steps out of the tangle of clothing. I close my hand around where he still grips the base of his cock and guide the head to my mouth. "Angelina," he chokes, I don't." I ignore him and take the tip between my lips, licking a bead of pre-cum from his slit. He catches the back of my head and wraps his fist in my hair again, shoving me forward on his cock. I'm pretty sure he was going to tell me that he couldn't hold back because there's no gentleness to his touch. He holds me immobile and thrusts deep in my throat, then backs out and shoves again. My eyes water, but I'm beyond excited at his desperation for me. I massage his ballsack, try to wrench his grip on his cock free so I can fist him instead. He seems to gather himself and stops thrusting, removing his hand and standing there, panting. I look up at him, watching his reaction as I slowly take him deep. Another snarl. "What are you doing to me, baby?" His teeth are clenched together, fists still tight in my hair. "I can't take much more of this." I suck harder, bob my head over him faster. "I'm gonna come down your throat, baby." He starts to thrust again, taking over, imprisoning my head for his jerky movements. "You don't want that, do you?" I make a sound and nod my head, and he roars, coming. His hot, salty seed spurts into the back of my throat, and I swallow and swallow until it's all down. Jared doesn't lose any of his intensity, though. He pulls out of my mouth and picks me up, tossing me on my back on the bed. He dives between my thighs, licking into me with hot strokes. He bites and sucks and flicks, devouring me with a hunger I didn't know was possible. "I'm gonna fuck you," he rumbles, shoving his fingers inside me. He pumps them up to the knuckles. I arch up off the bed. He finds my G-spot, and that quickly, I'm orgasming. He hardly waits for me to finish. "I can't stop now. I'm going to fuck you all night, baby. You won't be able to walk straight tomorrow." I don't offer any protest. Yeah, I'm a little daunted by that promise, but my desire, my excitement greatly outweighs any fear. "Fuck me," I challenge. He lifts his head and stares me down with those beautiful golden eyes. "I won't be gentle." It's a warning I didn't need. He's already half animal, his voice deep and rough, the fervor behind his touch seeming more instinctive than meditated. "Fuck me," I repeat. He flips me over onto my belly and grips my hair again, tugging my head up and causing me to arch backward. "I'm gonna fuck you from behind, because I love this ass of yours." Sadly, he doesn't stop to slap it. But then I forget that fleeting disappointment because he puts on a condom and shoves into me. I don't know how his cock is already hard again, but it is. The simultaneous sting of my scalp and deep pleasure of being filled by him bring me to a heightened sensitivity. I moan for more. Jared rides me, using my hair for leverage until he grows tired of the position and releases my wet locks. He twists my hips to the side, lifting one knee to fuck deeper, harder, holding me by my nape and thigh to thrust deeper. It's all a blur of sensation, of pleasure. I have no control of the situation, so I surrender, allow him to use my body however he chooses. And he definitely keeps choosing. He pushes me to my back and falls on my breasts like a starved man while he continues to pound me with his cock. Then I'm on my hands and knees, his fingers digging into my hips as he slaps his balls against my clit. He reaches around and rubs that magic place, and I come again, bucking against him. He pulls my torso up against his chest and squeezes my breasts roughly, biting my neck. Then we're off the bed. He bends my torso down on the mattress. Spread your legs wide. Wide is easy for a dancer. I take the widest second position in releve, which is the fancy French way of saying on the balls of my feet, and arch my ass back at him. He snarls his appreciation, spanking me in a swift flurry of slaps. He spanks my ass, the backs of my thighs, my pussy. Even the inner thighs receive his delicious brand of torture. If you weren't so goddamn wet, I could hold back, he growls. But how can I when you love taking it as much as I love giving? More is all I can choke. I can't restrain myself enough to take your ass gently. But you want that, don't you? I guess I do. It's intense, so intense, but the pleasure is out of this world. He slaps between my legs. I'll have to spank this pussy until you come. Do you think you can come again just from having your pussy slapped? He shoves a digit in my channel, then pulls it out and circles my anus with it. I don't know, I gasp. I think you can, baby. You're going to do it for me. He spanks me faster, only between the legs, still massaging around my anus. He spanks much lighter there than when he slaps my ass, but now he applies a little more force. Ow, I whimper. He doesn't stop, just keeps on with the steady, firm smacks. You're going to come, and then I'm going to fuck your sore little pussy until I come again. And that will teach you to tempt a wolf this close to the full moon. His words make me come. Just hearing about his wolf thrills me beyond belief. My pussy clenches and squeezes on nothing, and I don't care how sore he's made my core, I definitely want him in me again. He lifts me onto my knees on the bed, pushing my torso flat against the mattress. He spanks me again, but I'm not registering anything as pain anymore. It's all pleasure. It's all hot, tingly, fabulous contact. He peppers the back of my legs and my ass with sharp slaps, punishes my inner thighs again. Then he pins my hands behind my back and pushes into me. I love the feeling of being his captive. He pulls my elbows to ram in deeper, punishes me with his thick cock. He drives in harder, faster, his loins making a slapping sound against my stinging ass. I start babbling, pleading. I need to come, but more importantly, I need him to come. I want him to reach his satisfaction with me. Fuck yes, I love it when you beg, baby, he growls. Who paints your ass red and makes you needy for his cock? You do, Jared, please. I can't get enough. He fucks me so hard it rattles my teeth. Please. An unearthly growl rips through the room and Jared comes. I clench around him in the most mind-blowing orgasm of my life. He continues to fuck me in hard thrusts, roaring the whole time. And then we're somehow down on our bellies, his body draped over mine, his breath hot in my ear. He nips and licks and bites my neck, still rocking his cock into me, but gentle now. Are you okay? He murmurs. I can't answer for a moment. I'm too out of breath, too replete. In a flash, he pulls out and flips me onto my back. His eyes are back to green, and his gaze is worried. I'm okay, I manage. I'm great. His brows slam down and he backs off me, rolling my hips to one side and another. I bruised you. I smile. I don't care. but anguish washes over his face and he shoves his hand through his hair. I care. I reach up and grab his t-shirt, pull him down for a kiss. Stop being stupid. I loved your aggression. His brows lift and he sucks in breath. You did? Yeah. He pulls up one of my knees and angles his cock back to my entrance. I wince when he sinks in because, yeah, I've already taken a lot. He sees the wince and immediately pulls out. Shit, baby, I have to get out of here. He starts shoving his legs in his boxers. I sit up, pulling the covers over me as if they'll shield me from his abandonment. I meant it when I said I'd fuck you all night. I mean, I really can't stop. And I'm afraid something bad will happen next time. Worse than bruises. He yanks on his jeans and zips them. Believe me, I want to stay, but there's no way I can. I care about you too much to risk your life this way. He stops to kiss me. I expect a quick peck. I think that's what he went in for, but suddenly he's claiming my mouth with the same aggression he claimed my body, tongue plunging between my lips, hand rough on the back of my head. He curses when he pulls away. I gotta go. There's an urgency in his tone, like he's a ticking time bomb about to explode. Really? Okay. I can't hide my disappointment, my sadness. He sees it, and regret swims in his expression. But then he's gone, leaving without another glance, his motorcycle roaring to life outside. I can't stop the tears from falling down my cheeks. Of course he's gone. I knew that's how this would end all along. Jared. Damn it! I pull the drill out of the plywood and pluck out the broken bit. It's the fourth one I've broken from leaning on the drill too hard. I worked all night and straight through the day today working on Angelina's warehouse. I set up a studio in the back, complete with a sprung hardwood floor, mirrors, and bars. She can teach dance there if she wants to do classes, or use it as her rehearsal space. The main section of this warehouse is her performance space. That's where Trey and I are working now. I'm finishing up the stage. Anything to keep myself from rushing back to Angelina's place and marking her. Trey was right. The full moon brought on the urge. She's definitely my mate. Which makes this warehouse transformation all the more important. The warehouse and my own transformation. I try to see myself through her parents' eyes. Would they view me any different if I was coaching disadvantaged youth? Or would they still just see a guy covered in tattoos who uses his fists for a living? One who lets their daughter ride on the back of his motorcycle in a sundress? Fates, I'm an asshole. I put her in danger on my bike, and last night she was in danger with me. But I'm going to prove to her and her parents that I'm worthy. And then maybe I can keep her without marking her. I could just disappear during the full moon, keep my distance for her safety. The moon is full in 2 days. Parker scheduled the first fight for tomorrow night, which gives the wolf participants, my pack, an advantage. If we're fighting other kinds of shifters, that is. Hey Jared, like this? Trey's up on a ladder hanging the rigging for the aerial dance Angelina envisions. Yeah, looks good. Hang 3 of them like that. Next, I'm going to build wooden flats, like room dividers on locking wheels, so she can move them around to create the space any way she wants it. I ordered a ton of black stage curtains, too, which can also be set up on movable tracks. I don't know anything about art, but as I shape what Angelina sketched, I grow more and more excited. She really has an incredible vision here. So you just gonna keep working in here until you collapse? Trey asks when he comes down from the ladder. Have you even eaten anything since yesterday? Nah, I'm not hungry. You're trying to stay busy to keep from marking her. Is that what this is about? I wipe the sawdust off my hands. Yeah. If you figured out she's your mate, why aren't you over there figuring out how to claim her without too much damage? I pick up another board and put it in place. Trey holds it for me while I drill a screw through. I can't just claim her. Not without her permission. Not until I've proven... I wipe the sweat dripping into my eyes and hang my head, feeling the weariness for the first time. That's why I'm here, to set things up so I have something to offer her. Oh, I can't stand the sympathy I hear in that single syllable. Do you really think that's necessary? I mean, I think she likes you for you already. I shake my head and drill another screw in. You don't get it. Her parents have plans for her. She needs someone respectable, someone she can introduce without cringing. If you're just doing this boxing thing with the kids for her, then I'm not, I cut in. I want to do it. It's the one thing I know how to do, right? So wouldn't it be good if I used it to help people instead of hurt them? Trey stares at me for a long moment. Yeah, but only if that's what you want, not if you're doing it to impress a girl. I'm not. I'm actually certain of this. Angelina inspired me, and yes, I am trying to prove something to her parents, but the idea is my own, and it's one that excites me. Okay, I'm going to take a break and get something to eat. He waits a beat to see if I'll offer to quit too, but I don't. See you later. Yep, later. I'm relieved when he's gone, even though I appreciated his help. For some reason, this journey feels personal, something I have to do on my own. I pull out my phone and text Angelina. I texted her last night once my head was clear to apologize for running out on her. Her only answer was thank you, which pretty much ripped my chest open. That means I hurt her when I left, and she hasn't forgiven me. I texted again this morning to say I still needed to stay away, but I hoped she had a great day. She just sent back a heart emoji. That's it. So I hope this text will show her I'm really thinking about her. I want to show you my warehouse space. It might give you ideas for your show. I'm working on it today, but can you come by tomorrow afternoon? 874 South Rindal. She responds immediately. I have rehearsal, but I'll come afterward. I smile like a fool at my phone. Great. Can't wait. Me neither. And just like that, I'm transformed from haunted to happy. This plan is good. It's going to work. Angelina. Oh, for fuck's sake. It figures that the first time Jared wants to see me this week is the evening my parents decide to drop by and take me to dinner. I'm sitting at the downtown restaurant, eating my salad without dressing, my stomach in a knot. Everything about this feels wrong. I should be over at the warehouse with Jared. I texted him but haven't received a response. When I tried to call, it went straight to voicemail, like his phone was off or the battery dead or something. Halfway through the meal, the cause of my anxiety finally clicks. What can I say? I'm most blind when it comes to family dynamics. I'm betraying Jared again, choosing my parents over him, showing him that he's less important than they are. Me shutting him out for dinner was the first rift between us. The full moon is a far more minor one, and one I can understand. One that's actually quite flattering when I think about it. I set down my fork and clear my throat. So, I'm dating someone. Okay, that doesn't ease the tension in my midriff, it only makes it tighter, but I'm not going to stop now. I'm tired of hiding who I really am from the people who raised me, who ought to know me best. My dad shows no expression at all. My mom raises her eyebrows. Somehow I sense judgment from them even though I haven't even told them who I'm dating. Or maybe I'm just imagining it all, projecting my fears onto the situation. That must be it. His name is Jared. He works at the club where I dance. There. The scorn I expected is on both their faces. Doing what? My dad asks. He's a bouncer. I fight the urge to explain more. Why does Jared's job require justification? It's a perfectly decent, legitimate job. No, it doesn't require a college degree, but who cares? My dad rolls his eyes. Well, everyone needs a little fling, my mom trills. I lift my chin. No, I really like him, and... My mouth goes dry. I'd like you to meet him. Oh, God, did I really say it? Yes, I did. And there's no going back. Well, I don't think that's necessary. My mom's already decided he's not worth meeting. Fuck her. Yes, I want you to meet him, after dinner. We'll drop by his warehouse. This catches my dad's attention. Real estate is something he's always interested in. He has a warehouse? I shrug. I guess so. You know, the owner of Eclipse owns half the real estate downtown. I wouldn't be surprised if Jared's invested as well. He always seems to have plenty of money. My dad exchanges a skeptical look with my mom. I shove my half-finished salad away from me and signal to the waiter. We're ready for our check. It's funny how such a tiny act of independence feels like rebellion. We all have roles. Mine is to be the dutiful daughter. I don't call for the check because I never pay. That's my dad's role. Well, I have my payout from Saturday night dancing. I pull out the bills and toss them on the table. Dinner's on me. My parents gape at me. Yep, things are changing. Get used to it. I get in my parents' car and plug the address Jared gave me into my phone. My dad acts impatient and put out the whole time, but he drives there anyway. The parking lot of the row of warehouses is packed with cars and motorcycles. I double-check the address, but it's the right one. At least, the address he gave me is one side of the warehouse. It's the other side that's drawing the crowd. A garage door stands open and bodies throng around the open entrance. I knock on the door of the address he gave me, but no one answers. People are staring at us like we're wearing neon "You Don't Belong" signs. And I guess we don't. Because the crowd appears tough. Very tough. Are all these guys shifters? I'm not familiar enough with his motorcycle to know if one of these is his, so I decide to just peek in. Two burly men move to block me. I'm just here to see Jared. Do you know if he's around? One of the guys leans forward and takes a deep whiff of me. Angelina, my dad says sharply. The guy who sniffed me throws an arm out between me and my parents. You can go in. They stay out here. Your boy's inside, but he's busy at the moment. Shouts and cheers erupt from inside, like there's some kind of show going on. I push through the crowd. There's a large cage set up in the middle of the warehouse, and the rough crowd gathers all around, hanging on the chain links, shouting jeers and taunts at the people in the cage. I can't figure out what's going on, but something makes me push forward. I've come this far. I need to see Jared. They said he was here. I hear the sound of thuds and my stomach knots up even tighter. What's going on in that cage? I push my way through the crowd. Where in the fuck do you think you're going, Red? A giant, chip-toothed man hauls me up off my feet. I shriek and smack his arm at the same time I hear a roar. From my higher vantage point, I can now see into the cage. Jared's in it, shirt off, sweat glistening over his muscled, inked chest. He's fighting someone, his bare knuckles smashing into the guy's face with a bone-crunching sound. I gasp, sickness lurching in my belly. At the same moment, Jared turns and zeroes his gaze on me, as if he's sensed my presence. His opponent takes that opportunity to throw a punch at his face, breaking his nose. Blood splatters onto the concrete floor. The guy holding me starts to carry me away from the fight, and I struggle to get free. Jared roars, a full-on werewolf sound, and chaos erupts all around me. Jared. Blood streams in my eyes as I blunder toward the cage door. A hand lands on me and I snap around, driving my fist into my opponent's face. He drops. The crowd hollers louder, faces pressing against the chain links. Beyond them, a flash of red hair. Angelina. She's in a shifter's arms, her small hands pushing at the tattooed brute. He laughs and lifts her easily, ignoring her angry cry. A roar surges from my body. My opponent staggers up and weaves toward me, and I kick him so hard in the gut, his body flies to hit the opposite wall of the cage. I hit my side of the cage, razor claws shooting from my fingers. I don't think. I grab the links and pull, parting the metal. A few more tugs and I'm free. Angelina! Shocked faces rise around me and fall away as I tear across the space, hard on the shifter's heels. They're halfway to the door before I catch up. I slam into the thug, tearing at his flesh. He drops Angelina, and I dart in front of her, roaring in challenge. "What the fuck?" the wolf shouts, blood dripping from his torn shirt. A wolf I know, club name Bruiser, from Garrett's dad's pack. "Fuck, man, I was getting her out of there for you. She's not safe here." I don't give a fuck. He laid his hands on my girl. He's gonna bleed. "Mine!" my wolf roars. "Jared, wait! Stop!" Trey pushes through the crowd. "Jared?" A soft cry from the floor. Angelina's eyes flash wide, horror reflecting off the blue. Oh, fuck. She's looking at me like I'm a monster. Sirens fill the air. "Cops are here! It's a raid!" someone screams, and shifters stampede for the exits. "Fuck!" Trey explodes. "Angelina, I'm sorry." I grab her. Gotta get her out. Gotta get her safe. I propel her to the door. We burst outside, the fresh air pelting me. I blink stupidly, disgusting beast covered in blood. "Oh my God, you're hurt!" Angelina's hands flutter over my flesh. Her nails are so shapely and perfect, her blue eyes wide with fear. She's so beautiful, and I'm such a beast. I grab my shirt and wipe my eyes, not that it does much good. Angelina's pale face looks so fragile. She's streaked with blood, my blood, the blood of a beast. "Government agent, everybody freeze!" a guy yells behind us. My blood turns cold. How in the fuck did a government agent get inside the warehouse? No human should have gotten in. "Jared?" Angelina chokes out. She's looking at me like I'm a criminal. Can this get any fucking worse? How much did she see? Did she see the fight? How I lost control? I don't want her to witness this. Not any of it. "Get out of here, baby. It will be okay." I start to touch her and stop. I'll just cover her with more gore. My stink spreads all over her. She shouldn't be here. What the fuck is she doing here? Why the fuck did I ever think she could be with a guy like me? "Mine," my wolf howls. He ripped through a steel cage to get at her. Proof that he's laid claim to her. Proof that I'm too much of a monster to ever deserve her. The government agent has his eyes on me, pushing through the crowd, but I'm not waiting around. I duck outside after Angelina. I have to make sure she's safe. Lights flash all around. The sirens blare, cops shouting on megaphones. "Everyone cooperate," Trey shouts. "This is a misunderstanding." He has enough alpha dominance in his voice that the spectators obey. Thank God. This could turn into a massacre. I look around at my worst nightmare. Armed officers charging at shifters, guns out. Some tattooed thugs fall to their knees, hands on their heads. The cops swiftly surround and question them. A few lucky shifters make it to their motorcycles and roar away. "Angelina!" a woman screams. She comes flying over. "Oh my God!" A guy in a golf shirt follows, revulsion scrawled across his face. "What is going on? Angelina, get away from him!" "Get out of here, Angel," I say. "Just go." "No!" Her bottom lip puffs out. "You're hurt again. I'm going to make sure you're okay." "The cops are here. Angelina, don't be a fool." The man lays his hands on her and I grab the front of his collared shirt. "Don't fucking touch her." My wolf is off his leash. My eyes must be glowing like kryptonite right now. Golf shirt guy's face goes white. "Jared, stop!" Angelina stops. "Let him go. Dad, it's okay, just—" "Dad?" I reel, taking in the older couple. Sure enough, the woman is petite and lovely like her daughter, and there are glints of red in golf shirt guy's hair. Fuck. My girl brought her parents to meet me right in the middle of a police raid on my cage fight. I remove my hands from the guy so fast he staggers. His wife catches him. She's crying, mascara running down her face. "Angelina," I start when an officer runs up shouting. "That's the one," the government agent yells. "Get on the ground! Get on the ground!" The cop waves his gun. I see red again. If he's not careful, he'll shoot Angelina. "All right," I shout, stepping between her and the crazy cop, hands on my head for good measure. "Calm down, we're cooperating." "Get on the ground!" he screams again. I fall to my knees. He grabs me and I let him slam me into the pavement. "Stop!" Angelina cries. "He's cooperating. He's bleeding. Can't you see he's hurt?" "Angelina, get away from him!" her father shouts. A boot hits my side. I grunt but stay down. The cop kneels on my neck to cuff me, grinding my cheek into the gravel. I look up at my beautiful girl. "Angelina," I breathe her name through cracked lips. "It's okay. I'm okay. Please leave." "But you're hurt," she says. Her parents reach for her and she shakes them off. "I'm not leaving." "Just go, baby. Go." Face-stricken, she mouths my name at me as her parents drag her away. Peering past the cop's boots, I watch her climb into a gleaming Mercedes. A howl tears from a chasm deep within me as the car squeals out of the lot, carrying my mate away. Agent Dune. "So was this guy taking bets?" the local cop asks him dubiously. When the police showed up at the warehouse, he had no choice but to flash a badge and take claim of the scene. He sure as hell didn't want them in there fucking everything up. He still hadn't found out who the fuck placed the 911 call they were responding to, although his money was on the redhead's dad. And the redhead seemed to be linked to this guy, the one he wanted to question. He'd purposely allowed the rest of the major players to escape. Parker and the other two bookies slipped out the back when the chaos began. They were more useful to him free. He'd learn more about their kind with surveillance. So he'd let the cops grab this guy, the one who'd been fighting in the cage, the one making a big fuss outside the building. And now he'd insisted on questioning him, in private. Because after seeing Jared Johnson fight, he knew he was the same as Nash. Altered, enhanced somehow. He gazes through the two-way mirror at the bloodied, tattooed Hulk cuffed to the table. "I'm not sure we can hold him on any charges that will stick," one of the cops says. "We'll probably have to let him go. Not before I question him." "Alone? You sure about this, Agent?" Quite sure. Doone shrugs out of his jacket, folding it and laying it over a chair. He's a big man, not as big as the fighter waiting to be questioned, but powerfully built and ripped in a way that shows an obsession with strength training beyond the basic fitness requirements. "It's your show," one of the cops murmurs. "Remember that," he warns. Checking his gun, Agent Doone saunters in. Jared watches him, alert, wary. Not guilty like a criminal. No, he behaves more like an agent would. Ready for trouble from any side. Suspicious. He's much more than a dumb guy with big muscles. He's a warrior. Like Doone. He took a seat across from Jared and fixed him with a steady gaze. Jared stared back. He didn't get nervous the way most guys do under questioning, and Doone had questioned a lot of guys. He knew and used torture methods taught to him by the government meant to make any guy talk. He didn't plan to use many of them today, not in a local police station with cameras everywhere. But if the cops had to fuck with his investigation, he sure as hell was going to question this guy. "I saw you fight," Doone says at last. Jared doesn't answer, doesn't look away. "Saw you tear open a steel cage with your bare hands." He still doesn't answer. What kind of man has that kind of strength? Jared purses his lips, but still doesn't answer. Someone who's not just a man. Someone who's been enhanced. That's what I think. Jared shakes his head. "I don't know what you're talking about. You know anything about 2 labs being blown up in Southern California?" A momentary tick before he hides it. Yes, he knows something. Doone's instincts weren't off. "What do you know?" Jared shakes his head. "Have no idea." Doone slams his fist down on the table. "Bullshit!" Jared doesn't jump. He doesn't even stiffen, which tells Doone the guy isn't the slightest bit threatened by him. Because he wouldn't be if he'd been altered by Data X, would he? "What did they do to you? In that lab, did they make you into a monster?" A slight wrinkle appears on Jared's forehead before it smooths out, which means something in Doone's questioning is off. So the guy didn't come from those labs. He must have come from another one. He lunges for Jared, gripping his hair and yanking his head back. "I know you have superhuman strength." He hopes to piss the guy off enough to see him change the way he'd seen Nash change. He slams Jared's head down on the desk and yanks it back up. His nose re-breaks and blood streams out, but Jared squeezes his eyes shut so he can't tell if they changed color. "Open your goddamn eyes," he growls. "Fuck off." He pushes his thumb into the other man's eye and prods a lid open. The iris seems to be yellow, but the other man draws his head back for a headbutt, and Doone has to dodge it, so he's not sure. Then the man stands, pulling the chain on his handcuffs taut. "You don't know what I am, do you?" There's an odd triumph in the other man's face that makes the back of his neck prickle with warning. "You don't know what you are," he says in a low voice, the corners of his mouth curving. The door bursts open and a small blonde in a suit and heels stomps in, flanked by 2 cops. The cops seem oddly protective of her, even though if she's an attorney, and he'd bet she is, she can't be on their side. "Step away from my client, Agent Doone." Her voice is ice cold. "Did you break his nose?" "He came in with a broken nose." The pretty attorney shakes her head. "That looks like a fresh break to me." So Blondie must know what he is, or she wouldn't know how fast the guy heals. Good to know. "You have no right to hold my client here. No charges have been filed, and he hasn't broken any laws. I demand he be released immediately." Dune shrugs, even though he was just getting somewhere with Jared Johnson. Making ripples with the locals would only cause more hassle. Better to cut him loose and set up surveillance. Later, in a moment of total honesty, he'd admit to himself he was unnerved by what the man had said. How had he known? Angelina. Shock careens through me as we drive away from the warehouse. Both my parents are yelling at me at once, but I have no idea what they're saying. What in the hell just happened? Jared was fighting in a cage? My dad drives straight to my parents' house. I think there was some discussion about taking me there instead of home, but I can't remember. I was too busy replaying the surreal scenes back at the warehouse. Why did they take Jared away in cuffs? Did he do something wrong? He's not a criminal. He can't be. Can he? I realize I don't know enough about Jared and how he gets his money. How does he have enough to rent that huge warehouse on a bouncer's income? Does he have some other, less legal source of funds? But I quickly reject the idea. No, not Jared. He's too honorable. Go and take a shower, my mother orders as soon as we're inside. You're disgusting. I look down at my clothes, but there's nothing on me. Oh, wait. One splatter of blood. I do as she orders, only because I can't really think for myself at this moment, and a shower might help. Unfortunately, it's the worst choice ever, because all I can think about is that incredible shower with Jared. The one where he worshipped my body and made me feel like a goddess. The one where he gave me something significant. Something I don't think he shared with anyone else. Or is that just my fantasy thought? I don't really know what's real and what's not anymore. Werewolves? Vampires? Fighting in a cave? It all seems so impossible. I step out of the shower and dry off. In my childhood bedroom, I throw on an old pair of sweats and tank top and fall into my bed. Being here, in my old room, makes me feel so small. Was it just yesterday I felt like anything was possible? Now I'm suffocating under my parents' roof like a teenager. I don't know how long I'll lie there. An hour or two. And then I hear the sound of her motorcycle. I go to the balcony off my bedroom and throw open the door. Jared! He's off the bike and running toward the balcony in a flash. Angelina! Are you alright? Were you hurt at all? My chest tightens. He just got a boot in the ribs and taken away to the police station in handcuffs, and he's asking if I'm alright? I lean over the rail, trying to get a closer look at him. His shirt's covered in blood, but he appears fine. Well, of course he does. I've seen firsthand how fast he heals. Are you alright? What happened with the police, Jared? He shakes his head. It was just a misunderstanding. Everything's fine. No charges filed. I swallow. What was that fight? My throat is tight and pressure builds behind my eyes. Regret washes over Jared's expression. Let me come up there, David. I need to see you up close. Not face to face. I give a wobbly nod and start to head for the door to let him in, but he's already scaling the wainscot, then spider walking sideways along the top of a downstairs window casing against the balcony. And that's when all hell breaks loose. My dad bursts outside as Jared swings one leg over the rail. He's pointing a gun. Yes, a gun. I didn't even know he owned a gun. Turn around and go right back down the way you came, my dad orders. I've already called the police. I doubt you want a second trip to the station tonight. Dad, stop! This is crazy! Jared's just trying to talk. Leave. Now. Listen, Mr. Baker? My dad takes a menacing step forward and I fly between them. This is crazy! Dad, you need to leave! Mr. Baker, The hell I'm going to leave, my dad roars.
This is my house, my property he's trespassing on. He leans around me to level the gun at Jared again. Get out of here. Don't ever contact my daughter again. If you do, I will make your life a living hell. Understand? That's enough, I shout, turning to face my dad head on. You don't get to make those decisions for me. The hell I don't. My daughter will not run around with a member of a motorcycle gang who gets in fights for the fun of it. You are so far beneath her, it's laughable. Go back to the rock you crawled out from. Something in Jared changes. Like an icy wind blew through and froze him solid. Dad! I shriek and literally put my hands on his chest and shove. Get out! Actually, move out of my way. I'm leaving with Jared. No. Jared's voice is hollow. No. Stay, Angelina. I'll go. He drops to hang from the balcony, then lets go and falls softly to his feet on the grass below. No! I fight past my dad and dash for the stairs. I fly outside in my bare feet just as Jared's starting up his motorcycle. Wait! I yell. He turns his head in my direction but doesn't look at me. His focus is 1,000,000 miles away. He's receded into a shell of his normal self. Jared, wait! I'm really sorry about that. I don't know why my dad's acting so crazy. It's just been a weird night. No, he cuts me off. Your dad is right. This isn't going to work. He revs the gas and shifts the motorcycle into gear. Wait! I grab his forearm. If I could just get him to look at me, to come back to me. But he's gone. Not physically yet, but emotionally. The Jared I know isn't there. Jared, please, can we talk? I don't even understand what's happening here. He turns and his expression is hard. Yes, you do. You and I weren't meant to be, Angel. His use of the endearment without any of the usual feeling flays me. We knew it from the start, and we were fighting fate. It's better if we cut ourselves free now, before things get even harder. He looks at me for one moment longer while I struggle to speak, and then he guns the motorcycle and shoots off down the street. Jared! I scream at his back, but he doesn't turn. Doesn't respond. Just drives away, his broad back getting small until he disappears around a bend. I drop to my knees. No. Angelina? Angelina, come in! My mom's scandalized voice reaches me, but I don't move. What's the matter with you? Get up, honey. This is ridiculous. She hauls on my arm until I blink away the tears enough to stand up and get myself inside. Back to my stupid, frilly bedroom, where I collapse on the bed and cry myself to sleep. Chapter 12. Jared. I'm the hollow man. What was that stupid T.S. Eliot poem they made us read in high school? I can't believe I remember it. I seriously can't. I remember very little from high school, but for some reason that poem is what surfaces now. Because I'm a lovesick fool, I look it up on my phone. This is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. No wonder that poem surfaced. It's the same depressing bullshit I'm feeling right now. It's been 5 days since I drove away from Angelina's parents' house. 5 sleepless nights. 120 hours logged in the warehouse, making everything goddamn perfect for Angelina. Is it ironic that I still need to help her even though she won't remember me? Won't know why I'm doing it? That I loved, love, present tense, her? Because Garrett sent the order to have her wiped. He was patient at first, gave me a few days to make certain I wasn't going to change my mind. I refused to talk about what happened between us with any of them, even Trey. All I said was that it was for the best. This is the way things have to be. Angelina's dad was right. I have nothing to offer their beautiful rising star. I would only drag her down. A nightclub bouncer who uses his fists more than his brains, I'm nothing compared to her. So yesterday, Garrett came over to the warehouse and picked up a paint roller and a can of paint and helped me paint the entire set black. Then he told me it had to be done and asked how I wanted it taken care of. Trey was there and offered to take care of it, which was a relief. Because he's the only guy I trust, and there's no way I can handle that shit. I guess I'm a fucking coward. I didn't ask when it was going to go down. I really don't want to know. So long as it's done by the next time I see her. Because I only want to see happiness on that girl's face. If I see any more pain, I'm going to tear the roof off this fucking row of warehouses. I still don't know how I'll present the warehouse to her. Maybe just chat her up at the club and mention I stumbled on a great performance space and I think she should check it out. And that thought feels about as good as getting hit by a train. Or a car. No, I'd get hit by Angelina's car again in a heartbeat. I'd groundhog that day over and over again because it was the night I finally got to kiss her, to touch her, to make her scream in pleasure. She's still my mate, even if I can't have her. I will watch over her and protect her until the day I die, even if it means watching her take some human asshole for a husband. I'll be goddamn happy for her as long as she's happy. And I'll do whatever I can to make sure her dreams are fulfilled. Even if that means sacrificing my own chance at happiness, my own future with a mate and pups. I don't care. As long as Angelina doesn't get hurt. Angelina. I drive home from rehearsal and park my car in front of my place. I don't know how I've managed to get up in the morning, to get myself to school. I'm like the walking dead. I can't eat, don't sleep. I pick up my phone and stare at it, hoping to see something from Jared, but it never comes. I tried him a few times at first. I apologized for my dad's behavior, told him I didn't feel the same way and I really needed to see him. But he didn't text back. So I guess I know where I stand with him. We're done. And that thought makes me throw up. I get out of the car and retch, but nothing comes up. Ugh. Between not being able to eat and throwing up every time I realize it's over with Jared, I've already lost 5 pounds. That should make my mom happy. But no, I'm done with my mom. Done with my dad. I wouldn't say this is exactly their fault, because I'm adult enough to own my part in it. If I didn't let my parents run my life, Jared would have known their disapproval wouldn't sway me from our relationship. But I did let them run my life. I let them choose my career, my appearance, my college, even my friends to some extent, at least in high school. But no more. They're not choosing my boyfriends. They don't get any say on who I date, who I sleep with, who I marry. If I want to marry a drug-dealing gangster with gold teeth, they'll have to deal or lose their relationship with me. If I choose to marry a woman, they'll deal. If I choose anything at all that offends them, that's their damn problem. And I'm not going there for Sunday dinners anymore either. It's time for me to live my life for me. I enter my house, cringing at all the memories that crowd me the moment I walk in. Jared, chasing me down the hall, holding me on his lap on the couch, bringing home takeout, Jared laughing, listening, paying so much attention to me. A knock sounds at the door, and for 1/2 second, I imagine it might be him. My heart leaps and soars before I remember it can't be him. He's cut me loose.
I peek through the pinhole. It's Jared's friend Trey, another bouncer at the club. the guy with thoughtful eyes and a pierced lip. I opened the door, not surprised to see him. I figured one of their pack would be coming by sooner or later. Hey. Trey appears uncomfortable. Hey. You here to wipe my mind? I see a flicker of relief in his expression, but he quickly takes on a sincere look. Not your mind, just a few memories. No, take them all. I don't want to remember Jared even exists. I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. Jared gave up on us. He abandoned me. I'm not sure I'll ever forgive him for that. Good thing I won't have to. Surprise flickers over Trey's face and a trace of something else. Anger? Yeah? I shrug, grinding my teeth to keep down the swell of emotion threatening to flood through me. I don't want to cry in front of Trey. I just need this all to be over. Yeah. Trey won't let it drop. He's definitely gone cold now. He steps aside and waves me out of the house, but as he trails me to the Range Rover parked in front, he says, "You're mad at him, huh?" My nose burns, eyes prick. I don't want to talk about it. I can't keep the tears out of my voice. He stops and leans against the car, studying me. Did you break it off with him or him with you? A tear falls and I curse and wipe it back. None of your business. If Jared didn't tell him, I'm sure as hell not going to. His jaw tightens. Actually, it is kind of my business. Jared's my best friend. He's been killing himself for the past 2 weeks trying to make himself worthy of you, but I guess it wasn't enough. The accusation stings. So much more than I would have thought possible. It's like a freaking javelin's gone through my chest. Tears spill from both my eyes, tracking down my cheeks. That's not true. Do you know about the gym? I shake my head, biting my lip to keep Trey from seeing it wobble. He's started coaching underprivileged kids in boxing. Says he wants to use his talents to give back to the world. Something about being a modern-day warrior or knight. My heart lurches, tightens with overwhelming tenderness. Teaching boxing to underprivileged kids? He's a freaking saint. Talk about heroes. But I never needed that from him. He was already a hero. That's so amazing. But I never asked him to change for me. I need Trey to know that. Trey's face remains stony. Have you seen the other warehouse? I shake my head and mop the tears with my hands. He opens the door for me. Get in. I'm going to show you first. You ought to know what you're giving up before you wipe him out of your existence. My temper flares. I'm not wiping him. I poke his chest with my finger, even though I know he could crush me with a flick of his hand. He's the one who gave up on us. I guess I didn't mean as much to him as he meant to me. Trey's expression dissolves into sympathy. Come on. His voice is more gentle now. I really have to show you something. I get in the vehicle and fish a tissue out of my purse to blow my nose. Trey drives us to the same warehouse where I saw the fight. Sure enough, in the daylight, I can see a freshly painted sign on the warehouse on one end. Boxing gym. The warehouse in the middle is where I saw the fight. But Trey leads me to the warehouse on the other end. He unlocks the door and I step into... a dance studio? It is. A perfect dance studio, complete with mirrors and a hardwood floor. Bars on the freshly painted walls. What is this? I whisper. Trey doesn't answer. He just beckons me through the door at the end, which leads to another space. My mouth drops. Fresh tears blur my vision. It's my performance space. Exactly the way I sketched it. No, better. The stage is up against one wall, and ropes and silks hang from the ceiling for aerial dance. An entire row of black movable flats are lined up against another wall, waiting to shape the space into smaller quadrants. Someone comes in the door at the other end and freezes. Oh, God. It's Jared. He looks terrible, haggard and pale. Just seeing him makes a fresh gash across my chest. Angelina? He clears his throat, looks at Trey quizzically. He doesn't know whether I've already been wiped. That he would let that happen to me comes as a fresh betrayal, and I march right over to him and slap his face, just like I did the first time he tried to wipe me. Angelina, how dare you give up on us, you asshole! You care about me. You did all this. I throw my arms wide and take another sweep of the incredible space. For me. But then you're just going to send me off with your buddy to forget about you? How could you? I loved you, Jared. I love you. Even if you wiped my mind 1,000 times, I'll still love you. My heart knows who it belongs to. So if you're so fucking stupid you want to give up just because my parents are close-minded assholes, then you're not the hero I thought you were. I splutter off because truly, even as angry as I am, I'm incapable of insulting him. Nothing fits. He's my everything. And then I see something that makes my world spin and dumps me on my head. Jared's blinking back tears. My Jared, the strongest man in the history of the world, crying over me. I throw myself at him, legs around his waist, clinging like a burr. Please don't let me go, I plead, my face wet against his neck. He drops to his knees. Never. His voice is fierce. I'll never fucking let you go. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. My head got wedged. I thought I was doing you a favor. I never want to hurt you, baby. Not ever. I pull away and slap him again. Not hard, because he's too close to get a good swing. It falls like a love slap. A tenderness between us. You did hurt me. I know. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I press my forehead up against his, roll our heads together. You'd better be. I'm still crying, but it's turning into the laughing kind of tears now. Baby, you have to know what this means. If I mark you, you're mine for life. Do you understand? And you become part of the pack, sworn to secrecy under penalty of death. I nod, happiness bubbling up like a fountain of goodness. Yours for life sounds perfect. Are you sure? You're pretty young to make that. I smack him again, definitely a love slap this time. Don't you go questioning my life choices too. He laughs. I love you. Ditto. Come on. He stands up, still holding me wrapped around him. I need to make you mine right now, before my chest explodes. Sounds good to me. I look around, but Trey has tactfully disappeared. I owe him a huge thank you for bringing me here instead of to the vampire. I mean huge. Like I should name our first child after him. Will we have shifter babies? I ask as Jared carries me outside to his car. He laughs, bouncing me higher on his hip. Depends. Some halflings can shift, some can't. Some females do if they get pregnant with a shifter. The baby's DNA tips the scales. I hope we have baby werewolves. It doesn't matter to me, he promises. I will love them either way. You'd better. I bite his ear. Angelina. I'm shaking by the time we get back to my place. Not out of fear, out of desire, excitement. Jared's going to mark me. I don't even care if it hurts. He peels off his shirt the second he walks in my door, then kicks off his boots. I shriek when he throws me over his shoulder and carries me down the hall to my bedroom. He eases me to my feet and pulls my shirt over my head. All your clothes off, now. He uses a bossy tone that's new. I've heard commanding with a teasing flavor, but never this. Now his deep rumble carries dark promise. Shivers thrill through me as I strip off my clothes and stand naked before him. His eyes change to yellow. Beautiful, beautiful wolf. Slowly, he unbuckles his belt, keeping his gaze locked on me. A hint of fear surfaces, but it only increases my arousal. Is he going to whip me like he promised he'd do if I ever made him jealous? Oh, God, I hope so. He pulls his belt from the loops and doubles it, slapping it lightly into his palm. I jump a little. Go get me your tights. 4 pair. 4 pair of tights? What could... Oh. I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to do with them, and the flutters of excitement launch. I fumble with my dresser drawer and pull out a bunch of tights. He takes them and lifts his chin toward the bed. On your tummy. Spread eagle. Oh, God, yes. I scramble up on the bed and spread my arms and legs wide. Using the tights, he ties my wrists to the headboard, my ankles to the footboard. Then he shoves a pillow up under my hips to raise my ass. All this time he hasn't touched me, and my every nerve is on edge, my senses heightened. I'm dying for his touch, desperate for it. Jared? There. He strokes between my legs. A shiver races up and down my spine. You're awful wet for a little girl who's about to get spanked. My pussy clenches. Yes, please. I need to spank you. Do you know why, sweet angel? Why? My voice wobbles. To get your ass all warm and ready for your marking. I lift my head, slightly confused. You're going to mark my ass? Yep. I've spent many hours trying to figure out where and how to mark a human. I can't hit a vein, and I don't want to leave a scar others would see. And I know how much skin you show when you perform. That doesn't leave me many options. It came down to breasts or ass. You know I'm an ass man. I love this juicy ass. He squeezes my cheek roughly, and I roll my hips. So I'm going to warm that perfect ass with my belt. Then I'm going to fuck you long and hard. You're going to wait to orgasm until I give you permission, understand? Yes, Daddy. He growls his approval. If it's too much, baby, just say stop. I'll never take you somewhere you don't want to go, okay? I wiggle my butt. Stop talking and start spanking. Mouthy. He winds the buckle end of the belt around his fist until the length shortens to about 1.5 feet. Just for that, I'm going to whip your pussy, too. I shriek and try to move my legs together, but I can't. He's tied them wide open. I pull and tug on all my bonds, loving feeling captured by him, at his disposal. He slaps my ass lightly with the leather, more like a kiss than a real stroke. He continues, his strokes gradually getting harder, delivering a sting that makes me clench my cheeks and jump. It's still not pain, just delicious sensation. He starts to pick up speed, slapping the underside of my buttocks, the backs of my legs. I hump the pillow, growing frenzied with need. This ass belongs to me now, he says. I hope you understand that. I'm the guy who gets to spank it. Fuck it. Spank it again. I'm the guy who's going to punish you night after night just for having an ass this juicy. I moan. I'm the only guy who's going to make you scream, who gets the pleasure of watching you reach orgasm, over and over again, if I decide. I rub my bare breasts over the bedspread, grind my clit down into the pillow. I need relief. Now. Please, Jared, I whimper. Not until I say, baby. The warning is firm, and I love when he plays stern with me. He stops to shuck his jeans and boxers. I'm certain he's going to claim me now, but instead he straddles my waist, facing my ass. He palms my cheeks roughly and spreads them wide. There's that tight little hole that makes me crazy. I'm not going to take you there tonight, baby, but you're going to get that ass fucked often. Every time I see those hips swaying, Those thighs that just beg me to part them and bury my tongue in your sweet spot. He rubs said sweet spot, and I buck beneath him. But I believe I promised you a pussy whippin'.
Oh, I moan, not sure how I feel about a real pussy whipping with a belt. But of course Jared knows how to do it. He taps the flat of the leather between my legs, then swings lightly. It's delicious. More. Greedy girl. He whips me again and again. I moan and wiggle, rolling my hips, trying to get satisfaction. He stops and rubs my slit with his fingers. I'll bet you're hungry for my cock. Yes, Daddy. Good girl. I love it when you call me Daddy. He changes position and I hear the snap of the foil packet telling me he's putting on a condom. Then he's there, between my legs, right where I've needed him since the moment we got to my place. He teases me, rubbing the head in my juices but not entering. Please. He groans and eases in. Baby, I'm not gonna be gentle. I've been trying to reconcile myself with never getting to claim you again, and now that I have you under me. He withdraws and slams in. If I weren't tied snugly to the bed, I would have gone flying forward. It's a wonderful sensation of support, like my bonds are in place to make this more pleasurable for me, rather than to keep me captive. Jared plants his fists beside me on the bed and pummels my ass with his loins. Every stroke evokes more satisfaction than the next until I'm a moaning, desperate woman. Harder, faster he pumps. My natural juices make me so slick that he glides in with ease, even though it's rough and demanding. I claw the bedspread, certain I can't wait another second. Jared plunges deep and roars, "Now, Angel!" My body responds before my brain has even processed the command. As my pussy squeezes his cock in quick pulses, pleasure radiates through my entire body. Jared pulls out before I'm ready, but then his fingers replace his cock and his teeth sink into the meat of my left butt cheek. I bite the bedspread to keep from crying out. I won't lie, it stings. But the finger-fucking and my finishing orgasm gives it a sexual edge that makes it register as erotic titillation rather than pain. He unclamps his hold on me and eases off, licking the wounds. My pussy clenches around his fingers with the last of my orgasm. Jared kisses up my back to my neck. Are you okay, baby? Yes, totally. I don't want him to worry. Am I yours now? You're mine. There's a pride in his voice that makes my head swim with happy delirium. He works to untie the knots on my tights and free me, and then I'm cradled in his lap, a cool washcloth held against my wounds. His eyes are a clear green, the yellow completely gone, and his gaze is sharp and alert, traveling over my face, watching me. My head swims. It's not an unpleasant sensation, more like I had too much to drink. I feel a little funny, I confess. He strokes my cheek with the backs of his fingers. There's a coating on my teeth. The serum I embed in your skin, it drugs you a bit. It should wear off soon. His brow furrows. It's okay. I like it. But it makes me horny. Is it safe to have sex again? Jared. My girl needs my tongue between her legs all night long. By morning, the wounds are closed enough that I let her ride my dick with her on top, my hands on her hips to help. She can't get enough. Even after her third orgasm since waking up, she has the glazed eyes of a nympho. I would call Trey to ask if this is normal when a human gets claimed, but I figure this is a problem I can handle on my own. You know, it's a tough job, but one I'm willing to take on. It is my duty and all. Hell yeah. She ends up divulging that she keeps a couple of vibrators, so I tie her to the bed and stuff both holes full. Do not orgasm until I give you permission, little girl.
Her frantic gaze follows me, but she nods. I'm going to keep you like this. Let it build. Maybe if we wait, and your orgasm is strong enough, it will satisfy you for more than a minute. She whines and tugs at her bonds. I tug both her nipples, pinch and roll them, watching her expression. It's only pleasure, only desire. Please, Jared, I'm ready now. Let me ride you again. I give a firm shake of my head. You can beg me, baby. I love it when you beg, but I'm not going to relent. You need this tension to build. I lean over and suck her breasts, stroking every inch of her body until she thrashes and cries, Please, 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 Jared. I need you. I need you so much. I need you now. You have to let me. I need to come. Please, Jared. My cock is harder than stone, but I have to pick another position where she's on top. I untie her and remove the vibrators, then let her straddle my waist, sitting up on the edge of the bed. She lowers herself onto my sheathed cock with a hoarse groan. Beautiful girl. There's no warm-up. She pumps her hips like her life depends on it. That's it, Angel. Take what you need to take. May I? She croaks. Almost. I put a hand at her lower back and help her take me deeper on each in-stroke. My own orgasm is right at the surface too, my thighs flexing, balls tight. Jared, she pants. I think she's going to beg again, but she says, I love you. You're mine forever too. Mine, mine, mine. I roar and come, almost forgetting to give her permission. Come, Angel, I shout, and she does, in a silent but cataclysmic release, her entire body shuddering with the explosion. Afterward, she falls into my arms, limp and trembling. And then she's asleep. My girl finally got enough and can rest. I settle her into her bed and curve my body protectively around her. Sleep, Angel, I murmur, kissing her hair. Chapter 13. Jared. I squeeze Angelina's hand as we walk up the drive to her parents' house for their cocktail party. Angelina didn't want to go at all. I think she wanted to punish her parents for not accepting me, but I insisted she go. She insisted on bringing me. I guess it's her fuck you to her parents. But I put on a button-down shirt and a pair of khakis and did my best to look respectable. Angelina's my girl. I'm going to have to figure out how to get along with her parents. Because I'm not going to have my girl go through her life with discomfort and tension over her choice of partners. She pushes the door open without knocking, and we go in. The place is huge and nicely appointed. Very foothills. Pretty sure I can smell a pool out back. Angelina tugs me toward the kitchen where there's a bartender standing behind the breakfast counter, ready to serve. Beer? I ask doubtfully, not sure what to expect. Maybe they only drink champagne at these soirees. The bartender rattles off some choices, and I pick an India Pale Ale. Angelina. Her mom spots us. Angelina told her parents she was bringing me, so I don't see signs of shock, but her mom's face is tight. I step forward and hold out my hand. Jared Johnson. Her mom looks flustered for a moment, then shakes my palm, blushing. Delia. Nice to meet you. She turns to Angelina and says in a low voice, I think he just arrived. Angelina presses her lips together and steps into my side. I loop an arm around her protectively. I don't know who he is, or why it should make Angelina tense, but I'm sure as hell going to find out. The front door opens and Delia bolts for it. Her husband also jogs in that direction. A broad-shouldered man ushers a beautiful brunette in, and I have to turn away to keep from laughing. It seems the guest of honor is Jackson King, richest wolf in the country, good friend of the pack. Angelina looks up at me quizzically, and I lead her to the foyer. Her father has arrived and pumps Jackson's hand. It seems like he's purposely positioned himself to block me. I suppose he thinks I'm going to embarrass him. Maybe start a brawl. I can't really blame the guy. Jackson's mate Kylie peeks around the side of Delia. "Jared!" I grin and fold her in my arms, laughing my ass off as Angelina's parents stop their ass-kissing and stare. Jackson comes in next for a man-hug, complete with back thump. "Jackson and Kylie, this is my girl, Angelina Baker. Angel, remember the cabin I took you to on Mount Lemon? Jackson was the friend who was kind enough to let us use it." I ignore her parents' gapes, but Angelina doesn't. She shoots them a "did you hear that" look. Jackson's nostrils flare, and I know he's scenting me on Angelina, realizing I've marked her. "Well chosen," he murmurs to us both as he shakes Angelina's hand. Angelina beams, tucking herself up against my side. "Well, you two know each other?" Angelina's dad can't make sense of it. He stares from one of us to the next. "Sure." "How?" Leave it to him to come right out and ask. I hesitate, but Kylie says sweetly, "Jackson's part of Jared's fight club." I choke on my beer and Angelina has to cover her grin. Even Jackson, who is the most stoic of wolves, has to clear his throat. "Yes." He's known for monosyllabic answers, so I figure the one word is the highest endorsement I'll get from him. Still, it's enough. Angelina's dad cocks his head. "No, not really." "Yes," Jackson, Kylie, and I answer in unison. "Speaking of which, we want to talk to you about the trouble you had over there. See if there's anything we can do to help," Kylie says meaningfully. She and Jackson are both infosecurity geniuses, but Kylie is probably the best hacker in the world. She's been helping to unravel the weird shit that our pack member Sam uncovered with Data X before he blew up their labs. I think she helped Parker, Declan, and Lori with new IDs. Garrett would have filled her and Jackson in on the shakedown I received from the mysterious government agent last week, but they probably want to hear it straight from me. I nod. "Sure. Thanks. I appreciate that." "Well, how about if I get you a drink and we can talk shop a bit?" Angelina's dad attempts. "Later," Jackson says. "I'm going to catch up with Jared first." Jackson's always blunt. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. It's hard to say if this is just him or if he's purposely dissing Angelina's dad, but I'm going with dissing because it makes me chuckle. Jackson lifts his chin in the direction of the door that leads to the patio. "I'll get your drinks," Angelina offers, making her mother beam with pride. A few minutes later, the four of us are settled on patio furniture looking over the pool. I launch right into it. The agent was a wolf, or at least part wolf. I couldn't figure out how he got into the warehouse until I smelled him. I don't know if he's another experiment subject like Parker's gang. He doesn't even seem to know about the shifter part, so I'm guessing he's never met his animal. He asked about the explosions, tried to hurt me to get my eyes to change color. Angelina stares at me with wide, concerned eyes, and I realize there's so much she still doesn't know. I reach for her and pull her onto my lap. "I'm sorry, you don't know about any of this yet, baby. There's a very long pack backstory that I'll fill you in on when we get home, okay? Just know most of it doesn't involve me." "Okay." She leans into me, the soft waves of her hair brushing my face, her vanilla scent going straight to my dick. I gotta get my girl alone soon. Enough business talk. I ran his information. Had to hack a lot of databases to get it. He's a ghost. There's hardly anything on him, Kylie reports. I can share with you what I have. I shrug. Yeah, he might be trouble. I don't think I'm a particular target except that I was the one who let his abilities show during the fight. If this was about breaking laws, they would have picked up Parker and the other bookies. Agreed, Jackson says. What does Garrett want to do? Nothing for now. He's not even shutting down the fights. If anything, he figures it could draw this guy out. And next time, we'll be the ones taking Dune somewhere for questioning. Jackson nods. And now for the important news. Kylie turns to Angelina, eyes sparkling. Congratulations on your new wolf mate. Angelina smiles. Thanks. I'm a cat, Jackson's a lone wolf. I take it this is your parents' place? Yes, she blushes. My parents have been trying to get a meeting with Jackson for ages, and they don't approve of Jared, so you just flipped everything on its head when you said Jackson was in his fight club. Kylie winks. I kind of figured it was something like that. I have instincts for these things. Thank you. Kylie's face softens. Of course. I'm happy for you both. Angelina's dad saunters over, so I seize the opportunity and stand up. We'll leave you to talk business, I say, and tug Angelina around the corner of the house. What are you doing? She giggles when I press her up against the adobe brick and run my hands up inside the skirt of her sundress. Claimin' you, I growl, right in your father's garden. I drag my palms up her firm thighs until I hit panty. She lifts her mouth to mine, yielding so beautifully, like she always does. She trusts me, despite the brewing pack trouble, despite the way I left her last time we were at this house. She loves me, needs me as much as I need and love her. I rub my knuckle over her clit and she gasps against my lips. Tell me you want me to fuck you right here, up against this wall. I slip a finger under the gusset of her panties and stroke her dewy slit. I want you to fuck me, she breathes. Where? Right here. Fuck. I can't resist. I chase a condom out of my pocket and unzip my pants, sheathing my member for her. She lifts one thigh and wraps it around my waist, taking my cock in her hand. When she guides it to her entrance, I shudder with anticipation, a flash of white-hot need zinging at the base of my spine. I sink slowly into her, and she wraps her other leg around my waist. I move my arms behind her back to protect her from banging against the brick because then I'm lost. I thrust mindlessly, my hard cock scything in and out of her sweet channel. She bounces over my dick, rising up and down in my arms. She's breathing in quick, desperate gasps. When she starts to cry out, I cover her mouth with my own, swallowing her screams. I need to come, I need to come, I need to come, she breathes against my ear when I release her lips. I want it to last forever, but for Angelina's sake I make it quick. A few more thrusts and fireworks go off. I shove deep and come. Now, baby, I growl. She comes silently, but judging by the squeezing of her thighs, her pussy around my cock, her arms tight around my neck, she came hard. We catch our breaths together, but I'm reluctant to put her down, to pull out. I love my new wolf mate, she croons, biting my ear. I'm so fucking proud to be your male, I tell her. You have no idea. She kisses my neck. I think I do. You've always treated me like a princess. Because that's what you deserve, baby. I lean my forehead against hers. I love you. I love you more. I have to stop and breathe because my chest feels too full. There's too much joy bouncing around, making my heart swell to an uncomfortable size. Epilogue. 6 months later. Jared. I'm in a suit. Yes, you heard that right. An actual fucking suit. I'm standing outside the warehouse like a goddamn maitre d'. Angelina is somewhere inside right now, flitting all over the place like a madwoman, answering the million questions being fired at her by company dancers and the pack members I hired to help make her debut run smoothly. She can invest in real theater tech staff in the future, once we've fine-tuned the production and know exactly what she needs. Or we can keep it just Pac, which Angelina seems to love. Probably because they treat her like a goddamn princess, or they know I'll smash their faces in. Trey arrives in Angelina's car. I sent him on a last-minute run to the store to get more refreshments for the post-performance reception because, well, Angelina didn't realize how much Pac guys eat. You gotta see this. Trey smacks my belly with a folded newspaper. I unfold the Daily Star to the Tempo section on top, the Arts Events Weekend section. There, on the cover, is my girl. She's flying on a rope in a dramatic split, one leg on the rope, the other pointed straight to the floor. The headline reads, "Local Dance Troupe Debuts Angel Wolf, a Must-See Production." Trey points at the byline. That was the reporter Angelina hoped was coming last night. Angelina's company had done a live dress rehearsal performance last night for Amber's foster family group. Angelina had asked us 1,000,000 times if we'd seen a reporter at the show, but neither of us could say for sure. I grin like a fool as I read the copy. Choreographer Angelina Baker takes dance to new heights in her dramatic production, Angel Wolf. The interactive production combines contemporary dance, performance art, and circus tricks for a thrilling show that will please all ages. According to the program, the recent University of Arizona graduate put together the performance based on a vision she had of bringing dance to the masses. The quality and creativity of the show rivals the caliber of big-budget performance audiences might find in Las Vegas or New York City, yet Baker created the show on a shoestring budget, largely with volunteer labor. My hope is to establish this show as an ongoing performance so I can provide employment to the talented dancers and performers right here in Tucson, Baker said in an interview prior to the show. The article goes on to describe some of the performances of the show, naming favorites and praising performers. Thanks, man. I can't wait for Angelina to see this. I beam at Trey as if it's my performance receiving the accolades. I'm going to run and bring it to her before the show. Will you hang here at the door? Trey nods and I jog through the performance space. If I weren't a wolf, it would be difficult to find her in the maze we've created out of movable walls, but I follow her scent and find her standing outside the dressing room, in a group hug/huddle with her dancers. I clear my throat and they jump apart, giggling. I want you all to know, the Arizona Daily Star thought you were a big hit last night. I wave the paper. The dancers grab for it and huddle around it, but Angelina throws herself at me, wrapping her long legs around my waist and her arms around my neck. She kisses my ear. Thank you, she breathes. I shake my head. Don't thank me. This is all you, baby. Your dream, your vision, your brilliance. You made it happen. Her voice is clogged. No, I just helped it get started. You did all the rest. She kisses my ear. I love you. I lower her to the ground. Baby, I have something for you. I shove my hand in my pocket. I was going to wait until after the show, but suddenly it feels like I should give it to you now. My throat goes dry. She looks up at me with her big, trusting gaze. Is it a present? She bounces on the balls of her slippered feet. Yep. I pull the little ring box out and crack it open. You're already mine, according to shifter law, but I thought you might want something to show the parents, you know, so they understand I'm serious about being your man. Her eyes widen at the emerald-cut pink diamond set in gold. I got it because it reminded me of your ballet slippers. I mean your tights. Oh, fates. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Who buys an engagement ring to match ballet tights? I'm a fucking idiot. But she laughs, tears welling in her eyes. I absolutely love it. My heart starts beating again.
You do? She slips it on her finger. It fits perfectly. Can I start wearing it? My throat closes up, and all I can do is nod. I understand if you don't want to. I don't want it to give you blisters when you're on the ropes or anything. She slips it on her ring finger and stretches out her hand to admire. I catch her fingers and bring them to my mouth. Hey, you two lovebirds, Trey calls down the hallway. Channel 4 and 9 are here and want to know where they can set up their cameras. Angelina and I give each other matching holy shit looks. I'll take care of it. I squeeze her hand. Good luck. I mean, merde. I love knowing the inside term dancers use to wish each other a good show. I love knowing everything about Angelina's life. Thank you, she calls over her shoulder as we split, departing swiftly in opposite directions. The parking lot outside has transformed. Tank, one of my packmates, and his mate Foxfire have jumped in to help direct the parking, because cars are streaming in from all directions. The lot is full, as is the street in front of the warehouse. Television crews are unpacking their cameras from vans, double parked behind our vehicles. Jackson, Kylie's cat shifter grandmother, and their toddler arrive with other pack friends Sam and Lane. Jackson greets Angelina's parents in the parking lot. I stand a little taller as they approach, as if it might help me measure up to her parents, but they're all smiles tonight. Did you see the article in the paper? Her dad says to me, like we're old buddies. We've definitely been trying to get along over these past few months. I've joined their family's Sunday dinners. Once I finagled them an invitation to a barbecue at Jackson King's place last month, I seemed to have proven my worth. Especially because afterward, Jackson agreed to invest heavily in Angelina's dad's company. I smile and nod. Yes, what Angelina's doing here is going to be a real moneymaker. I speak in the terms that matter to him. And prove her creative worth to the world as well. That part is for her mother. They both beam. Come on in. I saved you a front row position for the first performance. I lead them in with the others, allowing them to skip the growing line of ticket buyers. We're going to sell out, Trey murmurs to me. I love that he said we. I'm in total gratitude for all the support the pack has given this show. Garrett closed Eclipse for the night, so all the staff and patrons would come here tonight instead. He's opening it later for a post-performance party, invite only. Your girl is blowing it out of the water, Garrett says with a huge grin as he walks by. Once I marked Angelina, he accepted her into the pack, no questions asked, even though she's a human. I'm truly humbled by the support of my alpha and longtime friend. Hell, I'm humbled by the glory of every day spent as Angelina's mate. It just gets better and better. Angelina. I stand on the stage for a standing ovation, a bouquet of white roses tucked into my elbow, trying not to cry. Over to the right, I spy my college professors. I can't believe they came. One of them's even smiling at me. But the truth? I don't even care what they think. I wouldn't have cared if they hated it, or even if my parents hated it, which I know they didn't because they were the first to stand up. All that matters to me is that I fulfilled my vision, something I wanted to create, for me, for my friends. And I did it all with the support of the most wonderful wolf in the universe. All the rest, gravy. And there's a lot to brag about. We performed to a full house. Tickets sold out through next weekend. Television coverage, newspaper reviews. Opening night already covered the majority of our expenses, other than what Jared put into this, which he refuses to allow me to repay. I take a bow and turn on the mic. Thank you all so much for coming to our debut performance. We hope you enjoyed the show. The cheering picks up again. Whistles, hollers. Those are from the shifters. We're honored to have our friends, family, and former teachers here to support us. I'm especially honored to have the support of one special person in my life who helped make this happen. My voice wobbles, but I push forward. I need to say this in public, in front of God and everyone. I will never, ever be ashamed of Jared, and I don't want him to ever believe such a thing again. The man who gave me this ring tonight and asked me to make it official. I hold up my hand and the huge ring winks in the spotlights. My mother's mouth drops open. My friends and Jared's pack start cheering and the rest of the audience claps politely. Jared, will you come up here? I blink into the lights, not sure where he is, but then I see his big form moving through the crowd. He climbs the stairs to the stage and walks forward, his cocky swagger firmly in place, the way it was the day I met him. I grab his lapel. This man let us use his warehouse, and he transformed this space for the show. He's encouraged me every step of the way, and he's always cheering us on. Thank you. Jared hooks an arm around my waist and pulls me up against him for a kiss. The audience whoops and cheers, and I laugh when he holds me a moment too long. Jared grabs the mic. If you like the show, tell your friends. These dancers are going to make it a permanent thing. I lean over to speak again. Thanks for coming. Good night. Right on cue, the house lights come up. Everyone's talking. Bodies start moving. I don't notice any of it, because Jared's gone back to our kiss, melding his mouth over mine, licking into my lips. I love you, baby, he murmurs when he finally lets me up for air. He leans his forehead against mine. You're a goddamn inspiration. And you're a hero, I tell him, looping my arms around his neck, offering up my lips for more kissing. Because, yeah, I just got engaged. To the wolf of my dreams. This has been Alpha's Desire, an MC werewolf romance. Bad Boy Alphas, Book 6. Written by Renee Rose and Lee Savino. Narrated by Benjamin Sands. Copyright 2018 by Renee Rose and Lee Savino. Production copyright 2018 by Renee Rose and Lee Savino.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.